Someone make it make sense.
I'll be a couple.
Hello, hello. How is everybody doing today? Hope y'all are having a lovely Thursday so far today. We are here for our next episode of Casey Anthony. And today it's going to be all about the bug evidence. And guys, this one's going to be really exciting and very, very spicy. I'm very excited to get into this next episode. But first, as always, we will start with our recap from the previous episode. So without further ado, let's go on into that.
It's a house.
The defendant's case in chief. Here we go. Y'all are so nice. So nice.
My name is Gerardo Bloisi, Gerardo, Bloisi last name.
I forgot to ask you all the question. Oh man, I forgot. Okay, so I was going to ask who wants to try to guess who's going to be their first witness. But anyway, now you know. So this is the defense's first witness in their case in chief. And who do they call? Like the lead investigator, the state's lead investigator is their first witness. Powerful.
Bloisi, B-L-O-I-S-E.
May it please the court.
He's back.
Good morning, Mr. Bloisi.
Good morning, Counselor.
Mr. Bloisi, we've already know you work as a crime scene investigator for
We've
Orange
already
County.
seen you 80
Correct.
times.
Okay. So you had the spare tire well, correct?
Yes, sir.
The left side of the trunk liner and the right side of the trunk liner.
Yes, sir.
And you tested all of those areas for blood.
Objection has to answer.
Overruled.
Yes, sir. All of those all of those items were tested and were negative.
Okay.
From the October 9, 2008 report, the items of evidence that were examined were Q46, which was identified as a shovel, and Q46.1, which was a label from the Q46 shovel blade.
Okay.
You know what is so funny? Who else forgot about the shovel? I completely forgot the shovel. The state made a big deal about that shovel very early on in the trial, but then that's it. I mean, I completely forgot about it. They just dropped it. I think because it got obliterated that there was any involvement of the shovel. But you know what they didn't do? They made a big deal about the shovel, and then you know what they didn't do? Provide any results of the testing of the shovel. Because, I mean, again, the whole thing is silly because I guess the shovel really connects to the backyard. And remember, we did that presentation last time about the backyard and like, did the state think something happened in the backyard? It seems like they wanted to go with that, and then they kind of walked it back, and the shovel would have been relevant there. But here's the thing. There would be DNA on that shovel of, you know, of course, there's going to be DNA of people using it, right? But the important thing, I guess, and we'll hear, is did they find like Kaylee's DNA, right? But of course, what does the state not do? They make a big deal about the shovel, and then they just drop it, and they don't provide the results. But we're going to learn the results now.
Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you did with the shovel?
Shout out to Ireland.
Yes, the shovel was examined for the presence of blood. And so visual examination was performed on that to identify if there were any possible stains. There were some areas that were in fact tested on the shovel, and those areas were negative for the presence of blood.
Lounge lizard. Look at the way he stands there. Oh, he's doing the lounge lizard.
Is counsel going to elicit this and then at some later point argue to the jury that somehow that bit of DNA could have been amplified, could have been this, could have been that, without scientific support? Unless it is
so
relevant to
crazy.
an issue,
It's crazy.
then
It seems like he's the defense.
it's meaningless. It's not relevant.
If it's not relevant, why is the shovel in evidence?
Great
Well, if the shovel
question.
is in evidence,
Mr.
counsel knows why the
Ashton,
shovel.
Mr. Ashton, calm down.
Wow.
Calm down.
I love
Sit
that.
down for a
He's
second.
getting yelled at.
Yes, sir.
Woo!
Have you finished, Mr. Baez?
Well, my point is, Judge, this evidence
Wow.
this shovel has been brought into evidence. It is a relevant piece of evidence. There's testimony been admitted that
Yeah.
Miss Anthony borrowed the shovel.
I just want to say that's exactly what I was saying, right? That the state brought the shovel in. That was their choice. And now he wants to keep the shovel out. You know what it is? It's like the state had to try they're improvising their theory of the case as they go along. It's wild. Because again, we saw them start out with these certain things and then they disappeared, just like with the backyard. The backyard and the shovel went by the wayside pretty quick with them.
So another thing I will say about this upcoming episode is Mr. Ashton, dude. Oh my God. This is going to be such an exciting episode because we're going to get the defense's first expert witness today. And it's a forensic etymologist, a really young fellow, but he's highly qualified. And, he's a spring chicken. If you guys remember the spring chicken, we had spring chicken from the Ezra trial. It's a spring chicken. And oh my God, y'all, Mr. Ashton woke up and chose violence on this day. Y'all, it's crazy. I'm really excited for this one.
And are we talking about duct tape?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And these were duct tape items that you received from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, they were submitted to the FBI laboratory, and the origination of where they were collected from was identified from the medical examiner's office.
Okay. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you did?
On the items of the tape, they were examined, and there were 3 pieces, Q62, Q63, and Q64. And that particular, the first...
Funny, I will tell you this much. For the rest of my life, I will never forget these exhibit numbers. Q62, Q63, Q64, and exhibit 313. I will never forget those exhibit numbers so long as I live.
Examination was done on the top side of the tape. I'll refer to it as the silver side of the tape.
Okay. And were there any distinct markings on the top side of the tape to help you identify the item of evidence?
I have a description here that the manufacturer's logo, Henkel, spelled Henkel,
right there.
was throughout the tape.
Okay. And did you get any results, any DNA results from the top side of the tape?
Yes. So the swab itself DNA typing was performed on that swab that was collected from those 3 areas of tape, and a DNA profile was generated. However, it was below the interpretational threshold of the FBI laboratory's reporting policy. Based upon the generation of that profile in it, and I had excluded the known samples that had been submitted as a part of this case submission, the next step was to evaluate.
Let's take a moment to appreciate that nice chart. I love that Mr. Baez always does this. He always gives the jury something to look at. And it's so helpful because she was on the stand for a long time talking about DNA. And, this is like way over my head and probably most people's heads, right? We were talking about DNA last night, actually, Brian Cover. But look at this nice chart. I mean, just so helpful.
The staff database that was maintained of the DNA analysis unit.
What did you do to, what further did you do?
The next step that I did was I determined what other units at the FBI laboratory had processed this item of evidence. And knowing that the profile I had was a female profile, I started looking at specifically any female female examiners or technicians that would have handled this item.
So what they're talking about, for anyone who missed it last time, is the only DNA that was found on the duct tape. It didn't belong to anybody in the family, didn't belong to Kaylee either. And so she's talking about how she was narrowing it down, trying to figure out whose DNA it was.
And so working with the evidence control unit, I was able to identify which units this item had been processed in. And I contacted those individuals and asked if they would give a DNA sample.
And did they?
Yes, they all did.
Okay. And who did it turn out to be?
This profile was matched to Lori Gottesman, the question document unit's examiner.
FBI.
Okay. And when you refer to clothing, you're referring to the item which would include the shirt, which was like the elastic portion of the shirt and the letter writings of a child's shirt?
Yes, I can read my description if that would assist.
That would be better. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's do it that way.
I have it identified as containing letters, stitching, and stretch material.
George.
With the letters being spelled or containing BIGTROUBLE
Interesting. I wish they showed him
and
more.
there was also some stick and other debris contained with that item.
Okay. Were you able to confirm blood on that item?
Now this, I want to just mention, they're going to start talking about the items that had blood. And you might be thinking what I was thinking initially, which is, why does the blood matter? Because there was no, I mean, we didn't have any, I know the fingers, right? Jesus, but it's going to make sense because he knows what they're talking about. He knows they're talking about the shirt, right? And so the blood, right? So because there was no indication that Kaylee was like injured, right? But we're going to see here shortly why the blood actually is really, really relevant. Not in the way of injury, but yeah. So, but here, this is the first item that we're hearing about testing for blood of Kaylee's.
No, I could not confirm blood on that item. The chemical test for the possible presence of blood was positive. However, there was insufficient quantity to continue on and confirm the presence of blood.
On the shirt.
The next item is Q82, which is identified as a blanket.
I'm sorry?
It was identified as a blanket.
Okay. And on the blanket, were you able to confirm blood on that blanket?
Could not confirm the presence of blood. However, the chemical test for the possible presence of blood was positive.
Okay. And did you then take it a step further to see if there was DNA there?
Yes, that item was swabbed for DNA testing, and no, there was no DNA profile generated from that
This
specimen.
part is interesting.
There was an additional chemical test also performed on that blanket.
Okay. And what other test was done on that blanket?
That item was also looked at for the presence of semen.
Okay. And did you find any?
No, that item was negative for the presence of seminal fluid.
And remember, these items had been out and exposed to the elements for like 5.5 months, right? So it's interesting to me that they performed that test because, as we've heard already in their the testimony, that if they performed testing for any additional things like that, it's because they noticed that there was some reason to be, right? Because every time you undergo another test for these pieces of evidence, it can potentially degrade other things that are there. So in other words, like they would inspect it and look for stains, and those are the things they would test. So I found it interesting that they had reason to test it, although of course it came back negative. It's hard to know, again, because of the elements, but I just found it interesting that because they didn't test everything for seminal fluid. So
Okay. And the next item?
The next item is Q84, which was identified as a laundry bag.
Okay. And
the laundry
That's-
bag.
laundry bag, what test did you run on that?
Laundry bag.
The chemical test for the presence of blood was performed on that item, and it was positive for the possible presence of blood. However, there was insufficient quantity to continue on for a confirmatory test.
That is very
Okay. And
interesting.
did you then take it a step further and try to get DNA?
Yes, sir. DNA typing was attempted on that item. However, there was no DNA typing results obtained.
And and I'm referring to State's Evidence 113. Were you asked to conduct a paternity test for Lee Anthony?
oh boy.
As to Kaylee, being the potential father of Kaylee Anthony.
You may.
Objection.
That is not the question counsel asked, and he darn well knows it.
Oh
If he
boy.
wants to ask this witness whether Mr. Lee Anthony is excluded as the father of
Oh, boy.
Kaylee, that's fine.
Hold on. Look at Judge Belvin's face. Let me back that up a second. His face is glorious. Look at this. I love his faces.
That's fine. That's in the report. More power to him. But that wasn't the question he asked. That wasn't the implication he was trying to leave with this jury. He asked to strike counsel's last question and have the jury, when they return, be instructed to disregard the question.
This is great.
Folks, I will look at the question, but all I'm going to say is this. I don't have a hearing problem.
Oh dear.
And the amplification of questions, objections, I don't need them.
You tell him, Judge
Okay.
Belvin.
I can hear in normal voices.
Based on the STR typing results, the DNA
Oh my God, STR. I'm just having flashbacks to last night with the BK live stream. Sorry. Okay.
obtained from specimen Q18-1, Kaylee Anthony could not have originated from a biological offspring of the individual represented by specimen K9 Lee Anthony.
Has been identified as a stain from fluid from decomposition of a human body. Does your
Objection misstates the facts, Judge.
Overall,
does your test refute that?
Well, I can't
So there he's talking about the stain in the trunk, okay, or on like the spare tire liner thing.
speak to whether or not there was a blood or decomposition fluid present there because my test is negative. So I can't.
All we can say is your test did not.
This is so crazy. So in other words, again, the whole episode is available, but what happened previously to this, right, is whenever, like you remember how like we just saw those snippets of Kaylee's clothing. Those were the only items that did test presumptive positive for blood out of everything, out of all of Casey's clothes, out of the trunk, out of the spare tire cover, the spare tire liner. And now remember when I said you might wonder, well, why does the blood matter? We're gonna talk about that because the only place that tested presumptive positive for blood was on Kaylee's shirt, Kaylee's blanket, and the laundry bag thing. And again, key is that in the trunk and the spare tire liner and all that, no presumptive positive for blood. Now, why does that matter? Okay, because again, you might be thinking, well, why would there be blood? Because remember, the state has been in their theory that there was a body decomposing in the trunk. Okay. And that if a body is decomposing, right? I mean, not to be gross, but like the fluids we've heard a lot about, that includes blood, okay? So that if you've got a body that's decomposing, there should be blood present, even if there was no injury. So what Mr. Ashton is now trying to do on cross is say, well, so you tested that it wasn't presumptive positive for blood, but that doesn't mean there couldn't be other fluids, which is really funny because that's not the question that's not her test that she has. And in fact, they had the people test that and we already heard those results and they were, lacking to say the least. So
Detect whole blood cells.
It didn't react with any type of substance that was present there. Whole blood cells that maybe were, as we talked about, partially broken down. I have nothing.
Let me make sure I'm being accurate about this. They didn't actually test it for decompositional fluid. They tried to weasel around it by testing instead for the smell with the air samples and then testing for chloroform. Bizarre. That's how they tried to suggest decompositional fluid and not test for it.
That would indicate that there was blood contained on those items.
But you indicated it could be decomposed fluid, including decomposed blood that might not react.
Well, the test.
It's the testimony of the witness.
Just
Witness never testified in such a thing.
objection sustained. Rephrase your question.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, does your test indicate that the stain was not the fluid from a decomposing human body, in your opinion?
Based upon my testing results, it's negative, so I can't testify to anything other than the evidence that was there that I tested was negative for the presence of blood, which I can't state anything other than I didn't detect any biological material, blood, or other fluid based upon my results.
It's true, is it not, that you, based upon the history you were given of this tape, would not have expected to find any DNA from the victim on the tape? That's correct, isn't it?
If I may answer without
Sure.
yes or no. The expectation would have been on the sticky side of the tape if it had been, in fact, across the face of the victim. That would.
Well, I hope the jury heard that. I mean, I'm sure they did. That is huge right there. I mean, that goes without saying, like, that's common sense, right? But the way that she said, if it had been, in fact, on the face of the victim.
Right.
Wow.
Would be the possible area where I would expect to find DNA. But again, with the information about where the exposure and length of time.
And the way she said that so matter of fact, right? Like, it's not even a question if it had been on the face of the victim, because it wasn't on the face of the victim.
Expect that there would possibly, the expectation was neither here nor there. It was a test that was performed, but if there was going to be DNA, the expectation would be that it'd be on the underside where cells would be collected on.
But for DNA to survive on an object.
Mr. Ashton's like, so where would you expect to see it? And she's like saying, again, the common sense. Well, on the sticky side, right? If the tape had been on the face, it's odd that we don't, we don't have any DNA there from Kaylee, right? Huh. Well, yeah, again, like she said, if it had been on the face, we should see it. So now he's going to try to get around that and be like, well, hang on, because what about the exposure to the elements?
In a swampy area for 6 months would be unlikely in your experience. Isn't that correct?
The other, yeah, here's the thing.
Your Honor, I believe we have expert testimony.
Here's the thing. No. We have taken a field trip to that area. They have entered a lot of pictures. It is not, to call it swampy is not accurate. It's a wooded area. It's not swampy. It's not a swamp. It's a wooded area. It's grass. You can walk on it. You're not in water. To call it swampy is completely misstating or misrepresenting the evidence entirely.
May I argue the bench? Because
you shouldn't have to do that. If you're the state, you should be able to use the actual facts. They've been doing this over and over. And a great example of where we can see it is because, a lot of those photos we didn't see, rightfully so, of the remains and whatnot. But in terms of a better actually example where you can actually see what that area looked like, if you guys remember back to when one of the forensic anthropologists testified. And I made a joke about it because he called it the tarp thing or whatever. And he was referring to the tent that they put up whenever they do this. Anyway, on the recap, I'll pull that image up.
This is the recap, so we're about to see the image.
Because you can see really well all the investigators out there, and you can see the area, you can see the tent, and they're out there on their hands and knees, sifting through bones and what dirt and whatever, but you can see it. And they're not in water. It's not a swamp.
Here it is. So you can see that's all like grassy weeds, they kind of weed whacked it, but they're not in water, right? They're not in water. They're on foliage or vegetation or whatever the fancy word is. They got buckets sitting there for Pete's sake, right? They got a tent, they got buckets. That's not, unless they're all magicians and they're all floating, right? So that's why I wanted to include this picture in the recap, because he's calling it a swamp to try to, oh God, that's just, y'all, why? Like, it is decidedly not a swamp. Anyway.
Is it your understanding that in the early stages of decomposition, there is blood?
If you think about what's running through our bodies, there's the circulatory system comprised of blood. And so as a body starts to decompose, those fluids are going to start to leak out from the body. So the possibility would exist.
And there's also a possibility that blood would leak onto a carpet of a trunk liner.
Well, within the confinement of a trunk, if a body is placed there and it's slowly going to decompose, all of those fluids are going to start to dissipate into that carpet or the
this is crucial.
Trunk liner, if that is contained within the trunk and the body is just placed there and not contained with any type of protective material, it would just be placed there as such. And
if it is contained in a plastic bag and there is a hole in the plastic bag in the front where you tie it up, could it leak out of that area? Is it possible?
Sure, it's possible.
Okay.
That's Exhibit 313. That's the exhibit that the state tried to hide from the jury. That is looks like a kid's press-on earring. That is what was found at the crime scene. It came stuck on or attached to this piece of cardboard. It was about 10 feet away from the remains.
313.
All right.
Oh, wow. For anyone who's not familiar with like these press-on earrings, let me pull my banner down, or stick-on earrings, as it were. I had these as a kid. This is a good example. I'm trying to find the exact one, but this was from 2008. But this is a good example. So when you look at like, oh my God, when you look at like, not that one, but like these ones. But if you see, so these are press-on earrings or stick-on earrings or whatever, okay? And this is like, I think exactly what they found.
Did you later find out that it was your profile on the duct tape?
I did, and it was.
Okay. Now, when you handled these items of evidence, did you handle them with care?
Yes.
And what precautions did you use when handling these items?
Our normal procedure is to wear gloves, and that is what I did.
And you cannot,
Tell me that's
can you
wrong.
recall a situation where you believe you might have contaminated the duct tape? Or do you have no?
Okay. Well, that's so funny because StreamYard was not messing up the video file. It was doing well. I thought maybe it was fixed, but it just did that thing. So let me back it up a second where I was showing you all the earrings I found. So we were on exhibit 313. It was doing well. Okay, here we go.
Piece of cardboard. It was about 10 feet away from the remains.
313?
All right.
Oh, wow. For anyone who's not familiar with like these press-on earrings,
Let me back it up just a second because it happened really quick. So you can see, so this is a different view. Hold on. There. So you can see it's actually really small because we've been seeing the close-up of it, right? Exhibit 313. So there it is. So now there's that. Now we're going to see the press-on earrings I found.
All right.
oh, wow. For anyone who's not familiar with like these press-on earrings, let me pull my banner down, or stick-on earrings, as it were. I had these as a kid. This is a good example. I'm trying to find the exact one, but this was from 2008. But this is a good example. So when you look at like, oh my God, when you look at like, not that one, but
See what I mean? Yeah.
like these ones.
Or even the little ones.
But if you see, so these are press-on earrings or stick-on earrings or whatever. Okay. And this is like, I think exactly what they found.
Did you later find out that it was your profile on the duct tape?
I did, and it was.
Okay. Now, when you handled these
How did
items of
you handle
evidence,
that?
did you handle them with care?
Yes.
And what precautions did you use when handling these items?
Our normal procedure is to wear gloves, and that is what I did.
Okay. And you cannot,
Tell me that's
can you
wrong.
recall a situation where you believe you might have contaminated the duct tape? Or do you have no?
No, I have no idea how it happened or when
Wow.
in this particular case.
Interesting.
You had no time sneezed on it or anything like that?
No, sir.
And when you scanned these items, were they in protective plastic protectors?
Yes, and looking back at my scanned images, I did notice that they were scanned in their in the glassine, which is a protective plastic.
So that's crazy. It was in a protective plastic thing. And somehow it got her DNA on it.
Okay. And throughout the entire time that you had these items of evidence, you of course exercised great care.
Yes.
You received the tape that was referred to a moment ago, States Exhibit 302, after the latent print unit had already examined it. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
So they had examined it, noted something, processed it, went back, tried to photograph it and find it. They couldn't photograph it and find it. You tried to find it. You couldn't find it either.
That's right.
And so the point of that question is to show that that couldn't have been her DNA that gave that supposed, heart-shaped outline on there because of the order of the chain of custody. Okay, so episode 19, a fight to the death over bug evidence. So this is our next episode, guys. And let me go ahead and add this. So let me just say, here's a little update. For those of you guys who've been following this, hold on. Okay. You may have heard me, well, you would have already even heard me today talk about StreamYard's been having this issue with video files. And I thought they'd fixed it because it went a long time without having an issue towards the end of that video file for the recap. And I had sent them actually a video project of like, here's what it looks like on my end. Here's what happens. And I thought maybe they had fixed it because I was like, wow, it's like been going and it's not been having any issues. I guess I spoke too soon. So here's the thing. I've mentioned a little bit before why I make these video files, right? Because I like to be able to edit out the silence, the long breaks or whatever. I also like to be able to add like the witness at the top. And then I do my little, you guys know I have my little star swoop, right? Whenever it changes back and forth between direct and cross or a new witness and stuff like that. And so what I've done so that I can avoid all those issues, because it doesn't have any issues when you share a screen. It's just when you use a video file. That's what StreamYard's been having lately. So I figured out a way I can make all of this happen using just the Court TV feed, I figured out how to get an extension on Chrome where I can, because y'all know on YouTube you can speed it up and fast forward. And like normally you can't do that on the Court TV archives. So I added something to my browser so I can actually do that. And I have controls. I can skip past the silences. I can speed it up. I can slow it down. And the only other thing missing was then, of course, the witness title. So I've got that fixed with a banner here. And then the only other thing missing would be the star swoop, right, in between witnesses and stuff. So here's what I did. I made a special swoop for this trial. It's not a star swoop, but it's something that might even be better. So here's what we're going to do in lieu of that. We're going to do this. Brand new swoop. Garrus swoop, because we love the canines. So that's what we will have. And here's the thing. On the bright side, because I've not been now editing these video files and exporting them like I've been doing, because it's honestly pointless the way StreamYard's been with these video files. That's why I've actually had, if you guys may have noticed, the time to go live like every day, sometimes twice a day. Because normally I'm trying to split my time between going live, but also editing these video files, which takes a really, really, really long time. That's like the vast majority of what I'm doing. So when I'm not teaching and working. So I think actually it kind of in a way worked out for in a way there, because now again, I'm like, I figured out a way I can do this for you guys, but also it's freed up a lot of time and I can go live and cover all the different cases I'm trying to cover. And so, yeah. So anyway, okay. That being said, we are now into this new, our new and hopefully improved situation. At least there shouldn't be glitches like we've been having with the video files. I mean, that's for sure. So, all right. So on to day 20, we are on defense witness number 8. This is their first actual hired expert, Tim Huntington.
My name is Dr. Timothy Eugene Huntington, Huntington.
You may proceed.
Please the court.
I bet
Mr. Ashton.
I can.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, cool. So I can even do closed captioning now. I can't move that, but you know what? It works there with the ticker, doesn't it? Wow, cool. Okay, let's just see how this goes. Maybe I'll leave closed captioning.
Good morning, Dr. Huntington.
Good morning.
Before we begin, do you have a cheat sheet for the court reporter?
Yes, I do.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Just make sure it won't let me move it. This is spring chicken.
Sir, what is your occupation?
Yeah, I
I'm
can't.
an assistant professor of biology at Concordia University in Seward, Nebraska, and I'm a forensic entomology consultant.
You can.
And what does that mean exactly?
A forensic entomology consultant is a professional entomologist who advises law enforcement defense attorneys, basically anyone who needs extra explanation of entomological or insect evidence.
And how long have you been doing this?
I've been doing this since 2002.
Well, spring.
And what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from Concordia University. I have a Master's of Science degree in entomology from the University of Nebraska in Lincoln, and a PhD in entomology at the University of Nebraska in Lincoln. Yes, ma'am. I have a PhD in entomology from the University of Nebraska Lincoln.
Spelled entomology wrong.
One of the things that I will ask you to do is if you can slow it down a bit. The court reporter is taking everything you're saying.
Yes.
And some of these words are a bit tough to spell out, I'm sure.
No problem. I apologize.
Okay. Now, sir, have you received any specialized training in the field of entomology?
My guess is yes.
Yes, I have. My entire focus in entomology has been forensic entomology, the use of insects as evidence. I've received extensive training from various board-certified forensic entomologists in the field. I'm also a certified diplomate of the American Board of Forensic Entomology.
Let me stop you there. Are you board certified as an entomologist, and by whom?
I am. I'm certified by the American Board of Forensic Entomology.
You know, they love this board certified. So one thing I will say about him, the spring chicken, as I'm calling him, he, if you guys remember, the state's forensic entomologist expert was Dr. Neil Haskell. He was the guy who really just was like, I think the jury was tuning him out most of the time. He seemed kind of very full of himself, if you guys recall. And he was the one who had the whole trash and garbage contradictions. He was older. Anyway, we're going to learn, but I'll just go ahead and tell you because I think it's interesting to give you guys context for what it's like for this witness. This witness was Dr. Haskell's student at some point, studied under him. Now, just as qualified, but studied under him because Dr. Haskell's like, probably 30 years older than this dude, maybe more. And this witness knows that, okay? Because remember, if you bring in another expert, they're going to look at the other expert's findings and say, well, I don't agree with this or whatever, right? So this witness knows that his former, I guess, professor or whatever was the state's expert. But so far, that's not come out, as you guys have heard. The jury doesn't know that yet. And I don't remember if they do learn it, but it does become a point of contention. There's a lot of, when I say a point of contention, this is a very contentious witness. Mr. Ashton has, to quote Phil Waters, who comes on SDS all the time, especially on Fridays, Mr. Ashton has his panties in a wad. And like I said earlier, Mr. Ashton woke up on this day and chose violence. I will tell you, this is so spicy, even though it's bugs.
And the American Board of Forensic Entomology is the only certifying agency in the world for forensic entomology.
How many board certified entomologists are there in the country?
The American Board of Forensic Entomology currently has 15 members.
Well, there you go. So even if it wasn't Dr. Haskell, they all know each other. There's only 15 people. That's insane.
And have you written any topics or written any papers or in journals as in the field of forensic entomology?
Yes, I have. I have several publications in peer-reviewed literature. I've also published several book chapters on the field of forensic entomology, as well as popular or non-peer-reviewed papers as well.
And and have you also conducted studies in the field of forensic entomology?
Absolutely. Since I was an undergraduate, actually, was my first study in forensic entomology and carrion decomposition and the insects that are associated with it. As I said,
I love that the closed captionings, even though this is from 2011, they could have maybe gone back and edited it. They're about as spot on as they usually are. But I wanted to just say, for anyone who hasn't watched any of the Shanna Gardner coverage, you guys would be pleasantly surprised because Mr. Baez hasn't changed today. It is amazing. Like, yeah. Just saying.
Earlier, my entire graduate school career was focusing on decomposition in forensic entomology, as well as since then as well.
Do you also work with law enforcement?
I do. I consult as an expert with law enforcement routinely. In fact, most of my casework comes from law enforcement.
Incredible, right?
He's
like such a spring chicken, but like he must just be a lot older than he looks.
A reserve deputy sheriff at the Seward County Sheriff's Office.
Oh, wow. Oh, and there's the first objection drew the first objection. Mr. Ashton didn't like that let me see if I can back that up because of my thing I added. Will it work? Cool. Awesome. Yes.
Routine.
Sorry, I'm just really pleasantly surprised because it took a lot for me to figure out how I could, manipulate, rewind, do the normal YouTube things. It took a lot to figure out how to do this through the Court TV archives because it's not part of it. And that worked. So I'm very happy about that.
In fact, most of my casework comes from law enforcement. I'm also a reserve deputy sheriff at the Seward County Sheriff's Office.
Oh my God, stop it. Objection bolstering? Stop it. Stop it.
Disregard the last statement.
Really? Really?
Now, have you received any honors and awards in the field of forensic entomology?
Specifically in forensic entomology, no, because as far as I know, there aren't any. Although I have received a number of awards from the entomology.
You know what's funny though? He said he was a volunteer deputy sheriff. Does that remind you guys of anybody if you guys watch The Office? Because that's what Dwight was, a volunteer. Oh, that's really funny. Because he would always bring that up, like, I'm a volunteer sheriff's deputy, and they would always tease him about it. Oh my God, that's so funny. That is so funny. That's really funny.
Entomological Society of America, as well as the University of Nebraska, in reference to my teaching as well as research.
How many times have you consulted as a forensic entomologist for law enforcement?
For law enforcement, I believe.
Overall.
What?
For the law enforcement side, I believe.
See what I'm saying? We're getting to his basic qualifications. They ask every single expert, and we're at the second objection. I wasn't kidding, you guys.
It's around 65 times. Most of those are going to be death investigations. The majority of those homicides.
And do you normally go out to scenes? Is that part of your assignment, or do you just get material sent to you at the laboratory, or both?
Whenever possible, I like to go to the scene. It's better if someone who knows specifically what they're doing can be there to collect the evidence. So, for example, if I'm relying on someone else to send me samples. I
Ah.
don't know for sure that they really knew what they were looking for and that they actually got all of the evidence. If I'm there, I know what I'm looking for. I like to collect my own evidence. That way I can see everything in context as well. Most of the time,
So basically, he's a control freak about bugs. Makes sense.
in Nebraska and Iowa and even Missouri, I've traveled to the scenes to collect my own evidence.
Well done, Candace. Bears, Beets, Battlestar Galactica. By the way, quick little side note. When one of the bands I was in college, we were called the Sea Monsters, like the letter C and then the word monsters. And every time we did a show, we had like a little thing we would do. I guess it was kind of like an opening, but this is back when The Office was relatively new and before it was even like mainstream or whatever, because this was a long time ago. But it was like back when like season 1 or season 2 or something like had just come out of the US Office. And anyway, but we would always play the Office theme song. and it was super fun. Just saying, love The Office.
Outside of that, it gets sent to me. And have you lectured on the
And
topic?
by the way, I'm not going to get started because I could probably quote every single episode verbatim for all like at least the first 5 seasons. So I'm just going to stop myself now before I do that.
Forensic entomology.
Yes, sir. I've done a number of invited presentations to a number of different agencies. I've traveled outside the country to do that. I also taught a class, currently still teach a class at the University of Nebraska. I'm an adjunct professor there, and I teach a class on forensic entomology. I also lecture on it extensively in my own classes. All
right, let's play a game. How long do you think before the next objection? How long do you think before the next objection? How do we want to say how many questions? How do we want to do this? We can make this a game for this witness, because this will be fun. Do we want to go by how many more questions, or do we want to do like a timer? How do you guys want to do it? 6 questions or 6 seconds? That's awesome, Candace. Has a friend in Korea who learned English from watching The Office. Awesome. I bet one of the first phrases that he or she learned was "That's what she said." By the way, if anyone missed it, I have that on the even on the Brian Koberger thumbnail from last night, I think it is. If you guys look at the bottom, it says this really shouldn't be this hard, and then like in parentheses, that's what she said. It's on the thumbnail. We're talking about IgG. So okay, Blackwitter says 6 sentences. Okay, 6 sentences. All right, 6 sentences. So 6 sentences from the witness. I think that's a good guess. I think it could be even sooner. I feel like it's going to be quickly approaching.
Forensic science classes that I teach at Concordia, as well as the entomology classes and even zoology classes. The students like to hear about it.
And
The students like to hear about it. Surprised it didn't get an
do
injection.
you belong to any professional organizations?
Yes, I do. As I said, I'm a diplomate of the American Board of Forensic Entomology.
What does that mean?
Too.
A diplomate is the highest level of membership in the board. There are currently 2 levels. There is the member level and then the diplomate level. The qualifications are different. To be a diplomate, you have to submit more case studies. You have to have a higher level of education, more publications, things of that nature. I actually joined the board as a member. At the time that I joined, I was the
I'm
second.
pausing real quick. I'm trying to count the sentences, but it's kind of hard because sometimes it's not quite clear where he's stopping. But I'm at 5 right now, the way I'm counting.
Second person to actually join as a member. You have to submit case studies to show that you're an expert in the field or that you've worked in the field. You have to submit publications. You have to take an exam, which takes about 12 hours.
One coming.
It's a lab practical, a written exam, and then a case study exam. At the time that I joined, as I said, I was the second member to actually join.
Excuse me. Objection.
There it is, Blackwitter. You were close. By my count, I got 8 sentences. I saw it coming as soon as he said he was like the second member to ever join or whatever. I was like, oh no, here it comes. Here it comes. Oh, this is so fucking funny. Oh, that's wild. I can't even relate to that because, of course, violin fingers. I've never had anything on my fingernails. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Yeah. So we got by my count 8 sentences in, and now we got our objection. So good job, Blackwitter. Is he going to approach over that?
Objection overruled. May continue.
Oh my.
Dr. Huntington, I believe we left off with your You were talking about being a.
So let's come up with a system. I agree. We need to do that because this is going to be really funny for this witness. So maybe the easier way to do it would be counting the questions, because usually, you know, with an expert witness, right, sometimes the responses are really lengthy, and there's fewer questions. Like with a lay witness, it could be the opposite, but here usually the questions are fewer. So maybe to count the number of questions from Mr. Baez would be the easier way. Let me know, guys, if you have another suggestion, though. Oh, that's so funny. Your first false nails and probably your last. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess the only other, actually, I take it back. The one time that I've had, like, I guess you could say false nails, but not. So for playing guitar, when I was playing like a lot of guitar, I did have to put, but it wasn't for style and it wasn't the gel. It was like acrylic nails, but I only put it on like my 3 specific fingers on my right hand. And then I cut them into a certain shape. In other words, they didn't look good. It was for functionality, because I was playing so much guitar that my own fingernails were like getting ripped off my hand. I was like bleeding everywhere. So I had to like, I started out with like, what can I use to put on my fingers? And then I was like, oh, I guess I could actually get fake nails and like super glue them on and then like cut them. And anyway, so similar but different, but yeah, it was an adjustment anyway. But yeah, anything that was, if they're long, I couldn't, that would be weird. Like, I don't know. I always see people like that with the long nails. I'm like, how do you pick things up? How do you type? I can't relate to that. Because I'm used to having short nails. So yeah, way too much trouble. Yeah. So yeah, so let me know if you guys have any other suggestions. We'll kind of see how it goes if we count the questions from Mr. Baez.
Diplomate at the, for the
I'll do another
American Board of Forensic Entomology.
Yes, sir. What I was going to say is I'm the only person who became a diplomate after being a member. The vast majority of the board, currently 13 of the members of the board, started as a diplomate. It was only recently that they allowed people to test for membership into the board. And so I'm the first person to move from one membership category to the next.
Okay. Have you been testified as an expert witness in the field of forensic entomology?
Yes, I have.
How many times and where?
Approximately 8 times. Those have mostly been in Nebraska, as well as Colorado and Florida, testifying in it through deposition, I guess.
At this time, Your Honor, I would move to have Dr. Huntington admitted as an expert in the field of forensic entomology.
What says the state?
No objection.
That'll restart our question
Ladies and
counter.
gentlemen of the jury, the doctor will be.
That'll restart our question counter. I'm trying to think of a better way to do this. I'm wondering if, I wish I could have it up there and change the number without taking it down, but that's not, that's like some wizardry that it would take. I'll see if I can think of another way to do it so it's not, unless this works for you guys, but that'll restart our counter because they're admitting he's an expert.
Be accepted as an expert witness in the area attended. You may continue.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Huntington, how did you get involved in this case?
I received a phone call from Linda Kenny Bodden on, I believe it was December 11th of 2008, asking me if I would be involved in this case. She said that there was.
Let's not talk about what she said.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. And then did you?
You know, I have another idea. We could do it this way. We could do, let me actually, hold on. I'm trying to think. This is important. Let me do this. I'm going to put it on here and I'm going to put an objection counter on the ticker. And what I'll do is I'll count the objections and then separately I'll tally the number of questions between them and add it to there periodically. But so far we've had 3 objections. So I'll go ahead and put 3 objections on the objection counter. This is going to be really funny though. Okay, let's see how this goes. Okay.
Who at that time come down to Florida immediately?
I flew down, I believe it was the 13th because it was this Saturday. And I got the phone call on a Thursday night.
Okay. And what information were you given to review in this case? And let's start off what you started with and then progress from there.
Okay. The evidence that I received, beginning with, I believe the first thing I received was.
I'll be updating. What I'll do is I'll be updating the question counter banner and I'll show it when there's an objection so you guys can see the questions in between. That'll work. That way it's not too much going on the screen.
It's the entomology reports from the state expert, Dr. Neil Haskell. Later, I came to Florida, reviewed some of the evidence there in-house at the Orange County Sheriff's Office, insect evidence collected from the scene, as well as from the trash bag in the trunk of the car. I viewed the car itself. I was later sent a box of insect material. That was the majority of what Dr. Haskell had looked at in making his opinions.
Okay. Now, when you say the majority, was that because he was given later on some vacuum sweepings that came later on in the case?
Yes, there were some sweepings that were recovered from the trunk liner of the vehicle, is my understanding. I haven't received those to look at them, but I have received Dr. Haskell's report on those.
So you're aware of what species identifications there were and how many?
Yes, I am.
One
Insects.
blowfly
Okay.
leg. One leg.
Explain to us, if you can, how entomology is important and how is it a science? How does it work?
Okay. Well, entomology, the study of insects, is an incredibly diverse field. The vast majority of the entomologists that you probably see at universities, especially in agricultural states like Nebraska, Iowa, Florida, are going to deal with agricultural insects, things that attack the food that we eat. There are many of those. The other entomologists that you might run across are going to work in the field of urban entomology, so looking at cockroaches, bed bugs, which are a big problem now, things of that nature. Forensic entomology, and specifically what's known as the subdiscipline of medical criminal entomology, deals with insects primarily and bodies, insects and dead people.
I will say, I think his testimony is way more helpful than Dr. Haskell's, because he's explaining this in a way that is relatable for a jury. I feel like none of this came out from Dr. Haskell. The way Dr. Haskell talked about it, it was just like, I don't know, really just, it didn't translate to me anyway. I feel like his explanation is just a lot clearer. We see this with witnesses all the time. Some experts are really good at communicating to the jury. Others might be smart, but they just aren't as good at communicating to the jury or explaining things. I think he's very clear and very articulate.
Although that can be expanded to include cases where the insects have infested the person while they're alive.
And
I do cases in those in that nature as well.
Ew.
If you could slow down just a little bit, I want to make sure the court reporter is catching everything you say.
Okay. The field of forensic entomology deals primarily with estimating the time of death. In cases where a body has sat undiscovered for some period of time, naturally, all bodies sit undiscovered for some period of time. It's very uncommon for a law enforcement officer, for example, to be standing there when somebody dies or is killed. So forensic entomology deals with that estimation of the time of death when some period of discovery has elapsed. We refer to that in forensic entomology as the postmortem interval, which means the time interval between death and discovery of those remains. The reason insects are important is because insects discover dead bodies very, very quickly.
Oh my God. So I was just saying, we've heard that. We have heard post-mortem interval during the state's case in chief. I don't know how many times. I'll be honest. I never really knew what it meant. I was just like in my head, it was just like a joke, because we've heard it so many bazillion times. He's the first person to explain that. He's the first person to explain that. And we've heard, I don't even know, countless witnesses talk about the post-mortem interval, especially Dr. Vass, I think, was maybe the first. That was ages ago. So the post-mortem interval, oh my God, that makes so much sense though. It's the time that elapsed between death and discovery. Now, this makes so much sense as to what he's about to say, why the bugs matter, right? Because like he said, a law enforcement officer is more than likely not going to be there when somebody dies, right? So the next best thing, if you're trying to determine, this makes so much sense logically, the post-mortem interval, right? Time between death and discovery. Who's going to discover the body first? Well, the bugs are. So they're your substitute law enforcement officers, basically.
Because they will colonize a dead human the same way they do any other dead animal.
Right.
We've all seen roadkill sitting on the side of the road and you see little green and blue flies buzzing around it. Those flies are the same ones that are attracted to a dead human body. The insects treat it the exact same way. Or if you've ever let hamburgers sit out, when you're grilling or something like that, the flies come into it same way. So those insects are attracted to the dead body to lay eggs. They lay eggs. Those eggs hatch out into their maggots, which are just larval insects.
Let me stop you there if I can. Would it assist you to draw out some of the...
Of course. Brilliant. Brilliant. Look at this. Even though the testimony is so much more clear than with Dr. Haskell, get him drawing. He does this with everybody. You guys have heard me say this. I think this is brilliant. I've never seen an attorney in any trial utilize this as much as he does, where he, simply takes the time to, he has to, why don't other people do it? I don't know. You have to go get the easel and carry it over. Maybe that's why. I don't know. Sometimes you have to ask for a lavalier mic. It's not that much of a hassle considering the difference in the testimony, but he does this, and I don't know why other people want to do it more.
I guess the progression that explains the PMI.
Draw
I
that
think it would.
out.
Okay. May the witness stand down, Your Honor?
Okay, needs a lavalier mic though, so everybody will be able to
There it is, the lavalier mic. Yep.
hear.
I've got it right.
Get him on the mic.
Okay, Dr. Huntington, I'll give you multiple colors in case you need to make different points.
Multiple colored markers. Love it.
Yes, I think so. Everyone here.
Okay, I'm going to try not to bore you with this.
This is great. The thing is, like I said, a jury listens more. Now he's in front of the jury again. This is such a difference, right? Now instead of testifying, he's teaching. I said the same thing with the other lady who was on the recap. It's the same thing. If you get someone who's even testified, like that lady from the FBI has done this a bazillion times, right? She had the testimony like memorized. But as soon as you got her off the stand and got her drawing, it changed. And now they're teaching what they know. It's just so different. I appreciate this as a teacher.
Insects come in several different categories, and not to get too detailed, but flies are the main insects that we're talking about in this particular example.
Here's the art.
Go through what's called complete metamorphosis. You all learned this in second grade or kindergarten or something. Most people forget about it. But complete metamorphosis is analogous to the butterflies. Okay, if you know anything about butterflies or similar insects, they start out as eggs. Those eggs hatch out into larvae, which in the case of flies, we call them maggots. They're really just baby flies.
Okay, I learned something new. Maggots are baby flies. Thank you, sir.
The maggots start out small, same way that a butterfly starts out, a caterpillar starts out small, and they eat, and that's their sole function. They eat. As this first stage larva. Can
you write a little bit bigger?
Sorry. I was gonna say, can you make it bigger? That's what she said.
I'll try.
Let's try it again. That's pretty small.
Courtroom budget, right?
Better? Okay. These eggs hatch out into maggots, which are baby flies.
I think the eggs are the larvae. I don't even know. Y'all. I think the eggs are the larva. Or how do you say? How do I not remember how to say that word? Anyway, and then he's saying they hatch out into the baby flies, which I think are the maggots. Maggots are the baby flies. He's saying. Don't make fun of me for not knowing how to say this word.
And those first stage larvae, the first stage maggot,
thank you, sir.
Starts to feed.
Oh, so he does say it like it's synonymous. Okay, larvae. So eggs. Okay, I'm correcting this. So sorry about the pause on his tongue there. But yeah, so the eggs are the eggs, and then the larvae and maggots are the synonymous with each other and synonymous with baby flies. Learning.
Insects are arthropods, and
what does that mean?
An arthropod is a phylum of animals that has an exoskeleton. The word arthropod literally means jointed foot. The way that I explain it to my students is, if you want to know what an arthropod is, if you find it in the ocean, you'll pay a lot of money to eat it. If you find it on the land, you want to step on it. So there are insects.
That's brilliant. You can tell he's a teacher. Like I said, get him. The way I explain it to my students, see, now he's in teaching mode. This is so great. Great. The last thing you want to do is have someone who is a gifted teacher and have them testify like they're an expert witness when they could be teaching, right?
Spiders, ticks, and then crustaceans like lobsters, crabs, things of that nature. That exoskeleton, the skeleton is on the outside of their body. And what that means is they can't get bigger without breaking out of that exoskeleton. If you've ever seen cicadas, I don't know if you have problems with periodic cicadas in Florida. Cicadas, when they emerge out of the ground, you'll find their little shells of the nymph cicadas around the base of trees. And people find them, and that's where the adult cicada comes from. And what they're doing is it goes a process of molting their exoskeleton. They crawl out of it, sort of similar to the way a snake crawls out of its skin to get bigger. Okay, it's bound by that skin. In this case, the insects are bound by their skeleton. When they do that, they they'll crawl out of their exoskeleton and they get bigger, okay? In the case of maggots and caterpillars and other complete metamorphosis insects, this isn't exactly the scale, but they're going to turn into what we would call a second stage. I apologize for the stain to my wording. Not used to using it.
Well, things wobbling.
They get a little bit bigger. In the case of maggots, particularly the maggots that we find associated with dead bodies, it's very easy to tell one stage from the next because they have external, what we call morphological characteristics that allow you to look at them very easily staged on.
Look at this lovely camera pan of his diagrams.
Let me stop you here. What happens once they break out of this shell? Where does that go, or what?
The exoskeleton is left behind. In the case of maggots, and caterpillars and other soft body larvae, it's relatively flimsy. It has a tendency to dissolve in their feeding, or it simply shrivels up and it's so small you don't really see it. But it is left behind.
So are those of any evidentiary value?
They can be, because if you find maggots in a particular stage, and then you're able to find the shed exoskeletons of a previous stage, it can be indicative of a very close timing in that stage transition.
That makes sense.
Meaning that it's been a recent change from, say, first to second stage, or in etymological terms, instar, which is slightly different.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
Second stage maggots continue to feed.
Look at how excited he is. Such a difference, though, because Dr. Haskell was so much all about himself. Like, dude, he was talking at the jury. And again, I was like, this is just, I was joking about it at the time because I'm like, the jury is not catching any of this. They are not with you, sir. But look at the difference here, right? This is so engaging. Like, I feel like I'm learning, which is great. I love learning.
Well, get a little bit bigger. They turn into the third stage maggots.
That's awesome.
The reason this is important is because the fly.
No, sounds like a horror movie.
Flies that we're talking about here go through 3 stages of development. Okay, 3 stages of maggots.
3 stage of the maggots, flies, whatever.
When I explain this to workshops and things, I usually refer
I feel an objection coming soon. What do you guys think?
to these as grade school maggots, middle school maggots, and high school maggots. These third stage maggots are going to be the last maggot stage, okay, the last caterpillar stage, if you will.
We're at question number 7, because like I said, remember, the explanations are a lot longer than the questions. I feel in my bones like might be an objection soon.
And when they finish feeding, they need to change into an adult, okay? And just like butterflies, who also go through this complete metamorphosis, they will pupate, okay? And the pupation, the cocoon stage of fly happens within a structure. I apologize for using the term.
Another
Yeah,
page.
let's look over. Takes place in a structure which is called the puparium.
Puparium. Look at his handwriting. Love it.
So when you say pupate, are you meaning they have to go into a cocoon?
It's the cocoon stage or the chrysalis stage. In the case of these types of flies, this is actually the exoskeleton of that third stage maggot. Inside of this,
Sorry, you guys, I'm sure don't know the band Mars Volta, but every time he says exoskeleton, I can only think of a specific song. Anyway, it's just in my head, like exoskeleton, dun, 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 boom, 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 boom. Anyway, I'm sure no one knows that band, but they're one of my favorite bands.
they're changing into an adult fly, okay? And just like a butterfly turns into a butterfly inside of their chrysalis, it's the same analogy. Once that transformation is complete, the adult fly is going to emerge out of this, okay? The ends pop open, they wiggle their way out, they're soft and squishy, just like a butterfly is when it comes out of the cocoon. They take some time to harden their exoskeleton, to flex out their wings and let them dry, and then they fly away and do their fly business.
Their fly business. Yes, sir. Yes, they do their fly business. That reminds me so much of chicken business. Like Alex Murdoch saying on the witness stand there, what did he say? It goes about its chicken life or whatever. It's like when he's talking about how the chickens usually come back, he's like, yeah, and it just goes about its chicken. He might even say chicken business, or they do what chickens do, or they have their chicken life or something like that. Anyway, Shout out to the fly business.
I'm sorry, go ahead. While these instars are going on, does this all happen in the same place, or do they go places, or what is the,
Depending,
they stay all where, I guess where the body is, when someone passes away?
depending on the species, and there are thousands of species of flies that go through this transformation, so there's always exceptions to every rule. Depending on the species, most of them that we deal with in forensic entomology that we find associated with dead bodies will actually crawl away from their food source. This has all kinds of fantastic ecological implications. The main reason that we understand that they do this is because they've gone from a stage that's crawling around and feeding and a very active, energetic phase to what is essentially a dormant phase. Okay, they've locked themselves into this sealed little chamber. They can't fend for themselves. They can't run away.
Also, just pointing out, he's wearing a three-piece suit.
And there are lots and lots of insects and other animals out there that will happily eat these little guys. So by crawling away from a food source, say, in this case, a decomposing body, they get away from it, hoping, I don't know if that may be humanizing them too much, they crawl away from it.
Y'all know he thinks of bugs as humans, right? I mean, that's obvious. They're like his friends.
To prevent other insects, other animals from coming along and eating them. Because if they can hide away from the food source,
that makes sense.
The chances of something coming along, finding them and eating them is reduced.
That makes sense. And again, that was never explained at all by Dr. Haskell, but that makes sense. I remember him saying something about an energetic phase, and that's literally all I caught from Dr. Haskell. But that makes sense. He's like, they don't want to die by getting eaten, so they have to go away.
So it's a self-preservation.
Self-preservation.
Yeah.
And how far do they go away from the actual food source?
It depends on the species. It depends on the environment. When I teach workshops on how to collect these types of evidence,
I feel it coming.
I tell CSIs and officers to look at least 30 feet away because they will happily crawl 30, 40, 50 feet. I've recovered them 60 feet away from the site of the body. I know of cases where they've crawled hundreds of feet. It depends on what they're crawling over. If, for example, we had a pile of maggots here in the center of the courtroom, which I'm not planning on doing, by the way, we could watch them crawl to the corners of the courtroom, out the door, because there's nothing for them to pupate on here. There's no places, good places for them to hide. If you're in a scenario where you're outdoors, there's lots of nooks and crannies for them to crawl into. They may not need to go that far. They may go as little as 10 feet.
So it all depends on the environment.
Depends on the environment.
Interesting.
All right, are you pretty much done explaining how? Now, let me ask you this, because I don't think this was summed up. How does this tell you how long a person has been deceased?
Okay, we can leave it here, that's fine. The insects are cold-blooded.
Right? I know, right? Black Widow says she kind of wants to marry him. Candace says same. I know, he's great. He's great. I agree, guys. I agree.
And all organisms, even humans, are dependent on temperature. Temperature determines their development rates. Everybody knows it takes 9 months to grow a baby. The reason it takes 9 months to grow a baby.
Well, guys, there you go. He knows how long it takes to grow a baby.
For human is because we keep the same body temperature. Insects are cold-blooded, so their temperature fluctuates with the environment. We know the rates of development for various species, and we know that.
I have an objection.
There it is. Yay, we win. All right, we made it 12 questions. So what I will do is I'll reset the counter and I'll write down, and I'll write this, and we can do the math at the end. I'll write down 12, and then I'll reset my counter and add, look at mystery and verdict. Oh my God. All right, we got an injection. I think this might be one of the many proffers. We'll see.
Yes.
Cool. All right, let's fix this.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a brief legal matter we need to pick up outside of your presence. I'm going to ask that you step outside, and we'll get back with you as soon as possible.
You know what this is? You know what this is? Garrus swoop in lieu of the star.
You may.
Dr. Huntington, you did not conduct a postmortem interval in this case, did you?
A postmortem interval estimation?
Yes, estimation.
That's correct.
Okay. And neither did Dr. Haskell.
Dr. Haskell didn't necessarily conduct a specific PMI estimation. He did, however, say that it was consistent with such and such date, which, depending on how you interpret the PMI estimation.
Okay. Now, on July 16, 2008, there were items of evidence collected. Could it have been possible to make a determination at that time about about a postmortem interval as it relates to the maggots found in the trunk of the car?
The maggots from the trunk of the car, if you assume they were associated with a body, then yes, you could have made a postmortem interval estimation.
Boy.
Was it done in this case?
No.
Oh.
Are there any other opinions that you plan on, or I mean, I guess, are there any other topics that you, sorry, Judge, is that all you plan to testify on that topic, or is there more on the postmortem interval?
With regards to postmortem,
another case is just a recent one that comes to mind, Sarah Boone, right? Remember, they can't offer, and in this case, it's not like it would be a new opinion, right? It just depends on, sometimes when you ask a question, you don't know what the answer is going to be. You know what I mean? Like you get more information than maybe you thought they're going to give, right? Because you don't know everything that's inside their brains. They're smart. He's smart. He has a lot of information in his brain. So, but remember the whole thing, like if he says something that Mr. Ashton is like, oh, that's a new opinion, then we've got problems. That's why he's asking these questions.
mortem interval, no, that should be sufficient.
Okay, no further questions, Judge.
Just a minute.
Oh boy, here comes Mr. Ashton.
When you say that a postmortem interval could have been done, under what circumstances?
Again, with the maggots from the trash bag from the trunk, if you assume that they were associated with a body,
I will tell you
rather that they came from a human.
Y'all are gonna hate him on cross, Mr. Ashton. I mean, because he tries to literally slaughter this young spring chicken expert like you will not even believe. It is crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, you don't. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Human body, then you could have estimated how long ago those eggs were laid, which would coincide with the time of death or an approximate time of death.
Why weren't you able to do that based on looking at the evidence that was collected?
Looking at the evidence that was collected, for me, I could not make that assumption. For me, there's no reason to assume that those maggots came from a human body.
But if you did make that assumption, then you could make a PMI.
If you make that assumption, yes.
Okay, well, make that assumption.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. Okay, I don't have any other questions.
Okay. Any additional argument, Mr. Ashton, as to whether or not that violates the court order?
No, Your Honor, and actually, since I now know that it's about the car, then I really have no objection because the car is discussed. I thought from counsel he was going to talk about the scene. At least that's what I thought I heard him say. So now that I know it's the car, yes, that is covered in the report, and we did discuss the car. So I don't have a problem with that. I apologize if it was my misunderstanding, but I thought I heard counsel say it was the scene. So
There was another area that y'all had some slight disagreement on at the bench, dealt with some questions about the scene. So let's take care of those now rather than.
I think we have counsel has. I spoke to counsel, and we've agreed that he's not going to try to go into the issue of whether they were permitted access to the scene. It's not going to be an issue. So
Correct. We're not going to discuss that.
Okay.
Any
other matters we need to take up? I think it may be a good time take a short break for the participants. Any other things we need to take up?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay.
no, sir.
Now, one of the things, Mr. Baez, did you file Dr. Huntington's report?
I believe I did.
Okay.
Yes, sir. When we had this would have been way back when we had the order requesting all the reports. I'm quite certain. If not, I can provide the court with another copy.
If you file it, it's here.
Okay. May we be excused until what time, sir?
I want 5 or 10 minutes, you tell me.
5 minutes, maybe.
10 minutes, maybe a little better.
10 minutes would be better? Yes, okay. All right.
Thank you.
5 past the hour.
Council approach at sidebar with court reporter.
10 start, so, okay. Okay, state recognized presence of the jury. Defense?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, Mr. Baez, you may proceed, sir.
Yes, sir. May the witness stand down, Your Honor.
Yes, sir, you may stand down.
Okay, Dr. Huntington, I think where we left off was I was asking you how does all of this tell you how long a person has been deceased?
Okay. As I mentioned, it all has to do with temperature. So I'll try not to rehash that now. Because insects are cold-blooded, their rate is dependent on temperature, like everything else. And if you know the stage that the insects are in, if you know the rate of their development, and you know the temperatures that they experience during development, it's a simple mathematical equation that you plug in, and it tells you how old they are. It's the same concept if you have any familiarity with degree days used in farming. Farmers will use the degree day concept to figure out when to apply certain herbicides or pesticides, when their crops are going to be at certain stages. I apologize. It's the same as when a farmer who uses the degree day concept to predict when to apply certain pesticides or herbicides, when the plants are going to be at certain stages, and also when certain insects are going to be present in their crops. It's the same concept, slightly different group of insects.
So if I understand you add up the temperature with the size of the different shells, or I'm still not getting it.
It doesn't necessarily have to do anything with size. The size of a maggot or the size of a juvenile insect, a larva, has everything to do with how much they've eaten. It doesn't really have to do with how old they are. The stages, however, are temperature dependent and depend on how old they are. So for example, if we have a first stage maggot, okay, that's a maggot that is hatched from an egg. And if we know that, say at 70 degrees Fahrenheit, it takes approximately 8 hours for that egg to hatch, then we know that at 70 degrees Fahrenheit, it has been 8 hours at least since those eggs were laid. When we do this in a legal setting or a experimental setting, or really anything to do with prediction, what we will do, and we being forensic entomologists, is we will take the daytime temperatures or the daily temperatures, the average daily temperature or the hourly temperature, depending on the data that are available. And we will add those up, tally those towards a number of accumulated degree days, is the term that we use, that is necessary for the stage transitions. It does get a little bit more complicated than that, but I'm trying to keep it.
No, we don't need to go there.
Okay.
Okay. So are you saying it's basically a mathematical computation between the temperature of the certain days and the stages that the maggots are actually in?
Yes, sir. If I may.
Sure.
There are really three things that a forensic entomologist needs to estimate how old an insect is. The first.
Wow, this is very helpful.
Is the stage. It gets hard to write on the edge.
That's species.
That's supposed to be species. I apologize for my handwriting. Stage and species of the sample. The species is important because every species of insect has a different developmental rate. Okay, the same way that if you have dogs and cats, they grow at different rates. Okay, the stage is important because that gives us that snapshot in time where they are on their developmental cycle, as I drew out earlier. The second thing we need, and these are really in no particular order, are the developmental rates. These are experimentally constructed using known temperatures, known samples of insects, So we know how old they are, we know how long they've been there, we know what temperature they're developing at, et cetera. And we construct what's called a growth curve or a growth chart. And these are published throughout the entomological literature. This is what I did my master's degree research on a particular species of fly. The third thing we need are the temperatures.
Where do you get those?
Those temperatures, the temperatures that we're interested in are the temperatures that the insects experienced during development. Now, in the case of forensic entomology, it is very rare, although I'm aware of at least one case where it's happened, for someone to die next to a weather station. Okay, those are going to be the places that you record those data from, the temperature data. What forensic entomologists will do, what I do, is we look for a data recording weather station. Those are maintained by the National Weather Service. Golf courses have them, homeowners will have them, universities will have them, et cetera. They record the daily temperature, the hourly temperatures, sometimes even to the minute temperatures. Those are generally going to be some distance away from the location that the insects are recovered from. Okay, so everybody's experienced this idea that, you know, in one part of town it's a certain temperature or a certain weather activity, rain or what have you. Another part of the town it's cooler, it's not raining, it's sunny, these sorts of things. And so what we do is we compare the scene location to that recording weather station. What I like to do is I will put a recording temperature device called a thermocouple at the scene. After the evidence is recovered, it will log those temperatures for several days, 3 or 4 days, depending on the scenario. And then you can compare those temperatures to the weather station temperatures, okay?
Wow.
Once you have that, by running what's called a regression analysis, you can see, okay, the scene temperatures are on average 5 degrees warmer, 2 degrees cooler, what have you. And then you can adjust the weather station data to get a more accurate reading.
Okay. Now, when you do these experiments and and in the study of entomology, you don't use actual.
You didn't even talk about the weather or anything like that with Dr. Haskell. Look, Mystery and Burdick is like, this is all over my head. I'm just zoning out.
The actual live human beings to come up with these studies. Not always, right?
No, people tend to frown on the use of human cadavers to walk somebody out and kill them at the scene and to do a research study.
Well, there are different. There are certain places where this.
Well, you said live human cadavers, so
I'm sorry.
No, there is research being done at human decomposition facilities. The best known is the Anthropological Research Facility at the University of Tennessee, known as the Body Farm. There are several places in the United States where you can use human remains to allow them to decompose and to study them.
Are there alternate, other than human cadavers, that entomologists use to conduct studies?
Absolutely. The reason, as I alluded to earlier, most of those studies are not done with humans is because it's less controlled. Okay, as a scientist, I want to be able to know when that body died, when it got there, because these insects are so sensitive to the how long something has been dead. They can tell the difference within minutes between a live human and a dead human, or live animal and a dead animal. Knowing that, for researchers like me, I find it largely impractical to use human decomposition facilities, because where those bodies come from are donated bodies, okay? The same way you donate your body to science for medical study, for dissection, things of that nature. And so they have been dead for some period of time, long before they ever reach the site of decomposition. We use pigs in decomposition studies.
Why would you use a pig?
Well, pigs are used for a number of reasons. One is because they're readily available. For the most part, people don't have a problem with you killing pigs for research. Everybody tends to eat bacon and sausage and things like that. So they're again available. They're cheap, and they're very similar to humans, both morphologically or physically, as well as looking at their digestive processes. They're omnivores. They eat the same kinds of food that we eat. I like to say that they're more like some humans than others, but they're a good surrogate. Okay, you can do a lot of research with a pig that you can't get away with doing on a human.
Okay, and have you done studies that relate to decomposition in the trunk of the car?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And
here's the thing. So this is really important, right? Because the state really relied on everything related to Dr. R. Prod Vass and the body farm. What he's saying is, when you're working with the body farm, these are specimens that have already been dead for a period of time. And that's a really good point, because what you miss is remember, the postmortem interval, right? Like the bugs are the first ones on the scene and they know right away, and you're missing important data from somebody who has just passed away. So what he's saying is that, you know, what they do in order to be able to test what happens, you know, immediately upon an animal, right, dying, they use pigs. Now, I disagree about the part about the pigs. You guys know me, know that I don't condone any animals being killed, or even really bugs for that matter. But I get what he's saying is that it's a substitute that they can use to study this. And this is like offering, you know, a different approach than what we heard from the state with the body farm and whatnot. And let me just update my question counter. We're on 6 now, I believe.
Do you have some demonstrative aids that you think might help the jury in understanding a little bit more as we talk about that?
Certainly.
Okay, so he's going to get these demonstrative aids. So at a certain point here, not quite yet, he's going to get to a pig, and I've got a way that I've redacted this so that we can hear the testimony and not see a certain part of that. But we'll get there in a few minutes.
For the record, I'd like to show Your Honor the jury a defense exhibit AV, which I've previously shown to counsel.
Your Honor, I have no objection to those being offered as a demonstrative exhibit only.
Okay. You may proceed, Mr. Baez.
Okay. Before we talk about this, this
reminds me of something. Hold on. Did you see the way that let me rewind it. Hold on. Did you guys see this? Let's see.
Okay.
The way that they teamwork approach. Watch the teamwork. Teamwork. This just reminds me of something.
However, team approach, I guess.
Love it. Teamwork is dream work.
Talk about this. I'd like for you to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at and a little bit of background as to what you were trying to do here.
Okay. Obviously, this is a car. I was conducting research, this would be September of last year, in Staplehurst, Nebraska, which is southeastern Nebraska. It's a small community. I had the opportunity to receive some cars from essentially a junkyard. These were cars that were slated for destruction, so there was no harm in getting them icky. What I was looking at specifically in this case, in this study, was what kind of a barrier the trunk of a vehicle will present to insects that colonize decomposing remains. There are lots of case studies in the literature where
bolstering.
I think the doctor will be explaining on information, scientific information that he has gained through this.
Sustained, doctor, just tell us what you did, sir.
Yes, sir.
Tell us what you know, not
okay.
Talking about.
In this particular case, in this study, my goal was to place bodies, in this case pigs, into the trunks of vehicles, allow them to decompose, and see what kinds of insect activity happens, how much of a barrier these car trunks pose.
Now, this is not a Pontiac Sunfire.
No, sir. This is apparently a Ford Probe.
Okay. And you didn't use a Pontiac Sunfire in your study, did you?
No.
98?
No. I used 6 vehicles. Again, they were donated. I didn't really have my pick of what I wanted. They were donated by a towing company. And so the reason I'm using this as a demonstrative aid, this is the most intact vehicle of the vehicles that I used. This one has no obvious holes in it. It is completely, this is a car that...
Y'all, did I miss an objection? Frodo was acting funny. I went in the other room. I think I heard an objection. Let me back it up just a second here. I think there was
pick of what I wanted. They were donated by a towing company. And so the reason I'm using this as a demonstrative aid, this is the most intact vehicle of the vehicles that I used. This one has
really funny because the whole thing with our Vass and the vehicles, they all had to get vehicles.
Obvious holes in it. It is completely, this is a car that other than not working, you would drive.
And did you ever get to inspect the Pontiac Sunfire in this case?
I inspected the Pontiac Sunfire in this case in July of 2010.
And when you did that, did you look at the trunk and how much of a barrier it might be?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, Frodo, Frodo had, they don't know if it's having strokes or a brain tumor, but this started like a couple months ago. And there's no way they can test that, or there's no way they can do anything about it, right? Because either way, it wouldn't be treatable, whether it's a stroke or a brain tumor. And so, you know, he's almost 14. Hi, Piglet. He's coming in here. He knows I'm talking about him. Hi, Piglet. He just sometimes, you know, he has good days and bad days, and he has times where he struggles a little bit, and sometimes he you know, looks like he needs things. Like sometimes he might all of a sudden need to go to the bathroom, or sometimes he kind of falls over, he loses his balance and stuff. And so so he was just, you know, doing what dogs do and telling me, Mommy, I need something. And so I was just seeing if he was okay. So yeah, but that's why I thought maybe I heard an objection. Did I miss an objection? Let me know if I missed an objection. I will give him a big cuddle for you. I will do that right now. I'll give him a cuddle for you. Thank you, Candace. He's the sweetest boy in the whole world, though. I love him so much. He's my baby. He's my baby piglet. Which is why we are not going to see any pictures of decomposing pigs on this channel.
The time that I inspected the trunk,
Let me object. I'm not sure that
Well, there it is.
his expertise is sufficient for me
Good
to
timing.
about the construction of a trunk or its condition.
The trunk when I expected it was not in original factory condition. The
So we got
liner had been removed and some other
7
things.
questions. That one?
But what I was specifically looking for
Reset?
is spaces or gaps or unsealed places that allow for insects to pass through, or could allow for an insect to pass through.
So you were talking about this car, and this car, did it match in that category, or generally speaking?
This is a car, as best as I can tell, that again, it's factory condition, well sealed, no body damage or anything like that.
Okay, so what'd you do?
What I did is I obtained pigs, had them killed. I didn't physically kill them
So
myself.
I did miss one. Thank you, Candace. He objected to bolstering. Of course he did. Okay, so let me add another one in. So then I need to reset my hold on. Wow, so that only made like one question. Okay, so let me fix this. Thank you, Candace. Yeah, I thought I heard it when I was like talking to Frodo in the other room. So so now that's correct. And then my question counter, so that would have been 6 and 1 instead of 7 total. Okay, got it.
And place them in the trunks of the car. And again, this is September in Nebraska. Place them in the trunk of the vehicle, close the trunk. There were no flies on the pig at the time that I closed the trunk, and then waited, watched, observed for any signs of insect colonization associated with trying to access or accessing physically the pig remains in the trunk of the vehicle.
When you say you waited and watched, you didn't actually camp out there, did you?
No, I didn't. I was busy teaching, but I would check it daily, and periodically go out there, watch for the insects, see if there were anything active.
So we're gonna get, so essentially what's inside this trunk, this is gross, is a decomposing pig. And he's but this is really important. I will say that the state did not do anything like this. I mean, think about that, right? Like if you're trying to test what would happen if you had a decomposing body, right, in a trunk and left it out there. You know, it's crazy to think about how illogical this is, but the state didn't do any of that, right? They just had all this kind of nonsense stuff. But he's like, okay, we're going to actually test it and see. We're going to put it in the trunk and we're going to leave it there and see what happens with the bugs. And so this is very logical.
Weather at the time was not the most cooperative. It was kind of cool and rainy, but
and why does that matter? Why does that matter?
It matters because, again, insects being cold-blooded, as most people probably know, when it cools down, when it's cold, when it's winter, in Nebraska, when it's cold and wintry, we don't have bugs flying around. When it's hot and sunny, like it is now back home, there are lots of insects flying around. The cooler it is, the more it will suppress insect activity. Rain greatly suppresses insect activity. You don't see any insects flying around in hard rains, because when you think about it, if you're the size of an insect, I mean, that's like a 55-gallon bucket.
That would be terrifying just to think about the life of a fly if you've got rain. Can you imagine? Where do they hide out, I wonder?
You know, barrel full of water coming down. You don't want to be out and about in that kind of condition.
Sorry, hold on. Do they get little umbrellas so that they can go about their fly business? I'm just picturing a fly with like a little umbrella, you know, like a decorative umbrella with like hearts on it, or little unicorns. Like I have a unicorn umbrella, you know, like going about their fly business, like a little tuxedo and like a fly umbrella and like a briefcase. Okay.
So then you put pigs in the trunk of the car.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you like another
certainly
demonstrate?
Okay. So, okay. So I'm ready to go with my pig redaction. So you all are probably going to laugh because it wasn't easy to redact this. So I had to redact it by obscuring it with like video effects. You will see it in a second. It's pretty funny, but it does the job because I couldn't like just black out the screen. Anyway, so they're going to put the thing up, but you can't really see anything. And I have it. I think I have it memorized exactly when I need to swap it over to my redacted version. So
You like the show?
Let's go with the, yeah.
Okay, they're getting the thing.
Let's go with this one.
So what'll happen here is he's going to apologize for it being graphic, and you won't really be able to see what it is yet. Oh wait.
Okay.
I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. This is a different exhibit before they get to that.
What you're looking at here is a photograph through the back windshield of that same vehicle.
Interesting.
What is present
Wow.
here?
Already, y'all, this is insane. Just those are all bugs on the back windshield. This is insane because remember, all they found in case, this is crazy. This is what the jury needs, right? Because people can talk about the bugs all they want, but to see what it should look like, this is crazy helpful because all they found in Casey's trunk was one blowfly leg, not even a whole fly, one blowfly leg. And already we've not even gotten to anything except the back windshield. That's covered in bugs. Wow. Wow.
Apologize.
What's the exhibit number?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Wow. I mean,
defense-
look at that. And that, see, in my mind, this is what I would expect, but it helps to see it for real. And this, right, I mean, honestly, if you want, how do you prove there was nothing decomposing in that trunk? Yeah.
Exhibit AX.
Okay.
Wow. Wow. Yellow boots, yeah. Some like a, what do you call them? Like
what you're seeing here,
like a rain slicker or like some, what do they call those? Like Wellington boots or something?
through the back windshield are dead flies lining the back window ledge. And in fact, there are actually some live flies in there as well. The flies that you're seeing in there are commonly known as blowflies.
There they are, the blowflies. Wow.
Blowflies are the most common insects that colonize dead things.
Your Honor, could I object to just ask the counsel elicit?
Oh, for fuck's sake, Mr. Ashton. We got one question. We're back to back on one questions now. We had two one questions back to back.
Time frame?
Hell.
I plan to, Judge. Okay.
Mr. Ashton.
No, objection was, I think it's not relevant unless we know time.
Oh.
Let's give a time frame, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Baez.
Oh my God.
When was this photograph taken in regards to the study?
This photograph was taken on day 10 of the study.
Okay. And this is in September?
September, yes, sir.
And if you were to correlate that with Florida weather in the summer, what would be your best estimation as to how many days in Florida you would see something like this?
Your Honor, I'm not sure the witness is qualified to make those.
I'm speechless. Let me update this and I'm going to report to you guys why I'm speechless about this. I'm going to tell you guys the numbers and we're going to see a trend where we are trending with these objections. This is bizarre. So that was a half a question. So we've got just to go for the number of questions between objections. Okay. We've got 12. Then we've got 6. Then we've got 1. Then we've got 1. Then we've got 0. And then we've got a half.
Are you qualified to make such an estimate, sir?
Oh my God.
I can say that it's cooler in Nebraska in September than it is in summer in Florida.
All right, let's move on, folks.
Okay. All right.
I feel like that, by the way, Judge.
Okay. I guess this is you, right?
That's my shadow. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And
We're happy to be doing
if the temperature is hotter, there's more bug activity is what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
And it's cooler in Nebraska.
Yeah.
In September in Nebraska, yes, sir.
Okay. Since that's stipulated too, we got that. Now, tell us more. Tell us what you
look at this, guys. This is wild. This right here, this state, if I were the state, I don't even know. I would quit. I would surrender and I would go pick up another job. I would leave the legal career forever if I were the state, honestly.
You got going
this is crazy.
Okay. As I said, these are blowflies. Blowflies are the most important family of flies for a forensic entomologist. The reason for that is blowflies specifically key in on dead animals. Okay, these are those green and blue flies that you see buzzing around roadkill, that if you leave meat sitting out too long, they're the same ones that'll show up. The reason they're the most important is because they show up very soon after death.
How so?
Minutes to hours. So kind of the example that is frequently used is you can be sleeping in a hammock in your backyard, and these flies are out there. They buzz around your garden, you don't notice them. If you have a heart attack and die, they'll be on you in seconds. They're very quick. In fact, the fastest I've seen these flies show up to a dead animal is 13 seconds.
Wow.
From the time that the animal is alive, it hit the ground, and the first pregnant female fly shows up. They're very sensitive to that odor of decay. The flies are trapped inside of this car. Now, these weren't there initially when the cars were placed and the pig was placed in the trunk.
And were the car doors closed?
The car doors were closed. All the windows were up.
Wow.
The car was sealed.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. Is there another?
Amazing that they're able to get in, right? I mean, this is wild, guys. And how helpful. Just so helpful. Versus all of this theoretical nonsense. Just wow. Crazy. Crazy.
Demonstrative aid, or are you finished with this one? Is there anything else you wanted to point out?
One thing I guess I should point out, the fact that these flies are dead inside the car is actually of some importance. A fly that gains access to a sealed environment.
How do they do it?
For example, when we have cases where a person has died in their home, the flies will gain access, they will colonize the body, they'll go through their life cycle. Those adult flies don't fight their way out, okay? The attraction to gain access to an enclosed container, a house, a car, whatever it may be, is much stronger than the attractive force to exit the container. Okay, they don't have that sort of chemical cue that draws them out, and so they don't find their way out the same way they found their way in. So it essentially becomes a trap for them. And in fact, fly traps, if you've ever used them, work the same way. So these flies being trapped inside the car die inside the car because they can't get their way out. So that's their dead presence. That's what that indicates.
Okay. Anything else on this one?
I think we're good on this one.
Okay. Do you want to choose the next exhibits?
I mean, that's sad, isn't it, guys? That's sad. That's really sad. But that makes sense, though. Like, I'm so glad the way he's explaining this. Again, it makes sense for the jury to understand that if there had been something decomposing in that trunk, that's what they would have gone in and they would have died and they wouldn't have been able to get out. So that dispels the idea if the state were to try to suggest, oh, maybe they got in and then they flew out, right? Like that wouldn't happen. He's just explaining this. It just, I don't know. Hopefully you guys can see why this is just so helpful. This is what you would see. This is probably the pig one.
For the record, we'll be publishing Defense Exhibit AW.
Okay, so you can't.
What are we looking at here?
Okay, I apologize for the somewhat.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull up my pig thing.
These whitish, I don't know what to call them. These white spots on here that you can see are maggots that have fed on this pig. These maggots are actively crawling away from the pig. As I explained earlier, they're getting away from that food source and they're looking for a place to pupate. You can see this decompositional fluid ring here that comes from the pig as it decomposes.
All right, and I've got this one ready to go back up.
It moves its way down. And you can even see that there's some disarticulation here of the skeleton.
So hopefully that worked for you guys. That was my redacted editing thing that I did. The way I was able to do it was by adding that effect that essentially blurred out the image, and then because the camera zoomed in on this decomposing pig, and it's just not something that anybody needs to see. It's the stuff of nightmares. But I want to make sure we didn't miss any testimony. So,
and again, that's maggot activity moving that thing around. You can also see that there are some flies in the trunk that were either inside the trunk when I opened it, or were actually attracted to it as I opened the vehicle trunk.
And that material that's there, what is that black material?
The black material is decompositional fluid. It's a combination of body fluids, of bacteria, bacterial wastes, maggot waste, maggot secretions. Maggots secrete enzymes that help break down the body. And that fluid leaches from the body as the decomposition process happens.
And is that stain distinguishable? Can you?
When you see a stain like this,
I have to object at this point. The council's asking him to identify what the stain is.
Doctor, do you know what the
He's getting more and more crotchety every time. This is y'all.
stain is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Overall?
Man, we're not our judge. I don't believe it's in his
Again?
Go ahead.
No.
He's going to question you now.
What expertise are you bringing to bear to identify specifically what the fluid is in that picture?
We made
Years and years of experience of
questions
watching
that time.
animals and humans decompose via insect activity and otherwise.
Have you ever had it chemically analyzed to know what's in
Oh,
it?
dear
No,
God.
sir, I have not.
Objection, Your Honor. He has no basis.
Oh, my God. Stop it.
I will permit him to continue his testimony. Objection overruled.
Wow.
We were talking about this.
You know that these objections are really baseless when Judge Belvin, who is like, to say prosecution leaning is an understatement, when so far he's like overruled all of these except for like one or two where he was like, you can proffer it. Like, that's how you know these are stupid. So again, so here's our pattern so far. The number of questions between objections: 12, 6, 1, 1, 0, half, 3.
Stain.
Right. The decomposition of fluid stain, most of the studies that I've conducted and even cases that I've worked on have been in outdoor environments. This same fluid leaches into the ground, very distinguishable. My colleagues at the University of Nebraska work to identify places where bodies have decomposed, specifically looking at the presence or absence of these decompositional fluids. In cases like this, where you have a mat or a carpet where the animal is decomposed, it is very noticeable, very...
Your Honor, we have another discovery issue.
Okay. Approach the side. Members of the jury, as a brief legal matter we need to take up outside of your presence. We will get back with you as quickly as possible. Please remember all of my previous admonitions.
Oh, boy.
Thank you.
Okay, so now. Do. Have another proffer, I do believe.
All right, you may proceed. The report is not filed in the court file. So at some point, it would be helpful to make sure that any subsequent experts that may appear, it would help me or have a copy available to give to me. All right, you may proceed.
Dr. Huntington, the stain in the trunk of a car, well, let me ask you it this way. Based on your experience, is the stains from decompositional fluid easily distinguishable?
Yes, they are.
Okay, how so?
Anyone with experience around decomposing bodies of this nature will generally be able to look at it, smell it, and determine if it's from a decomposing body or not. There are also relatively simple presumptive tests, chemical tests that can be done. For example, phenolphthalein can be added to the suspected body fluid or soil or whatever may be contaminated with decompositional fluid. And that chemical test is readily available.
Were you questioned about this study during your deposition?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you explain or do you recall?
Objection, Your Honor. The deposition speaks for itself. It's either there or it's not. I don't want the witness trying to testify from what he thinks his memory is of what he was asked.
I think it may depend on the interpretation of the questions asked by counsel, and maybe it relates.
All I need is his opinion, and then there are two methods to do it. Show it to me in his report.
Yes, sir.
Or show it to me in his deposition.
Sir. Okay.
So all we need to know is what opinion he's going to give, and then we can have the attorneys argue whether or not that was disclosed via his deposition or his report.
Yes, sir. Judge, I would, on the doctor's deposition.
Which one?
I'm
He has
looking
two
for-
depositions.
Yes, sir.
One in January, one in December.
January 28th, 2011, page 31. The question was asked by Mr. Ashton.
Just a second. Page what?
Page 31, line 9 through 16. Well, no, 17.
Line what?
Lines 9 through 17.
Okay, just a second. Okay, go ahead. You can continue.
In this, here he is asked specifically about decomposition in the trunk, and if you would see that, and would it be sufficient for an hour? Would a day be sufficient? Would you need a week? And then the answer was, in Florida, summertime temperatures, you would expect within a day or two, you'd see sorts of decompositional fluid staining the carpet, saturating the liner, the carpet liner inside of the trunk. I think that's an opinion that this witness gave in regards to staining and the saturation of the carpet liner and the fluid that he has described.
Mr. Ashton?
Have we finished eliciting the opinion from the witness? Because it seemed like we stopped. Obviously, he's not qualified to talk about phenolphthalein tests. We've already heard from an experienced serologist about that. So clearly he's not qualified to testify, and that's not in his deposition. But is there any other opinion counsel's going to elicit? Because, I'm sorry, I'll wait. Counsel's busy texting. So. Is there another opinion?
Folks, I don't know how many times, I'm not going to say this ever again. I do not want to hear editorial comments. Let's stick to the facts. I care less what Mr. Baez may be doing or not doing. All I'm concerned with at this time
I love it when he gets mad.
Is the proffer and whether or not was in his report versus his deposition.
Wow. Love it.
Is a violation of this court's order. I do not care if Mr. Baez is standing on his head.
Amazing. Yes.
Standing on one leg. So folks, please.
Sorry, we need to see this again. Look at him. Oh my God.
And whether or not was in his report versus his deposition is a violation of this court's order. I do not care if Mr. Baez is standing on his head, standing on one leg. So folks, please, let's just stick with the facts and be professional.
We're zooming in.
Now, Mr. Baez asked him to.
Guys, remember that he since became a judge and is now like in huge trouble, and they're trying to get him removed from the bench for like inappropriate misconduct. I think there was even something alleged about some essaying, but all kinds of stuff. And this was as recently as October. They were like in discussions about getting him removed from the bench. Just think about that.
The question that you were supposed to proffer so I can determine whether or not this violates this court order.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Dr. Huntington, when a body decomposes, if a body were to decompose in a car, what type of fluid, let me see if I can pose this question correctly. What would you expect to see a day or two from the decompositional fluid?
The decompositional fluid that leaches from the body has a blackish staining quality to it. In a car trunk, it will leach into the carpet, and given enough time, it will soak through the carpet liner into the pad underneath. In a day or two in hot temperatures, when you have rapid bloating, lots of bacterial action, in this case, insect activity, those body fluids leach rather rapidly because of the rupturing of the skin surface of the body.
Your Honor, that is what I believe is possibly a slightly expanded upon answer of what he gave in his deposition on page 31, line 14 through 19.
Mr. Ashton?
It is not even similar to any answer he gave or opinion he gave. He apparently now wants to state that he can identify the color of decomposition fluid. as opposed to other fluids. That is in no way contained in his deposition. His statements about what occurs with opinions about what occurs with decomp fluid is not contained anywhere in his deposition or in his report. And also, I would submit, are completely outside of area of expertise, have nothing to do with forensic entomology. The only reference he made to the only other reference he made to the trunk is at page 32, where he acknowledges even 2 years later detecting the foul odor. There's nothing else in here that comes close to referencing that information. So I would object to it both as violation of the court's order and also being completely outside of areas of expertise, because it's nothing to do with entomology.
This is outside of what he was asked upon. He did not identify the color of decompositional fluid. He was referring to the color of a stain that comes as a result of such. He clearly explains in his deposition that in the summertime temperatures, he would expect within a day or two, you'd see a sort of decompositional fluid staining the carpet, saturating the liner, the carpet liner inside the trunk, which is exactly what the expert has testified to, along with hundreds of other maggots. It's not outside of his area of expertise. Entomologists are involved in the study of human decomposition, that of which Dr. Neil Haskell testified to. In fact, he gave a long testimonial lecture about the different phases of decomposition and the different stages that they're involved in. So to now argue that an entomologist is not qualified to give an opinion as to decomposition and the processes of which I think are inaccurate.
Well, folks, refresh my memory as to what did Dr. Haskell testify to when he testified to, I believe, on Saturday.
He testified about the different stages of decomposition and what happens to a human body. He wasn't talking about, he later went on to talk about how the insects relate to that decomposition, but he gave a complete and total description of the processes that are involved as it relates to decomposition, the early decomposition, putrefaction in the bloat stage, and the latter stages of decomposition.
I have no objection to this witness testifying as to those generalities. The objection is to him specifically talking about identifying stains of decomposition, what they look like or don't look like, which was not discussed.
Dr. Haskell also took it a step further and identified what he believed that stain to be was that of decompositional fluid. In addition to that, he testified that the napkins and the paper towels in the trash were that of decompositional fluid. So I don't understand the distinction of allowing one expert, one entomologist, to testify as to the fluids of decomposition and what his opinion is of such.
Go to page 28 of the deposition, both of you. And read pages 28 through 32. And after you read both of those pages, you tell me, both of you, and I guess we'll get a tale of two cities as to what this doctor testified to in his deposition on page 28 through 31. And tell me how similar or dissimilar that was to Dr. Haskell's testimony. On line 15 of page 28, there's a question. It is. Is there any evidence here that one might conclude that someone tried to clean the trunk of evidence of decomposition? Answer, based on insects, no. Question, based on anything? Answer, well, in my experience, seeing things decompose inside a trunk, I don't know that you could clean it up with a paper towel. Question, well, that wasn't my question. Answer, okay. Question, my question, is there anything in this case from which one might conclude that attempts have been made to clean the trunk of evidence of decomposition? Would you agree there is? The paper towel, which and a preserve may be considered evidence that someone had to clean the trunk. Again, we're talking about decomposition in a trunk.
I would agree with the court, Your Honor.
both experts in this field have been questioned thoroughly about decomposition, the trunk, and the entomological evidence and other evidences of decomposition that surround it. And
so what is the surprise, Mr. Ashton?
The surprise is that this witness is now claiming the ability to identify a stain as to whether it is or is not human decomposition. That is a fairly major change in his testimony. There is nothing in his report or in this deposition that would have suggested to me that he is going to claim the ability to identify the stain. In fact, he indicates as to Adipocera that, he doesn't claim to have identified it. He says, well, if we assume it is. So there's nothing in here that would suggest to me that this witness would claim now to be able to identify whether a particular stain in a particular trunk is or is not human decomposition, or to describe to this jury that it has to be a particular color. There's nothing in this report on that. And I would comment, Judge, it's completely outside his area of expertise. He's an entomologist.
Well, what did Dr. Haskell testify to?
Dr. Haskell never mentioned, I have to go back. I think he said that the insects would be attracted to human decompositional fluid in the napkins. Whether I can't off the top of my head tell you if I ever asked him about the stain. I don't recall that I did. And I certainly know I never asked him to identify the stain. That I'm absolutely sure of, because he was never shown the exhibit. It was never discussed with him. So my best recollection is that.
Dr. Haskell testified extensively on the areas of decomposition. And in fact, he did make render opinions that he felt the stain was.
Just a second, I'm going to pull his testimony up now.
Sure.
I believe he testified on the 11th.
I don't even know what day it is.
It's the 11th.
So
okay, Mr. Baez.
I would refer the court to 9:11 a.m. where Dr. Haskell began to discuss the stages of decomposition, and then asked by Mr. Ashton. Sure. Wait, this is not.
Here, if y'all want to come up here and read it, you can read it.
Oh, man. The children are reading.
Starts when he starts talking about opening paper towels, decomposition of fluid. Starts talking about he sent it off to get it validated by Dr. Vass.
Oh my God. Look at the he's got his laptop balanced there. So
I know y'all can't see it from y'all. What I want you to do is
I'm gonna go forward a little bit, because I remember they go for a while trying to find the thing that they're supposed to be reading.
Okay, anything else, folks?
Nothing from defense, sir.
Mr. Ashton?
Your Honor, as the portion that I read said nothing about identifying a stain, qualities of stains, or anything of that sort.
So in other words, it was clear that Mr. Ashton was wrong, so he's trying to find another excuse.
I have no objection to the witness testifying about the matters, as did Dr. Haskell, about decomposition and stages, and I haven't objected to any of that.
Stop
nothing
it.
to do with stain identification. So I do believe, not in the deposition, not in the report, and it's in violation of the court's order.
The court specifically finds that it does not violate the court's order. He was questioned in his deposition about the area of decomposition.
Yep.
The witness presented by the state of Florida, Dr. Haskell, talked about decomposition.
There's nothing wrong at all.
While every opinion, I will agree with Mr. Ashton, is not expressed there, the area and subject matter was decomposition. And it is not a major earth-shattering opinion.
Thank you.
And to disallow this at this particular time because of some minor inconsistencies, in my opinion, would be error.
Wonderful.
So I will permit the doctor to voice his opinion, whether or not the jury finds him to be an expert. It's just like with Dr. Haskell. They talk about these things. They study these things. It's a subspecialty with insects. But Mr. Baez don't get too enthused and try to make him an expert in something that he's not.
Oh boy, don't get too enthused.
Now, if you think there are going to be other areas of surprise, I will permit you at this time, Mr. Ashton, to question him about this, since you're saying that you did not know, and that would be the remedy for this, as opposed to total exclusion, since it is a subspecialty of what something he's testified to. Anything else, folks?
Specifically is addressing the issue of his ability to testify that phenolphthalein test is a test to determine human decomposition. I have a specific objection to that being outside his area of expertise, which is obviously not serology. I don't know if the court was addressing that in general, but that specific question is a different.
Well, you can ask him whether or not there are certain tests that all quote folks know that you can conduct for certain things. As to the details of those tests and being able to administer those tests, that's something different.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see when you question him as to whether or not he can or cannot. For me to rule on that without determining his experience would be asking me to guess. Okay.
Oh, he looks pissed. Wow. Okay, I think they're going to be bringing that good old jury back. Yep. This is really funny. Look how they're waiting. Oh, so they were bringing the expert back in. I guess they're going to ask him more questions.
Okay, I will permit the state to
More questions.
question him in this area.
He's very nice, isn't he? He's got a very nice demeanor, and I really like. And look how perky he walked in. Hold on, let's watch that walk again. You know what's really funny? We did this with the spring chicken in the Ezra trial as well. The spring chicken prance, we called it. Look, he's definitely got a prance as well. Love it, love it. Yay!
Okay, I will permit the state to question him in this area.
Morning. Could you tell me what your experience is in stain identification?
Poor guy's smiling like Mr. Ashton's going to be even remotely human towards him.
My experience in stain identification specifically revolves around a paper published in the Journal of Forensic Identification that I participated in regarding the identification of grave soil analysis, which is decompositional fluid using ninhydrin.
Well, no, I'm talking about identification of stains on carpets or fabrics. What experience do you have in that?
Stains on carpet or fabrics.
Yes.
My experience is watching, observing dead animals and then the remains of humans that have decomposed on carpets.
How many experiences would that be?
I don't know, 20, 30.
What different colors of carpet?
I don't know off the top of my head. However many colors of carpet.
Do you propose to testify that human decompositional stains have a particular color?
I don't know that I specified human decompositional stains. Decompositional stains do have an identifiable color quality to them, yes.
What would that identifiable color quality be?
It is a dark blackish stain, in this case, as I showed in the image that surrounds the body.
And do you have any literature to support your contention that there is an identifiable color to decomposition stains?
I believe if you look at the taphonomic literature involving specifically case study, case histories, it will refer to a blackish stain surrounding the body, as well as
what study? Could you give me a study?
Let me think off the top of my head. I can't give you a year or a location.
Or an author?
Beneke has done a number of studies.
Reminds me so much of Dr. Russell in the Daubert hearing, where it's like, he's like, so how do you know this? Well, because I have all this expertise and experience. He's like, how much experience? 20, 30 times for something. Have you read anything? Yes, I have. And it's like, give me the year. It's like, I don't know the exact year of the book, but here's the
published case studies involving human remains in indoor environments.
But specifically about the color?
The color is mentioned.
Okay, it's just mentioned.
Yes.
Oh my God, this is so much like that, y'all. Like, for example, the way that Mr. Brennan was like, so any of these books, are they specifically about dog bites? And it's like, that's too niche, right? No one would write. She's like, no, it's about bite wounds in general or something along those lines, right? It's like, you couldn't make a whole book just about that. Same thing here. He's like, so the book wasn't about the color. It's like, well, the color was a part of the book, but the book's not just about the color. You can't write a book on just that. Anyway, it's so similar.
Is that the only color that's mentioned in literature for stains from human decomposition on carpet?
As far as I know, yes.
Now, Have you examined the carpet in this case?
No.
Are you prepared to render an opinion about what the carpet in this case was? What the stain was from?
There wasn't a
I
stain.
don't know that I was going to be asked about that.
But you've never examined it.
Not physically, no.
Or I guess
Are there
there was
any other
I guess there was a stain, but it was determined not to be blood or biological material.
qualities of decompositional stains that you would care to describe in your testimony?
I believe when I was talking about the specific example, I was going to talk about I believe I did talk about the smell and then the texture.
The texture?
Yeah, it's a greasy stain.
It's a greasy
Ew.
stain, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Ew.
That's from the atmospheric, correct?
Not necessarily strictly adipocere, but body fluids, body fats.
And in how many of those occasions when you've observed stains on carpet were the bodies in a bag? Specifically, 2 plastic bags.
If there's a decompositional fluid stain on the carpet and the body's in the bag, I don't know that it would make a difference because that would imply that the bag or bags are leaking.
But that wasn't my question. How many of the cases were the bodies
In my
Oh, wow. That was a great answer for the defense. And he didn't even know this was going to be asked of him. He seems like he didn't even know. Wow. Because he's saying that if you're saying that the stain came from, wow. And remember, that's important, right? Because the state simultaneously wants to try to be like, oh, there was a stain that was from a decomposing body, but yet the body was in 2 plastic bags, which would have sealed it. And that's why there wasn't more stain. Yeah, I don't know. They want to have it both ways with that. Although, honestly, even just from what we've seen so far, it was already clear there was never anything in there. But the flies so far, what we've seen, yeah, it doesn't add up. I mean, but the state's trying. The state's trying.
Personal experience, 0.
That's all, without taking too much time, that's all I have.
Doctor, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
When did you arrive at this opinion? Are you going to give us an opinion about the stain in the Sunbird car, the car in question?
Your Honor, I think what I was trying to do.
Look at the Sunbird car. The Sunbird car. Oh my God. The Sunbird car. The Sunbird car. I'm dying.
Describe what one would expect to typically see in a case with a body in a trunk. I don't know that I was going to be asked specifically about this particular stain in this case. I think specifically
what would you expect to see with a decomposing body in a trunk?
What I would expect to see is exactly what I showed in that picture. You'd expect to see an obvious decompositional stain from body fluid, lots of insect activity, especially dead adult insects, migrating or dead maggots, depending on the duration and temperatures, pupaриal cases, pupaриal case fragments, things of that nature.
Okay. Is there any variation in those type of stains in terms of things that might affect what you would see obviously because of cleaning or other processes?
In my experience and experience of those that I've discussed this sort of case scenario with, not specifically this case, but bodies on carpets, things of that nature, if you think it's there or you have question that it's there, it's not there. It's either there or it's not. Decompositional fluid staining is very obvious, is how I would characterize it. And I am unaware, I take that back. When these kinds of scenes are cleaned, say someone decomposes in a house, and I've seen many cases of that, where the staining has stained the floor, stained the carpet, whatever. Those are not cleaned, those are disposed of. I am unaware of any method that you could use to remove that stain.
Doctor, have you ever testified
Wow.
what you're about to testify to in courts before?
I've testified extensively on decomposition, specifically dealing with car trunks in this case, only the deposition I gave in this example, or in this case.
Have you ever testified in a court of law?
No, sir, not on this particular topic.
Okay. Why not?
Nobody's ever asked me.
Okay.
Just like
And,
Dr. Russell.
Your field is insects, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Especially those dealing with decomposing remains.
Okay. What I'm trying to understand, doctor, is either through training or experience, what makes you qualified to talk about the stain and talk about what you would expect to find?
Here's the great answer coming.
And how do you relate that to this case, if any?
Okay. Forensic entomology, dealing with decomposing bodies, one must attain a certain level of expertise in the field of taphonomy, which is decomposition.
Right.
Because those insects are so closely tied with stages of decomposition, the decompositional products, for example, the causes and relations to those. Virtually anyone who is an expert in forensic entomology will be an expert in decomposition.
It makes perfect sense.
Just by nature. And in this particular example, I believe what I'm trying to get at is what I would expect. You know, if you lay out a scenario for me, here's what I would expect to find based on my training and experience.
And the state did not offer
in that particular area. I don't know if that answers your question, Your Honor.
Doctor, has anyone showed you the stain in the trunk in this car?
Physically, I have not looked at the stain. I've seen pictures of it.
And what was your evaluation, if any, of the pictures of the stain?
If it were a decompositional stain, there was substantial cleaning processes, professional cleaning, something of that nature. There's decomposition. As I said, decompositional stains do not go away easily.
Okay. Were you? Did you share that opinion with either the two counsel, the state or the defense?
I believe I did share that with the defense. Yes, sir.
And when did you share that?
Shortly after I viewed the photo. I would assume that would have been sometime in 2008, 2009, probably 2009.
And what exactly did you share with them?
I said, there's nothing that I can see that would indicate to me a decomposing body had been in this vehicle.
And
there you go.
Did you include it in your report, sir?
I included.
No, did you include that opinion in your report?
I did include the opinion that there is no evidence of a decomposing body associated with the insects that I examined.
Okay, but I'm talking about, I know you said that with the insects, but
Yes,
I'm
sir.
talking about upon examination of the stain.
No, sir, I did not.
Was there any reason why?
Because I was speaking specifically to the insects.
Like he said, he didn't know he was going to be
Were
asked.
you told, sir, that the court expected all opinions that one would give to be memorialized and placed in reports so there would not be any surprise to either side?
At some point, yes, I was. I don't recall if that was before or after I submitted that report.
Okay. Did anyone ask you to do an addendum to your report?
In my report, I did state that that was a preliminary report, that a final report would be issued after I had viewed all of the insect evidence material that the prosecution expert has looked at. I have not turned in that report because I haven't looked at all of the insect evidence.
But sometime in 2008, you did tell the defense about
That's interesting. Did the state not
that
turn it
stain,
over?
in your opinion, concerning that stain.
Yes, sir. More likely 2009, but yes, sir.
You recall specifically who on the defense team you told that?
I assume it'd be Mr. Baez.
Okay, I don't want you to assume.
Okay.
I want to know who.
It would have been Mr. Baez, given that he's the one I talked to.
Okay. Now, why did I permit that testimony? The defense knew back in 2008 and did not disclose that. Even after the court ordered, and we've had numerous conversations about disclosures.
May I question?
It's one thing for him to talk about decomposition of fluids in that process, but it is quite evident to have him give an opinion on the stain in that trunk, which he knew back in 2008, and according to him, he shared but was not shared as per the court's order.
May I question the witness further?
You may.
Did there come a time, Dr. Huntington, where when you were asked by myself to issue a report in this case?
Yes, sir.
And was that because there was a court order instructing us that all experts should be filling out reports with all of their opinions?
Yes, sir.
And did I ask you to write down and issue a report on all of your opinions?
Yes.
Okay. Did I have any contribution whatsoever on your report? Ask you to leave things out or put things in?
No.
Okay. Were you asked whether you're going to render an opinion as to the stain in this car for this specific trunk?
No.
Okay. And is it your understanding, as it was laid out in your deposition, that what you would be speaking of would be the decompositional fluids and the stains that you would expect to see in the trunk of a car if there was a dead body in there?
Yes, I was under the assumption that I was going to be speaking in generalities about what I would expect and would not expect if there is a body in a trunk or not.
That is our position, Judge. We are not asking this witness to identify the Pontiac Sunfire stain and say that that is or is not decompositional fluid. It never was our intention. All that he testified in his deposition as it relates to what could happen as a result of stains, that in generalities is all we're talking about, Judge, and that he did testify to. I apologize if the court thought we were going to take that the next step further, but that was never our intention. Or
anything else, folks?
Just to state that the whole issue of him identifying the stain was never known to the state. Had it been included in his report, I would have asked him about it. I would have pursued with numerous expert witnesses with expertise equal to or greater than this witness about the color of a stain. I did not, because I was completely unaware that this would ever be an issue.
I'm not too concerned about the color of the stain, because all stains have colors, because one has to, if it's not a stain, it wouldn't have a color to it. If a stain is a discoloration of the original color. So that's a logical conclusion that one would come to, because if there was no stain, there would be no discoloration, and you could not tell that there is even a stain. But what he will not be permitted to testify to, since it was not disclosed, is his opinion about the stain in the vehicle in question. But he can testify, because you talked about it in the deposition about decompositional stains in general and what one may expect to see or not. But unless somebody mistakenly, and I don't think the defense would be doing it, and I don't think the state would do it, is open the door where we can drive elephants through the crack. Okay. We're all on the same page?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring the jury back in.
Okay, so we will swoop.
Okay. State recognized presence of the jury.
Sir.
And the defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
You may continue, Mr. Baez.
May the witness stand down, Your Honor.
You may.
I want to check my mic. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. Doctor, where we left off, I'm now going to show the jury State's Exhibit AY. We were specifically talking about the stain that results as a decompositional fluid. Can you
That's defense, not state.
Oh, sorry, Judge. Can you talk a little bit more about what happens as things decompose?
Sure. What you see in this picture is a close-up of the particular corner of the trunk of the vehicle that we looked at before. What this image shows is a typical scenario involving insect movement, decomposition processes occurring in a closed container. Just to orient you, this is would be the bottom left corner of the trunk that you were looking at. This is the driver's side corner. What you see in this,
and is this still day 11?
This is same day. Yep.
Okay.
probably 30 seconds after I took the previous photo. What you see in this photo, again, numerous maggots moving away from the decomposed remains. Again, they're looking for that place to pupate. Down here in this corner, you actually see maggots that have pupated already. These are those kind of brownish, reddish looking seeds, or they kind of look like eggs sometimes, that have already pupated. The maggots are burrowing their way underneath the trunk liner. They're burrowing into the carpet. And oftentimes when you find maggots in carpeting, they'll actually pupate in the carpet pile itself because they can kind of dig down into it. And apparently they think they're hiding. You also see a number of dead flies. And that's not uncommon because, again, they can't get away, so they die there in close proximity with the remains. And then again, you see this decompositional ring that comes from the body. And in fact, this portion here kind of trails away from the body. And that's very common because as those maggots are leaving the remains, they actually pull that decompositional fluid with them. Oftentimes, you'll see a little trail leading away. In cases of outdoor remains, the decompositional fluid will kill the grass around it, and you'll see a neat little trail that kills the grass around it as well as they're doing so.
Can't you take some paper towels and just wipe that off?
I don't think you could. The decompositional fluid itself is very greasy, almost just, I don't know how to describe it. I think if you took some Crisco and melted it in the pan on the stove and then just let it burn or get disgusting, it is a sticky, greasy, disgusting kind of material. Once it soaks in there, I'm not even sure professional cleaners would be able to get that stuff out.
Has it been your experience that once, when you arrive on investigation scenes where a dead body's been on carpet or decompositional fluid has leaked on the carpet, is that carpet usually cleaned or disposed of? What happens with that?
In cases that I've worked with, in both from a simple association with mortuary services, removing bodies, as well as in casework that I've conducted, I've never seen a case or never known of a case where a carpet was cleaned. Those carpets are removed and destroyed. In fact, a case that I did in Nebraska, a body decomposed.
I knew it. I knew it.
Sustain.
Give us some examples of what you're talking about.
Relevance to other examples.
Okay, we got 3 and then 0 on that one.
Can you give us some relevant examples?
Sustain, rephrase your question.
Yes, sir. Can you give us some relevant examples?
Well, Judge, I don't believe that.
Oh my God.
I think that's
Sustain.
Can you give us a relevant example that would help you explain to the jury what you're trying to tell us about this
I
specifically?
think that's kind of the same question.
Oh my God.
Same question. You can ask the witness whether or not he has an example dealing with a trunk stain in the trunk of a car.
Can you give us a example dealing with the stain in the trunk of a car or anything like that?
Specifically with a stain in the trunk of a car. The reason these particular vehicles were used in this particular example, in this study.
Objection, Your Honor, that's not responsive to the question. The question was an example of
Wow.
a stained carpet in a car.
I think the witness is getting to that point, Judge.
I think it would be.
Overrule at this point, but Dr. List,
It goes to
it's stain on the carpet, okay?
Yes, sir. These particular cars were used because there was never going to be another use for these vehicles other than to smash them. The owner of these vehicles, the owner of Highmark Towing, gave me these vehicles specifically because they would.
Your Honor, this is not responsive to the question that was asked.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Just talk about the stain on the carpet. Not why they gave them to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's get to the point.
Can this?
These carpets were never going to be cleaned because they won't be able to be cleaned. So junk cars that will never be used again don't need to have their trunks cleaned. I couldn't have gotten away with this kind of experiment using a rental vehicle or my wife's car, for example.
He's married, guys.
What else can you tell us about what you learned during the study?
What I found in this study is the barrier of the car.
Are you done with this photograph?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So. You can finish your answer, sir.
Thank you. What I learned from this particular study is that the barrier of a car, or in this case, the trunk of cars, poses very little barrier to the insects that colonize bodies. The early colonizing flies, those blowflies that show up very quickly after death, act very similar to the way people might with their own food. They're very picky. For example, if someone likes a rare steak, the idea of eating a medium well or a well done steak isn't that appealing to them. Once it's reached a certain point in the cooking process, it's not attractive. Similarly, some people like a well done steak. The idea of eating a rare steak, not that appealing. The flies work the same way. The flies that are attracted to the body very shortly after death will only colonize a body.
Now I'm just picturing the flies eating their dinner at a fancy steakhouse
For a short period of time. Once the body is decomposed to that point, they won't lay eggs on it anymore. The flies that colonized the pigs in this study and that gained access to the car were those early colonizing flies that show up very rapidly after death. They had no problem colonizing, laying eggs on the remains that were in the trunk, indicating that they gained access to the vehicle rapidly after death within a day or so.
Okay. And that would be in cooler temperatures, which it's more difficult, or is it the same?
In cooler temperatures, decomposition progresses more slowly, and the attractive nature of the remains is not as high as it would be in warmer, hotter temperatures. So I actually found it interesting that given the cool temperatures that the insects were experiencing, that there were still so many of them in the vehicle in such a short period of time.
Okay. All right. Now let's talk a little bit about this case. Let's get into what you mentioned some of the things that you were given to look at what the entomological evidence was in this case. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if there were any of these early colonizers that were found in the trunk of the car?
No, there were not.
Okay. Were there any body parts of any of these early colonizers found in the trunk of the car?
Inside the trash bag, which was inside the trunk of the vehicle, there was a leg of what Dr. Haskell assumed to be a blowfly. It is similar to the leg of a blowfly. I'm not sure I would categorize it to that family or not.
Interesting.
And do you have an opinion as to whether that one leg means anything of evidentiary value?
In my opinion, one leg of a blowfly doesn't mean anything. It's something that if we look hard enough, we'd find in this courtroom, I'm sure.
No kidding.
But why doesn't it mean anything since it's a blowfly leg and it's an early colonizer? Why?
Well, particularly in this example, you have a...
This is one of those things where, again, from what the state presented with this one leg, it's common sense that this doesn't make any sense if there was a decomposing body, but he's still going to explain this in terms of how it works scientifically.
A car trunk, a sealed container. If we assume that there's a body in a car trunk, there are going to be many flies attracted to it. It's not going to be one fly.
The witness is commenting on the ultimate opinion in the issue. I think the question was it means to an entomologist, not what it means to the jury in this case.
I think he's rendering a professional opinion.
Overruled.
Continue.
If we assume that there is a body in a car trunk, you would expect to find hundreds, if not thousands, of these adult blowflies.
No kidding.
Given that each one of them has 6 functional legs, assuming that they're intact, you've got hundreds or 6,000s of legs that are attached to these flies. A fly does not enter an enclosed container, lose a leg, and then figure out a way to get out. They're in there, they die there, they're stuck there.
Yeah.
I would have expected to find, as I did in these experiments, hundreds, thousands of whole dead insects, not only in the trunk of the vehicle, but also in the passenger compartment. In the studies that I conducted, many insects were found in the passenger compartment of the vehicle because they were able to migrate their way out of the trunk into the passenger compartment. In the absence of those, the fly leg literally means nothing, especially given that it was found in a bag of trash.
Okay. Why do you say that?
Because
Well, asked and answered. He just answered that.
Oh,
Sustain.
we got 2 questions that time.
Doctor, what insects were observed in this case? I mean, what do we have here?
Specifically dealing with the trunk and the bag of trash, most of the insects belong to a family of flies called the Phoridae, or humpback or scuttle flies. These are tiny, many people refer to them as fruit flies, small brown flies that eat just about everything. And by that, I mean organic material.
Picky.
They're very, very common. Many people, most of us, I would think, actually have them in our homes at some point or another. and they're very generalist flies. Because almost all of them recovered from the vehicle were actually recovered from inside the bag, the trash bag. Their presence is completely expected given that it's a bag of garbage. In my opinion, they don't really mean anything of forensic value. Given that there is a bag of garbage in the trunk, they mean even less.
Or trash.
They're the sort of insects that you would totally expect to find in your kitchen garbage or in the trash can outside your home when you take the trash out.
At least he's using both words to be safe.
And what about the number or the quantity of the, and we're talking about the Magnocelia scalaris, right?
Close, Megacelia scalaris.
I'm learning some words here. Okay, that specific insect, are there, in your opinion, a large number that would be associated with anything of any evidentiary value?
Because these insects are so small, they don't require much food. I've seen hundreds of these flies emerge from very small pieces of decomposing material. So the numbers associated in the garbage, in the trash bag, I don't think is remarkable. There's not a huge number of them that would indicate something large decomposing.
Are Magnocelia scalaris considered early colonizers to a dead body or not?
When they show up to decomposing human remains, they're typically not an early colonizer. They generally show up in late decomposition, one of the last flies that actually will colonize a dead body.
Judge, I hate to say this while we're discussing this topic, but this might be a good breaking point for lunch.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will.
Okay, he's going to dismiss them for lunch. So let me go ahead and pull up the next part of this witness's testimony.
Okay, you may be seated.
Okay.
Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorney. Both sides ready to proceed?
We have just one minor issue that I think the court can resolve before the jury comes in.
Yes, sir.
I made an inquiry with counsel to see.
Okay.
It appears that Mr. Ashton is going to attempt to inquire with Dr. Huntington as to whether he was a student of Dr. Haskell. We would object to that line of inquiry.
Here it is. Okay, I remember I referenced this earlier.
As it is improper bolstering of Dr. Haskell. I'm somehow trying to insinuate that he's the master, the other one's a student, that sort of thing. Therefore, his opinion should be considered with greater weight than that of Dr. Huntington.
Mr. Ashton?
Well, I think the latter part of that maybe goes to a question of what can be argued, but who he studied under is part of his qualifications. So I don't know that it's a question I should not be permitted to ask. Obviously, I don't know that I would make an argument that, he's the Karate Kid and my guy is Mr. Miyagi, but
oh my God.
I do think it's a fact that can come out.
Look at his tie, by the way. He's had a lot of ugly ties. This one might win.
Well, it depends.
Like, what even is that on the tie? Ew.
I just think.
And the reason I say it depends on whether or not the defense, in their questioning of this witness, attempts to discredit the qualifications or the opinions. Well, discredit the qualifications of Dr. Haskell. Then if it does, then the rule is that you can bolster. And more specifically, under Mr. Mason's book, Earhart. Well, they got 2 copies over there, don't you, Mr. Mason? So it really depends on what happens now.
I may, just to inform the court, these 2 experts may have, of course, different opinions as they are entitled to as experts, but I do not intend on challenging the qualifications of Neil Haskell in any way, shape, or form. He is a qualified forensic entomologist, board certified, and is one of the most respected members in his field, as is Dr. Huntington.
It really depends, and I would have to see at the conclusion of your direct
Y'all are funny.
examination of your witness whether or not that question would be fair game. So what I will do is at the conclusion, y'all can approach the bench and then I can say yes or no.
So he's going to wrap up direct and then we get into cross, and that brace yourselves for that,
Yes, sir.
guys.
But it's kind of hard for me to say at this time.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else from either side?
Nothing from the defense.
Nothing from the state.
We would recall Dr. Timothy Huntington.
Also, remember one thing, though, Mr. Baez. You went into the thing about his qualifications, about the diplomat and what it took to be a diplomat.
Yes, sir.
And the express purpose of that was to talk about his abilities to testify, not testify. So there may be some relevancy as to whether or not he was a, quote, student.
It would not have been through the process of, well, I can tell you this much.
I don't know, but we'll get to that at the end. So let's move here because we can engage in a long intellectual discussion and debate about that issue. Okay, let's stay recognized presence of jury.
Yes, sir.
And the defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
Members of the jury, I hope you had a good lunch. I don't think it would be as good as your dinner though tonight.
So the reason he's saying that is because there's been discussion on the previous episodes about how the jury had requested, because, you know, they're all sequestered for the duration of this trial, that they had requested to have access to other restaurant choices. And they got to like make a list of, and some people wanted steak and some people wanted pizza and some people wanted Italian, and they got it all approved for them. And so I think that's what he's referencing.
All right, you may continue.
May it please the court, Mr. Ashton.
All
Good
right.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Dr. Huntington.
Good afternoon.
I think where we left off, sir, was we were discussing the items in the trunk of the Pontiac Sunfire, and you gave us your opinion as to the insect activity with regards to the garbage bag. Was there anything that you were made aware of that was found outside of the garbage bag that was of evidentiary value in this case?
Objection to the broadness of the question. Evidentiary value.
I can't, y'all, I'm dying. One question in, I mean, this does not, if you're on this jury, right, this is probably the most objections of any witness so far. They've got to be like really annoyed. You know, this doesn't look good, I would say.
If you're talking about entomological evidence, there's no objection, but that was broad.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Yes, sir. Was there any entomological evidence of evidentiary value in the trunk of the car outside of the garbage bag?
There were a few samples recovered from outside the garbage bag. In addition to, I believe, the vacuum sweepings that did contain some insect evidence. I believe there were two items of evidence, or samples of evidence that were outside of the garbage bag that contained insect material.
Okay, and did the number of insects tell you anything, or do you have an opinion as to what was found outside of the garbage bag?
There was a very low number of insect evidence, articles of insect evidence recovered outside of the bag.
We'll keep the goat handy.
Same insects that were recovered from inside the bag, just very low numbers.
Okay. Now I have a question that may seem a bit strange, but do you think there is a difference between trash and garbage?
I knew it.
I don't know if there's a specific.
I mean, this was coming, right? And it was funny because, again, I pointed out he kept saying both, and I'm like, I wonder if they told him before his testimony, make sure you use both words, because this has been an ongoing thing from the state's case in chief.
Webster's dictionary difference.
Nope.
I think it's more of a colloquial or regional dialect phrase.
Yep.
As an entomologist, is there a difference between garbage and trash, as you would see it?
Oh boy.
I don't believe those words appear in the dictionary of entomology. No.
Excellent.
Okay.
I know.
In the course of your work, is there a difference? Is what I guess I'm trying to say.
I think I use them interchangeably.
Like a normal person?
Now,
Excellent.
let's talk about the trash.
Or garbage.
There was, are you aware of some paper towels that were found inside the trash?
Stupid paper
Yes,
towel.
I am.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Black
did that have
glitter.
any maggot activity,
funny.
and how could you account for that? Or
tell us about them.
The paper towels that were recovered from the garbage bag or trash bag did contain a number of humpback or scuttlefly puparia, those empty cocoons that I alluded to earlier. There were no live material associated with them, just those empty casings.
Okay. And what is your opinion as to what that means from an entomological standpoint?
Well, given the articles that were in the trash bag, it didn't surprise me at all. When a maggot looks for a spot to pupate, they look for hidden, secreted away, tight-fitting locations. So a
They
crumpled
like to try to hide. What was it he said before that they think they're hiding, and then he made that joke about maybe that's making them like a human. It was really funny.
up paper towel has a lot of those nooks and crannies that they look for,
Nooks and
and
crannies.
it makes perfect sense for them to pupate there. In fact, when I rear insects in the lab, oftentimes I'll use pieces of paper toweling material for them to pupate in, and it's a very common practice.
There you go.
Okay. So does the fact that there were maggots or things attached to a paper towel give you any indication as to whether that paper towel was used for anything other than to clean up something that is not a dead body?
I
don't know.
Could you rephrase
I don't know.
that?
I guess that's a poorly asked question. I'm sorry. Does the fact that you have these, I guess, this specific 4-day insects pupating in that area, does that tell you anything, or is there anything on them paper towels to give you any indication that they were used in any way, shape, or form to clean up decompositional material or anything else?
Objection beyond the area of expertise.
I knew it. You know what? Here's the thing. So on my question counter, check it out, guys. So I've been doing the question counter where we were at since the last objection was 7, and I looked at my I've been writing them down. 7. This is the most questions we've gotten before an objection in this entire witness's testimony, except for at the very beginning of the testimony when we got 12 questions in. And I was looking back, and we had one group of 6 and another group of 6. The rest have been 3 or less. So when I got to 7, I was like, we've made this is now the second highest number, and that is so funny. Now we've got an objection.
I asked them specifically as it relates to entomological evidence.
Overall, he can answer it if he can.
When you find a pupation site, such as a paper towel, it associates itself with something other than a food source. So for example, if there was a food source on those paper towels, I would not expect to find those flies pupating there because they leave the food source to find a place to hide, to pupate. So their presence on those paper towels is more indicative of an absence of food material associated with them rather than the inverse.
Okay. So the stage that you found them in was in the cocoon stage. Is that correct?
It was the eclosed or empty cocoon stage. So meaning indicating that the flies had already emerged as adults. And when they do that, they leave those puparia behind and they last in the environment for very, very long periods of time.
Okay. So it's not during the feeding stage. It's during the I've been here stage already.
That is correct. The maggots have fed, they've pupated, they've completed their transition to adulthood, and then they've left. So if you continuing with my butterfly analogy, the empty chrysalis hanging on a tree that's empty is analogous to that stage.
Okay. And was there anything that you identified from any of the materials that you covered that have any indication that, I'll strike that question. What else, what other information do you, well, let me talk a little bit about the garbage.
Garbage trash.
Now what attracts these insects to garbage?
These specific flies.
Objection, Your Honor, unless the question relates to
I don't know. I felt it coming. We got three questions in that time.
trash or garbage that was in this car is not relevant.
That's what I'm asking.
Sustain, rephrase the question. You just asked.
Yes. What in your professional opinion, do you believe attracted these insects to this trash?
Based on the contents of this particular trash bag in this case, there was a number of cans of tobacco spit.
Oh.
I don't know what the technical term for that is, but that is a body fluid
Maybe Alex
that
Murdoch was involved.
decomposes itself. And these particular types of flies, these scuttle flies, these phorid flies, are very attracted to that sort of material. That is the primary item in the trash bag that I would attribute their presence to. Also, it appeared that there was a piece of, when I saw the photos, it was a dried up piece of meat of some sort inside of I think it was a bologna container that was in there that could have also accounted for it. But my assumption is that the tobacco spit was the primary attraction.
And would that be even if the tobacco spit was inside a closed container?
Yes, these flies, these scuttle flies, are very small. They are attracted to very what you could consider restricted food sources. In fact, I've recovered them from a sealed plastic bucket that we used to house anatomical specimens in the laboratory. They were breeding in there. So yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
If I may publish defense exhibits.
Yeah, it's already in evidence.
To the jury.
It's already in evidence.
To the doctors. Like to ask
What says the state?
Your Honor, I believe these are enlargements of photographs that are in evidence, and we could.
Denote the items in evidence for the record.
Why do you have to
since
be
that is
annoying?
not actually in evidence.
Why do you have to be annoying, though?
The two items of evidence that are depicted in this photograph are states 133 and states 128.
Okay.
Great.
Dr. Huntington, may I ask the witness to step down?
Yes.
I know, he's just the worst. Here he comes, stepping down. Excellent. So remember, guys, so on the left, that's how the trash was found, all wet, nasty, and gross, right? And then on the right, that's after they claim they just simply aired it out, but it looks like it's been cleaned, right? Like it looks less dirty, which is interesting. But basically, I mean, that's like tampering with evidence, right? I mean, that was what they did at the Orange County Sheriff's Forensics Lab or whatever. Getting it all set up on the easel. Excellent.
Can you see that as well, Mr. Ashton?
No, could we just project the
Oh,
image on the screen so we can
No.
look at it? Is there an evidence?
I think
Why?
we may be bouncing back and forth. It might be a little easier.
Why?
Okay, I'm gonna have to stand over here. That's
okay.
So you're gonna have to stand back.
Fucking hell.
Is the mic on? Okay. Can everyone hear me okay?
Oh.
Come on, let's move on. folks.
He's a good sport.
Okay. Dr. Huntington.
Look,
I'm going
this expert is such a good sport with Mr. Ashton being such a fucking tick.
to, when I refer to
Although I will say, at least he's lounge lizarding, kind of. He's not really doing it correctly, but he's like trying.
an item, I'm going to refer to states 128, which will be the photograph on the left.
Yeah, he's not really lounge lizarding. He's just kind of like leaning. So
if you're facing it. Okay. And on the right, I will refer to states 133.
Okay.
Okay. So that's
2833.
Yeah, got it. Okay. Now, when you first inspected the garbage, which one of these items were you able to inspect visually with photographs?
Visually with photographs, I had access to both of them. I believe I probably spent more time looking at the 33 image.
And that would be the dry garbage?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that how you would characterize it?
That's, yes.
Objection from a photograph.
Ugh.
How you characterize it from a photograph during the photo.
Oh my God.
It appears to be dry garbage to me.
Okay. Now, what would be the difference as it relates to entomological evidence?
I'm sorry. I think this setup is just not going to work. I can't see the photo.
Stop
I don't focus by that.
it. Stop it.
Photo. Could we,
I can allow Mr. Ashton hold both of the photographs.
but I need to see what you're pointing at.
Fucking hell.
A little bit, Mr. Baez. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Okay. Is that better?
Wow.
As long as you just don't lie.
Come on, folks, let's move on.
All right. Now,
Don't say fault. You know very well whose fault it is.
so what would be the difference,
Fuck.
speaking with entomological type evidence, if you had them attract to this trash versus this trash?
Lurking. Yeah, that's accurate. Thank you, Candace.
You said with regards to the attractiveness
Yes.
of the
Yeah.
trash?
He's lurking.
The flies in this case, and in fact, most there we go. The flies that are going to be attracted to the garbage are going to be more attracted to the damp, wet garbage than they would be to dry garbage.
And why is that?
The reason for that is primarily to do with the larval habits or the maggots, the way they feed. When a fly lays eggs, the eggs dry up very quickly. So they have to be in an environment that is moist enough to prevent desiccation or drying, as well as the maggots themselves don't feed well on dry material. If you have a piece of fresh meat versus a piece of beef jerky, it's the same sort of thing. You don't expect to see maggots on beef jerky because it's just too dry. They don't feed on it at all.
So how is it that we saw, or they were able to recover, I guess, maggot or insect activity off of this dry garbage?
Let me object for a moment. I'm not sure the testimony indicated they took it off
Let me object for a moment.
the garbage in that condition.
Yeah, it's something you can bring it out.
Three questions.
The evidence that's visible in the dry garbage photos is the remains or non-feeding stages of those insects that presumably were feeding in the damp stage or wet stage.
Is it fair to say this is what they would have been attracted to initially, and then what's left of them and their remains is here?
That's correct.
Okay. And do they attract to anything? Do you need a hamburger for them to be attracted to that, or actual big pieces of meat for the flies that you found in this case to be attracted to these types of materials?
No, it doesn't have to be a substantial piece or amount of material to draw their attention to it.
Does the bacteria of any items play a role? Any of the food items play a role in their attraction?
The flies themselves are attracted to the smell of decomposition, and decomposition itself is the process of being eaten. When we die, we have gastrointestinal bacteria inside of us that begin to eat us from the inside out. That's why things smell. The food items have bacteria on them that are eating them as it's sitting there. So the bacteria itself is what begins that decomposition process and what emits those volatile chemical cues that the insects are honing in on. Different food sources, different organic food material or formerly living things certainly will have different types of bacteria, which may emit different waste gases, which would influence their attractiveness to specific insect groups.
Does a empty carton of like Stouffer's food or something along those lines, does that have bacteria on it that the flies are attracted to?
It certainly has bacteria on it. I think it depends on what it is, whether or not they're going to be attracted to it.
Is there any other evidence that was involved in the trash that you think the jury would find interesting? As it relates to your entomological findings?
With regards to the entomological findings, there were a number of these pupil cases on lots of different items of the trash. For example, there's a Velveeta box. I would love to use the pointer. This Velveeta box right here, there were a number of these phorid puparia attached to it. Trying to pick out which is which. This is a dryer sheet. There were puparia attached to it. There were puparia attached to some sort of stain stick type laundry thing. There were a number attached to it. There were a number attached to I don't know which one it is, but there's a piece of paper that was in there. And so again, that reinforces this notion that the maggot.
So Candace is sharing with us her maggot story. Okay, we lived across the road from a fishing stream in England, and one old man used to fish with maggots, and he would store them in his mouth. He would spit them into. That is horrifying. I don't even know. Wow. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. Gross.
They're not necessarily feeding on whatever it is they're attached to. They've actually crawled away from what they're feeding on and then pupated somewhere else.
Is there anything inconsistent with what you found in the trash and what you found in the entire trunk that would lead you to conclude this is anything, or this entomological evidence is anything but the result of a bag of trash in the trunk of a car for 2 to 3 weeks?
There you go.
I would expect to find the same thing in a bag of trash, in the car trunk, in the back of somebody's house, virtually anywhere. It's
Yep.
a bag of trash with trash feeding insects in it. There's nothing remarkable about that.
Excellent. There it is. There it is. I mean, and you know what? Again, this just makes common sense, but there it is from the expert.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Okay.
I think you can probably sit down after that. Any other questions?
Okay, Dr. Huntington, now I would like to shift our focus to the site off Suburban Drive. Okay.
Oh, the crime scene, or, you know.
From the evidence that you reviewed, do you have any opinions as to, or let me rephrase that. Let me ask, what does the insect evidence tell us there?
You're speaking specifically to the recovery site?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
The insect material from the recovery site associated with the remains there are what you would typically expect to find associated with remains at that location, that time of year, in normal circumstances. What was missing from that scene were the early colonizing flies.
Yeah.
Those blowflies that I was discussing
The
earlier.
thing is, guys, I'm just so happy to hear this testimony, because I talked a lot about the problems. And towards the end of the state's case in chief, I spent a lot of time talking about how the bug evidence alone destroys their case. They have no case. The bug evidence alone, and that was from their own experts, because it doesn't make sense. You don't see what you should see in the trunk, and you don't see what you should see at where the remains were found. And the only explanation is that that body was not in the trunk ever, and was not at the where it was recovered. It wasn't there for long enough. And so that's where Roy Cronk's going to come into all this, because and we haven't heard from him yet, but apparently there's, you know, we will hear from him. The defense, you know, has stated in opening statements that potentially he found that body way early and then took it and stored it somewhere because he thought he was going to be getting a reward. And then when he realized the reward was only if she was alive, he put it back close to where he thought he found it or whatever. But honestly, something akin to that is the only explanation, because the state's explanation where it's in the trunk for 3 days and then at the other site for the rest of the time, like almost 5.5 months, it's not possible. It's absolutely not possible.
And their absence is unusual in a case where a body is recovered outdoors in that nature.
Okay. And why do you say that as to it being outdoors being a factor?
Well, a body that is readily accessible in this case, and in this case, everything from the entomological perspective shows that it was a readily accessible body. The absence of those early colonizing insects is unusual because they should have been there.
Yeah.
They should be there. They get there very quickly. There's no good reason at the scene why they shouldn't be there.
And what does that tell you?
What that indicates is that the body was moved or transported from some other location to the site where it was discovered.
Wow.
Now, the absence of those flies doesn't really tell you where the body may have been, but it certainly shows.
We just know that it wasn't there.
Post-mortem movement.
Wow. Wow.
Are there other things, perhaps in the soil, that you can make a determination as to where a body decomposed?
Certainly, there are a number of tests that can be conducted.
Got 5 questions in that time.
Okay.
Are they going to send the jury out?
You may continue.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, no.
Dr. Huntington, you were talking about some of the indicators of why, of what would lead you to conclude that the body was moved. And I believe you were talking about the soil. What happens when you see?
When a body decomposes, as I referenced earlier with the research from the trunk, the body fluids from the soil, those decompositional fluids, come out of the body. And when it's in an outdoor environment, those body fluids, the decompositional fluids, will leach into the soil. And it changes the biotic or animal community. It changes the types of bacteria that are there. It changes the nematode community, for example, which are little microorganisms that feed on bacteria and each other. And it even changes it'll kill off the grass community around, or the plant community around it. It's like putting too much fertilizer on your lawn. It's too much nitrogen, it kills it. And when you are
To that end, let me show you guys something real quick. Did you guys hear what he just said? It kills the grass. I didn't know that, but let me just pull this up real quick. I'm just going to pull this up and skip to a specific thing.
Body.
But the way that she said, if I can actually do it, let me do it this way. So it's when he goes to talk. So I have that picture of where the remains were found, where you can actually see, you don't see any remains, but you see the area. And this is important because remember what he was just saying about the grass. I'll find it here in just a sec. Well, let me listen to it so I can see where
Could be decomposed fluid, including decomposed blood that might not react.
Well, the test
after this
testified, in, which I
tape would not have expected to find any DNA.
It's right after this.
If I may answer without yes or no, the expectation that would
right, but the
would be the possible area where exposure and length of time expectation would be collected on.
For 6 months, unlikely. In your, I believe we have.
Okay, they have entered is not accurate. You can walk on it. You're not in or misrepresenting the evidence. Okay, you should be able to use the actual facts. See it is like if you guys are. And I made a joke about it because he called it, pictures coming right up. Called it the tarp thing or whatever. And he was referring to the tent that they put up whenever they do this. Anyway, on the recap, I'll pull that image up because you can see really well all the investigators out there and you can see the area, you can see the tent, and they're out there on their hands and knees, you know, sifting through bones and what dirt and whatever, but you can see it. And they're not in water. It's not a swamp. Okay, there. That's where that's them recovering the remains and sifting, doing all that. So take a look at that. And so just we can keep that in mind as he's describing what this should do to the landscape, if you will, the area.
Examining sites of decomposition, you can't. There are relatively emergent fields in forensic science right now that will not only look at the soil biotic and abiotic communities, the chemical and animal communities within the soil structure itself to determine the site of decomposition.
Repeat your last statement, sir.
Oh, he said it too fast for the court reporter.
There are recent studies that look at the biotic or living communities and the abiotic or non-living community structures in the soil itself. And by looking at those and examining those, you can tell if this is a site that something has decomposed versus another. And I referenced it earlier where a lot of this research is conducted at the University of Nebraska by Dr. Dave Carter. I work very closely with him on this research.
Oh my God.
Let me break it down this way. So there's a stain on at the area on the ground where someone would decompose.
Yes.
Okay. And would that also include even a body that was in a couple of plastic bags?
Given the scenario of a body in a couple of plastic bags, if there is no breach to the bags, meaning that they are entirely sealed so that no fluid can escape from them, then I would not expect to find those at that soil community or at that soil location. If there are holes in the bag or tears or rips or something of that nature, certainly those fluids would spill out.
So if you as an entomologist or someone investigating a death scene outdoors, is that stain something you look for to where you should begin your initial investigation?
It is certainly something I would look at to describe the scene, describe the location. So for example, if a body is found outdoors and the site of discovery is abnormal in some way. So for example, if there is none of that staining or none of that plant material that's been killed off or something out of the ordinary.
These are outside the expertise of an entomologist. He's now talking about botany.
Just two questions.
And soil chemistry. Object.
Oh my God, with your speaking objections too.
Because you spend so much time looking at decomposing bodies, you just come to expect these things. It's part of the natural taphonomy or decomposition process. And so anything that is unusual is certainly something that's going to stand out.
Okay. And are there any other items of evidence or entomological findings that you have that would support this conclusion, in addition to what you've already testified, or is that pretty much?
Could you be more specific, or
did you find in the canvas bag or in the bags, were there early colonizers within the bag?
There were a few samples. I think there were 3 of puparial cases of those early colonizing blowflies.
Okay. So as it relates to the early colonizers, were they found anywhere near where area A of the remains were found?
The only early colonizing insects that were associated with the site of recovery were from the bag itself.
Okay. And what does that tell you?
Excuse me. It reinforces that idea that, or the hypothesis that those remains were moved, because if you have a body that's moved after it's begun that decompositional process, especially if it's in some sort of bag or container of some sort, you would expect some of those insects that have made that transition to the pupal stage even to be physically moved with the body. In this case, not finding them away from the body reinforces that, because if the body had decomposed at that site, they would have been found all over the place around where the body was recovered and in much greater numbers.
Okay. If I can have just a moment, I want to see if I have further questions.
Okay, you might be done.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you mean to say?
Okay, so let's do this, because get ready for this, guys. So let me back that up. I'm going to pull this down. We're going to swoop, and we're going to get ready to brace ourselves for this. Whew.
If I can have just a moment, I want to see if I have further questions.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you mean to suggest to this jury that this body fully skeletonized at another location and was then moved?
No, sir, I did not see that.
When you say decomposition, you're referring to the very early stages of decomposition, correct?
When I say decomposition,
let me rephrase. When you say the body decomposed, was the word you used, elsewhere, you mean the very early stages of decomposition occurred elsewhere, correct?
When I say decomposed elsewhere or began decomposition elsewhere, I am primarily referring to the early stages of decomposition.
Which would be defined as what for the benefit of the jury?
When you look at the stages of decomposition, there are a number of ways to describe it. Most scientists that work in the field of taphonomy or decomposition science use anywhere between 3 and I think 24 stages. I describe it as 5 stages based on studies conducted earlier this century. The fresh stage, the bloat stage, the early decay stage, or I'm sorry, yes, the early decay or active decay, then the advanced decay stage, and then the remains stage. The early stages, as I define them, especially with regards to this case, I would refer to those as the fresh stage and the bloat stage, and possibly even the beginning of active decay.
And how many accumulated degree days does it take to go through fresh and bloat stages on a child?
On a child,
yes, sir.
I'm not sure that research has been done specifically to look at a child's body.
Well, can you just give us an opinion as to how many accumulated degree days it would take to go through fresh and bloat stages on a child of approximately 2.5 to 3 years? Small child.
I don't think I have the specific data available.
Well, could it be as short as a couple of days? Well, let me start over. Accumulated degree days basically are a mathematical formulation taking the average temperature times the number of days, correct?
Close.
Get us right on point.
Okay.
Ask that the witness be allowed to complete his answer.
Did you finish your answer, sir?
Close enough.
Okay, you may continue.
Go ahead. Just go ahead and fill it in for us.
Oh, okay. An accumulated degree day is the...
So by the way, guys, so just to wrap up, so I don't know how to do the mean. I might need I don't know how to do that. I know what the mean is, like mean versus average, but I know in terms of calculating that, I think you need to make a chart. But anyway, as far as the average goes, right? So in terms of, there were 29 objections during direct examination. And so the average number of, I just did the math with a calculator. The average number of questions that were asked before an objection was 2.39. And now I'll look into seeing if I can figure out how to do the mean.
Average daily temperature minus the minimum base threshold temperature. And it's an important distinction because there are some scientists who erroneously think you don't need to do that. And that's why I make the distinction.
Okay, average minus minimum. What's the average is pretty obvious. What does minimum base mean?
The minimum base threshold temperature is actually a mathematical construction. There is a temperature at which biological processes stop. And depending on what those processes are, determines what that temperature actually is. In the case of accumulated degree days or degree day science, it is a mathematical construct, meaning that it has no real biological meaning other than.
Oh, okay, so mean and average are the same. The median is what I was thinking of. So, okay, anyway.
For the math to work, to use the model to do the calculations, you have to use the correct base temperature.
2 days at 90 degrees. How many accumulated degree days is that? 2 days, average temperature 90 degrees.
That would depend on what the base threshold temperature is.
And does that vary from region to region?
No, it depends on what biological process you're looking at, or for example, for what insect species you're looking at.
Well, I'm just talking about in terms of decomposition, because decomposition is also temperature dependent, correct?
Correct.
And those terms are also used in decomposition terms, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. So in those terms, what would 2 days at 90 degrees equal in accumulated degree days?
If you assume a base temperature of 0, to make the math easy, 2 days at 90 degrees Fahrenheit would be 180 accumulated degree days Fahrenheit.
And why would 0 not be an appropriate number to use? I'm trying to understand this process.
Certainly.
In terms of decomposition, not insect growth, but just in terms of decomposition.
In terms of decomposition, well, in terms of anything, because again, it's kind of an arbitrary. A minimum threshold of 0 essentially makes the math easy in this case, but it's because I'm not basing it on a specific model. So for example, I could say arbitrarily that the minimum threshold temperature is 20 degrees Fahrenheit, which again has no biological significance. It's a mathematical construct.
Perhaps I can make this easier for you.
Okay, thank you.
What is the equivalency between 90 degree days and 60 degree days? How many 290 degree days equal how many 60 degree days, if that helps us understand it better?
So stupid.
You said 60?
60 degree days.
Okay.
Average day, average temperature. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe we'll understand it that way.
Sure. 190 degree day average temperature would accumulate 1.5 60 degree day average temperatures.
Okay.
If that.
So basically 2 days at 90 degree average temperature would equal 3 days at 60 degree average temperature.
That's correct.
Okay. I think maybe we've got our heads wrapped around that now. In your experiment, well, actually, let's go back to the scene. So what I'm trying to let us wrap our heads around here is, how long do you believe this body was at another location before it was moved to the Suburban Drive location? Are you talking a couple of days? What do you flesh that out for us?
Okay. It's a hard thing to say. And the reason is because it depends on the environmental conditions at that site. So for example, if let's say the body was in a refrigerator, it could be months.
Well, let me stop you there. Let's assume temperatures like right now outside. You've experienced that obviously today.
It is very hot outside, yes.
Okay. So let's say that today is day 1.
Okay.
So how many days is it that you feel at this temperature we're experiencing right now that body was someplace else before it went to that location? And it's around 95 degrees today, as I understand. I feel the same way.
Probably around 2 to 3 or maybe 4 days.
Okay. So with those assumptions in mind, you would agree that the body was placed at its finally found location within 2 or 3 days of death, roughly.
If you assume those environmental conditions.
All right, assuming those environmental conditions. So you would agree that from that point on, this body, the evidence is consistent with this body remaining at that location from that point forward, correct?
if you assume that the remains were exposed to those conditions, and if you assume that they did not have some sort of intermediary conditions and were placed directly at that scene, that would be consistent.
And the scene, as you know, it is consistent with that scenario, that the body was placed there within 2 or 3 days of death and remained there consistently until it was found. There's nothing about the scene that would refute that. Isn't that correct?
I'm hesitating because it's consistent with a lot of scenarios, but yes.
It's consistent with the one I gave.
Sure.
Okay.
By the way, I just calculated the mean. I just calculated the median. The median number of questions would be 2 questions, by the way.
So that means that this body was for some 2 or 3 days in another location. Correct.
If you assume the environmental conditions that you proposed.
But, right, assuming that is as far as temperature goes.
Yes.
Okay. And that location would have to be such that early colonizers were unable to get to it. Would that be correct?
No.
Woohoo!
And the reason for that is the early colonizers, there were early colonizers present on the body in very low numbers. So they had some access
at some point.
At some point.
But clearly, at some point, they were not able to get to the body.
It was good. I got to practice all my math. Look at this, by the way. Look at that pause. I learned that mean and averaging were the same thing, and I also remembered how to figure out the median. So that was good math practice. Yay! Woohoo!
Which is why they're not there. I
Not
believe
that
that's what you said.
though.
Correct.
Overruled. He asked him, was that what he said? He can say yes or no.
What I said was that the insects had access to the body in early stages of decomposition because they were there, and then the body was moved some point thereafter.
Is it also not consistent with the body being inaccessible, but for the very late stages that those early colonizers would be interested in?
But for.
Could you rephrase that?
Yeah, that was a little sloppy. You're not talking about a precise window of opportunity. In other words, it doesn't go for 2 days and then all of a sudden, boom, this insect is no longer interested and now this one is. It's not that clear, correct?
I will give 1,000,000 squirrel points to whoever can figure out what the fuck is on Mr. Ashton's tie.
It can be that clear depending on the circumstances.
Is it usually that clear?
It depends on the circumstances. Because we're talking about early colonizing flies in this case, or here at this moment, there is a definite window where they lose any attraction to the remains as a food resource because they're looking at it as a resource for their offspring. Just like any other parent, they want their kids to do well.
Oh
so
my
they're
God.
not going to be attracted.
How cute is that, though? They want their kids to do well, just like any other parent. Oh my God.
They're not going to colonize remains that are not going to be favorable to their offspring. At some point, depending on environmental conditions, those flies switch that off, where this set of remains is no longer attractive. And it can be very distinct, meaning that because these flies are not attracted to bodies at nighttime, for example, on whatever day they're laying eggs during the daytime, the next day they won't. So it can be a very distinct time. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
It does. So what you're telling us is that this body had a full complement of early colonizers on it and somebody washed it off? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I did not say that.
Okay, well then why aren't the early colonizers there if the body was available to them? Why aren't they there?
The flies are not at the scene in this case, or rather the Picaria are not at the scene in this case because, in my opinion, of postmortem movement.
But the insects go with the body because that's their food source, isn't it?
If those insects were still associated with the remains during that movement, it depends on, for example, where the body was, what it may have been contained in, things of that nature.
So you're suggesting that the body is moved in that very short window between the time the eggs are laid and the time the larvae no longer interested in the body, that it was moved in that window? I'm trying to understand what you're telling us.
there are a couple of different scenarios that would work in this example. The first is that the body was moved late in the feeding stages of these maggots, meaning that those early colonizing maggots had left the body in large numbers with only a few remaining, which would account for those few that are recovered in the bags themselves. That is one scenario, and that would take much longer, for example. Another scenario would be that large numbers of maggots that were removed from the body, as you suggested, and the body was then transported. Another scenario would be the large number of maggots, the body is placed into the containers or the bags as it was found, and then moved. There are a number of...
Isn't there a fourth scenario, though? Isn't there a fourth scenario that the body in the early stages of decomposition was inaccessible to the flies? Isn't that a scenario that you forgot?
How would that be
the
possible?
body had to be accessible to the flies because
that makes no sense.
There were flies present
at some point
on the body when it was recovered. The early colonizers were recovered in association with the body, indicating that they did have access.
McDonald's Christmas is on the flip side.
This one, exhibit AW.
Boy. Oh God, sorry guys. Sorry, I did not know that happened again. Hopefully you guys, hopefully you missed that.
It's not simultaneously. It's not there or not there 1 second, there the next second.
I did not know that was that. I mean, it was quick, but I'll keep an eye out.
I guess what I'm getting at is are you saying that it's not possible that the body was kept for a certain period of time in an area that was inaccessible to early colonizers, was moved within a very close in time to when they were no longer interested, so only a few of them got involved in it, like Dr. That's not possible?
Anything is possible.
Let's talk about the one I asked you. That is possible, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall giving a deposition in this case?
I recall giving 2 depositions. Yes, sir.
You guys, I found the tie. You're not even gonna believe what I did. That's good. Okay, you guys. Oh my God. I found the tie. I found the tie. I found the tie. Oh my God, I found the tie. Here's what I did. With my phone, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. With my phone, I took a picture of my computer where Mr. Ashton was standing still, and then I did a reverse image search, and I found the tie. This is the tie. It's a Jerry Garcia. Let me see if I can show this to you guys. I can't even believe this is crazy. Wow, that worked. I'm shocked that worked. I mean, who knew if it was going to be recognizable, but I was like, well, I'll try it. Let me, what does it say it's called? Let me see if I can. I'll keep playing this and then I'll pull this up on my computer and show you guys when I have it. Because I was doing this on my phone. So give me a second here.
Now, do you recall Dr. Haskell's statement in his report about this issue?
I would have to look at Dr. Haskell's report to refresh my memory.
You have a copy of it with you?
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead and look at it.
Now you're referring to report 1 or
the report from the scene, specifically the one where he discusses his interpretation of the lack of the relatively low number of early colonizers.
Do you have a page reference on that, or
just that portion? I don't. He needs to look at the portion that references that matter.
Found it, Doctor?
I'm looking, sir.
Okay.
I apologize for the time.
Let's actually want you to step up and show them where it is.
I'll try and find it. You see that portion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall me asking at your Council Benedict, page 61, line 7, generally, if you agreed with Dr. Haskell's
You guys, here we go. Y'all ready? There it is. There's the tie. That is the tie. That is Mr. Ashton's tie. I still have no idea what is on the tie, but that's the tie. So now we know. There it is. Found it. Woo! Okay, back to the trial.
This is the deposition. I'm sorry, Your Honor. The deposition of January 28, 2011.
It's very ugly. I agree.
What page?
Page 61.
Honestly, that and the pig picture could have a contest for what is worse.
Now, actually, please read what Dr. Haskell said in that portion of his report.
Certainly. The observation of reduced numbers of initial colonizers is consistent with the suggestion that the body was initially stored in a location that excluded initial colonizers.
Now, in your deposition, I asked you, and I'll read the question and then your answer.
Great.
At line 7, said, okay, now I
don't think there's anything inconsistent with these statements.
He said, I don't know if you want to speak in response, Judge.
No, just a second.
No.
Over.
Now, I ask you the following question. Okay, now, is there anything, we've talked about one aspect of Dr. Haskell's report. Is there anything in Dr. Haskell's report of the scene with which you disagree or take issue? In other words, I don't want to go through it line by line. If you tell me that you're in agreement with it, then we'll just stop there. If you're not, then we'll go to what you disagree with. And your answer, well, the only part, really, there's not a lot to disagree with. The report is very straightforward. I've examined most of the specimens, so in the off chance that there's something that jumps out at me, jumps out at me that would disagree with his conclusions, that would be when I would find it. Otherwise, no, his report is very similar or the same as what my report would look like given the same evidence. Are you now indicating that you do not agree with that conclusion in Dr. Haskell's report, that the insect evidence is consistent with the body being held in a circumstance where early colonizers were excluded?
That is one possibility. I believe I was just expanding on more possibilities, yes.
Well, you just said a moment ago that you didn't think that was possible. So do you agree with his conclusion that the evidence is consistent with that scenario, most consistent with that scenario, or do you not?
It depends on the circumstances or in this case, environmental conditions that the body would have been maintained in.
Well, is there something about the environmental conditions that you know now that you didn't know when you answered my question in January of this year?
Characterization, Judge. That is not what this witness has testified to. There's some facts not in evidence.
Is anything different?
As far as
your knowledge of the environmental conditions?
No.
And you would also agree with his conclusion that the evidence is consistent with the body being deposited there in June or July of 2008, correct?
That is consistent with those dates, yes.
Now, let's talk for a moment about if in fact this body were kept in the early stages of decomposition in some area that was isolated from the early colonizers, it's true, is it not, that place would smell?
Are you going to try to suggest that just because people said the trunk smelled bad, despite all of the evidence that there was never a body in that trunk, are you going to try to suggest that the smell disproves all of the other evidence? Please tell me that's not where you're going with this, please, for the love of God.
That it would stink.
That is not enough, Mr. Ashton.
Yes,
Come on.
Well, yes, if it were allowed to decompose in the absence of those early colonizers, then yes, I think that is a fair assumption.
So wherever this body was when it was excluded from early colonizers, what was in the trunk or someplace else, that place.
This is a false equivalency. Yes, a body decomposing would stink, but just because something stinks doesn't mean there was a body there, right? There's other things that stink.
Would stink. And you would not be able to get the stink out. Isn't that correct?
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
Because the smell of human decomposition, you would agree, is very recognizable. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, also shout out to Radiohead. Can't get the stink out.
I think the smell of any kind of decomposition is very recognizable, yes.
And as you yourself said, you can't clean it out, you can't get it out. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So wherever this body decomposed, it would smell distinctive, wouldn't it?
It would smell bad, yes.
And that smell would be difficult to ever get out, wouldn't it?
It is difficult, yes.
When you examined the Pontiac Sunfire in this case, did you examine it in, I think, July of 2010?
Yes, July of 2010.
Or as Judge Belvin calls it, the sunbird.
So 2 years after the events that we've been discussing, correct?
Yes.
All of the trunk liner had been removed.
Called it the sunbird.
Correct?
Yes.
But
There was no garbage in the car, correct?
Not in the trunk.
And according to the evidence as you know it, that garbage had been removed more than 2 years before that. Isn't that correct?
And request a sidebar.
Okay,
sidebar.
you may continue.
When you
You
viewed
get
the trunk,
madder and madder.
July of 2010, it still smelled, didn't it?
There was a smell in the trunk, yes.
Now, it was fairly weak at that point, wasn't it?
Yes.
So he's look at him laughing. He's suggesting exactly what I said. Please tell me you're not doing that. He's trying to suggest that just because it's still, again, just because it smelled bad means like, I'm sorry, but you can't, right? You just, this is
It was.
So you couldn't actually identify it as human decomposition as opposed to anything else, correct?
Knowing that there was a bag of garbage found in the trunk, I could have easily associated it with garbage.
Yeah.
Or ascribed it to a garbage smell.
When in your experience has a bag of garbage stunk up a car 2 years after it was removed? And what was in that garbage? Dr. Huntington.
I can honestly say I've never left a bag of garbage in a car trunk in Florida during the summer for a week. So I don't have that experience.
Have you left one in Nebraska?
Nah, I don't put garbage in my trunk whenever
Have you ever
possible.
walked past the dumpster?
Yes.
Look at his
In
face.
Nebraska?
Yes.
In other states?
Yes.
What is wrong with him?
Now, sir, let's talk about your...
But you didn't even ask the question about it. What is happening? Aren't you supposed to ask him what it smells like? Isn't that the whole point, even though this is pointless anyway? Oh my God.
experiment.
Yup. Candace is absolutely correct. That's why he got in trouble as a judge. His inability to regulate his emotions of laugh, they handle, among other things. Yup. Oh God. Oh God. Oh look, people.
This experiment was created.
I think he was taking the pig picture down. So, but I think we're in the clear again. Luckily, I caught it real quick.
Specifically for this case. Isn't that correct?
Okay, we're in the clear.
No, sir, it was not.
It was not.
No, sir.
Why was it created?
I have a long-standing research history in examining barrier effects to fly colonization. It is common, or rather, many bodies have been recovered from vehicle trunks. There are case studies and research in the literature that
I'm thinking too for replay crew, I'm thinking that there might be a way that after the live stream, I bet I can, well, I don't know. I've never tried this. I will see if there's a way I can edit it in YouTube where I can blur that out, even though it's just for a split second. But I don't want anyone to accidentally see that. I'll see what I can do. It might be possible to do that. I'll
deal with how long of a delay there may be in those conditions in vehicle trunks. And I had occasion to meet the owner of a towing company that has a number of junk cars. And talking to him, I said, hey, is this an experiment I can do with some of your vehicles? And he volunteered them.
Did you discuss with defense counsel doing this experiment before you began it?
I told them that I was going to do an experiment, yes.
And did your choice of doing this experiment have anything to do with your work in this case your work in this case?
Yep, it does look like I can blur parts of the video. Cool. All right, excellent. So replay crew, you guys will be all good. I will do that.
This experiment specifically has been in the back of my mind for a long time. In this particular occasion, I did do some, I want to say, side experimenting with this specific case, but no, it was not specifically modeled after this case.
Prior to being involved in this case, on how many occasions in your practice have you been dealt with bodies in trunks for 2 or 3 days through that fresh and bloat stage only? On how many occasions?
I have never had occasion to work on a case with a body in a trunk.
Never?
No, sir.
So all of your opinions you've given us here today about what you would expect to see from a body decomposing in a trunk come from this one experiment. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Where else does it come from?
There are a number of sources in the literature, specifically case studies, that deal with bodies recovered from vehicle trunks.
How many of those?
I just have to say something. Look at, by the way, this dude looks like he's asleep or something, or I don't know what he's doing. But I have to say that this was never asked of Mr. Haskell, his expert, right? The state's expert, Dr. Haskell, was never asked because he didn't do anything practical. He just offered nonsense. There was no practical anything. And so because he didn't do any type of experiments or anything of the sort, I mean, he was never asked the same question, because I wouldn't be surprised if also he hadn't had any experience with it, because it's a very specific situation, but it doesn't mean that you can't offer an opinion when you're an expert in the field, especially when you conducted an experiment, which Mr. Haskell did not do.
Those involved small children.
I'm not aware of any that specified a small child.
How many of those involve small children wrapped in blankets?
I think why he's saying this is because he wants the jury. This is gross. This is trying to get sympathy because they're losing. They're y'all. This is not relevant to what they're talking about, but he's said, this is the second time he's said small children. Now he's adding the blankets in for a reason. This is really gross, in my opinion. You know, that's one of those things, right? Nobody wanted any children to die, right? But the fact that there's a dead child, I mean, really, it makes you more angry when you think about it, right? Because it's like the state could have tried to actually solve this case. Law enforcement could have actually tried to solve this case. They could have brought an actual case to trial. And instead, this case remains unsolved. You know? And if they really cared about the small child in the blanket, they would have done better.
None that I'm aware of.
How many of those involve small children wrapped in blankets and stuffed in a garbage bag?
This is horrifying. Yes. This is
again. How many involve a child wrapped in a blanket,
offensive,
stuffed in a garbage bag, stuffed in another garbage bag?
Objection, Judge. This question's been asked and answered 3 times.
So we can assume that none of your studies involved a child wrapped in a blanket, stuffed in 2 garbage bags, and stuffed in a laundry bag. None of the studies involved any of those, did they?
I think that is a fair assumption, yes.
Why didn't you wrap your pigs in a blanket? I promised I'd say that, Judge. But seriously, why didn't...
It's like he's trying to make a joke, but he's yelling it. I don't even know. This witness is a good sport.
You wrap your pigs in a blanket.
Thank you for saying that.
That's okay. We needed it right now. That the trunk would have looked like with Kaylee's body in it because she was wrapped in a blanket.
I'm sorry for the scream. I can't with that picture. I will, y'all, I'm sorry for this. You heard my scream. That's my reaction. I will edit this and blur it out, although it's going to be tough. I'm going to have to try to do it with my eyes squinted because I can't look at that, but I will fix that on the Candace, keep your glasses off. If you're still watching, please keep your glasses off because the camera is like jumping around and now it's like randomly showing that stupid pig picture, which I thought he took it down. Ugh.
2 bags and a laundry bag. So you agree this is not an accurate description, right?
If you are looking at the final product of decomposition, then that would be correct. What I was examining in this case, which in this experiment, which does have specific relevance to this case, is the not only attractiveness of a body in a trunk to blowflies, early colonizing flies, but also their ability to access the remains, or rather to access the vehicle's trunk.
But you only included one of many barriers
here comes
between the flies and Kaylee's body. You didn't include any of the rest in this study, correct?
I included the most external barrier, meaning that if the body, in this case, had I wrapped the pig in a blanket, I'm sorry, I can't get over saying that.
It's kind of funny.
If I'd wrapped the pig in a blanket, placed it in multiple trash bags.
Did he just say, do you find that funny? When it was his joke? Wait, hold on.
Had I wrapped the pig in a blanket, I'm sorry, I can't get over saying that.
It's kind of funny.
If I'd wrapped the pig.
What is he saying? Let me put it at normal speed. Hold on. What is he saying?
That if the body, in this case, had I wrapped the pig in a blanket, I'm sorry, I can't get over saying that.
It's kind of fun, isn't it?
If I'd wrapped.
Oh, he said it is kind of fun, isn't it? Okay, well.
Wrapped the pig in a blanket, placed it in multiple trash bags, placed it in a laundry bag, the flies could still have penetrated that vehicle trunk. And in that case, you would still see the same sort of piles of dead insect evidence.
This line of questioning is pointless because we already heard testimony from him that you can have completely sealed containers, completely sealed off environments, and they get in. Remember, I even asked the question. I was like, "How do they get in?" We don't know how they get in, but they get in. So this question about just putting something in a blanket or in a blanket in a trash, like that's not going to keep flies out, obviously. So this is stupid.
Inside the vehicle, and not only that,
I agree.
if the flies can smell.
They are
the
so
body,
capable.
in this case.
They're so capable with their umbrellas and their galoshes and their slickers and their briefcases to go about their fly business.
Wrapped in multiple wrappings.
Raise their children.
They can almost certainly penetrate those external wrappings and get to the body.
But you just told us that.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood. Were any of the studies that you've, let me rephrase, you've never had an experience with a body in the trunk in any circumstance, correct?
Other than this research.
Other than this. Okay. So were any of the studies that you did look at involve bodies wrapped in plastic bags in trunks?
Yes.
How many?
One. It was a case study of a homicide. I don't think they wanted to replicate it.
I'm sorry, what was that relevant to what I just said?
Oh, fuck. Hold on. The buffering. Okay. Here's what's happening right now. Good pause also. Wow. Okay. Holy fuck. So that witness just finally gave an answer. Now notice, we're going to watch it again. His demeanor, look at this dude's face. This dude's like, whoa. You can't see my mouse, but there's a dude over there on the left. Okay. This is brilliant because we've talked about this before. Sometimes these expert witnesses, they need to give back what they're getting, right? He's been extremely patient. He's being yelled at this whole time. And he answered this in a way that was a really good answer. And it wasn't mean. It wasn't condescending. It wasn't blah, blah, blah. And there's a buffering. And we're going to watch it on normal speed so we can hear the buffering of Mr. Ashton buffering. And then he doesn't know what to say. And then he responds. Let's watch that. Holy mackerel. Okay.
Studies that you did look at involve bodies wrapped in plastic bags in trunks.
Yes.
How many?
One. It was a case study of a homicide. I don't think they wanted to replicate it.
I'm sorry, what was that relevant to what I just said? We'll move on. So one case study.
Yes,
one case study. And tell us the circumstances.
Wow.
That was a body recovered in Europe where the head of the victim was placed in a garbage bag. I don't recall offhand if it was multiple garbage bags.
Again, I just have to see there's the overlap again with Dr. Russell where, it's probably not all that often, right? When you're trying to go down to the specifics, right? A body in a trunk of a car, in multiple all of the specifics, right? It's like, yeah, that doesn't happen all the time. Just like with the dog bite questions that she was getting asked, where it's like, it's not that they're not experienced. It's that this is, if you ask how many times, have you walked backwards and counted to 99 and you're like, I don't know, none, or maybe once. It's like, oh, well, you don't have any experience. It's like, what? You know what I mean? I don't know. I was just trying to think of an example, but you guys see what I'm saying, hopefully.
Wrapped in garbage bags, placed in the trunk of a vehicle, although in the citation it refers to it as the boot of the vehicle because they're European.
Right. And based upon that one study, you've just told this jury that there's no way that the bag could be a barrier to flies, no matter how it was set. Based on that one study. Is that your testimony?
That is not what I meant to imply. I apologize if it was taken that way.
He is handling this so well because, again, he has made it. That's not what he said, and he's made it clear that flies have no barrier. Flies will get in. Again, like Blackwater said, flies are so capable. That's what he's saying. This is
and many studies that do look at the barrier efficiency of trash bags
and find they are insufficient.
We can take this down now.
So okay, well, he's taking the pig picture down, so that's
only one of them dealing with the trash bag and trunk. Is that what?
The one case study, okay. Yes.
Why couldn't a trash bag which is sealed and wrapped keep bugs out? Isn't that why we buy them from the store, to keep the bugs out of our trash?
Got to be kidding me! To keep the bugs out of our trash? Wait. Let's hear that question again. Okay, first of all, first, why do you guys buy trash bags that have closings on it? Why? What is happening right now? I don't even understand.
But only one of them deals with the trash bag and trunk. Is that what?
The one case study. Yes.
I know. Y'all.
Why couldn't a trash bag, which is sealed and wrapped, keep bugs out? Isn't that why we buy them from the store, to keep the bugs out of our trash?
What?
I think that's one reason why people.
Well, no,
use them.
tell us. I'm serious. Why is it that a trash bag, which is sealed, cannot?
I mean, if anything, you want the bugs to stay in the trash, right? He's like, I want to keep the bugs out of my trash and instead in my home living environment. What is happening? He's like, I want to protect my trash from the bugs so they can be out. Like, what? I don't
exclude these early colonizers. That seems what you're saying.
Okay. If the smells can get out of a bag, that indicates that it is not airtight. And so when a fly, in this case, can smell the odors of decomposition.
It just sounds like Mr. Ashton has some sort of problem with the trash bag manufacturers, and that is not this expert's problem, first of all.
Attractive chemicals that bring them to the body in the first place. A female fly will actually deposit eggs on the boundary, on the outside layer. Say, for example, if you knot the bag or you use the drawstrings are very not airtight.
Right.
But if you knot the bag itself, if the odors are emitting from the bag, assuming no other holes in it, the flies, if they cannot penetrate the bag, they will actually oviposit or lay eggs there at the initial opening of the bag. When those maggots hatch, they will crawl in.
I will say, good luck tying your trash bag, regardless of what type of tie it has. You're not going to tie that thing tight enough. There's just no way. The bugs will get in.
They are very good at fitting through small spaces.
That's what they do. Remember, again, the sealed car and the sealed containers at the lab he was talking about. This is why this is pointless. This is so pointless because, in other words, you can have like any type of like super special sealed container and the bugs will get in it. So the trash bag, like, that's child's play for a fly, Mr. Ashton.
Now, did you ever experiment with the effects of chloroform on attracting flies?
Sake.
No, sir.
Did you, in your experiment, put chloroform in any of the trunks with the pigs to see how that affected the early colonizers?
This is so silly. This is beyond. No,
sir, I did not.
We've now gone into fantasy land because I like the chloroform. The chloroform is fantasy in this case. It's just fantasy. And so now we've gone from pigs in a blanket to the chloroform. We're adding in, he's not in, Mr. Ashton has left reality, I will say.
You are aware that chemical testing of the carpet and the trunk air indicated levels of chloroform, correct?
Yes.
And chloroform is actually a substance that can be used to kill insects, isn't it?
In high concentrations, yes, it can.
So what effect did the presence of chloroform have on the early colonizers?
You're making the assumption that there is a body associated in this case. Is that what I'm getting from
Take
you?
the following hypothetical.
Okay, please.
The body's in the trunk for a day or two.
Yeah, he's like, I can't even get your premise because there was never a body in the trunk.
Perhaps
but also to that end, there was never chloroform either.
Even placed there alive.
This is crazy.
Witness is being asked to render an opinion
Yeah,
outside of the parameters given by the court.
We're in the realm of fantasy, and this is not okay.
The body is...
Although not surprising that Judge Belvin overruled it because, yeah.
Let's even say the individual is placed in the trunk alive and dies in the trunk.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Mr. Ashton, stop it.
There's large amounts of chloroform on the body or in the air. What effect would that have on early colonizers colonizing this dead body? Do you know?
Because there's been no research on that specific topic, I don't know that there's a good answer for that. I will say that the dose of chloroform has to be sufficiently high to displace the oxygen levels to kill the insects themselves.
Interesting.
If chloroform acts as most other chemicals do that have been studied in this sort of scenario, for example, the research has been done where commercial pesticides, for example.
To say I am so impressed with this witness because again, we're in the realm of fantasy. This is a hypothetical, but in which, happens with expert witnesses, but this is a hypothetical in the realm of fantasy with Mr. Ashton right now. And there's no way he could have expected this question. And the fact that he's able to answer this is I'm so impressed right now, especially this really is, again, had this been the other way around, this is like beyond what is supposed to be his expertise, even though he's clearly a highly qualified expert. We're not in forensic etymology anymore. We're talking about chemicals in the air and what, like, but the fact that he's able to answer this, I mean, is really, shocking and impressive.
Have been used to try to displace those early colonizers. The effect is very short lasting.
But if you change the biochemistry of the air, the odor,
yeah,
you change the attraction of the early colonizers. Isn't that correct?
Objection. This witness is being asked to testify about an area outside of his expertise.
No kidding. I mean, it is.
Prove if you can answer the
But
question.
he seems like he can answer it, and that's the problem, because he did seem like he could answer it. Now, having said that, again, this would not have been enough had this been the other way around, where it was the defense objecting to a state's witness. This wouldn't have had the same result. Like, or rather, if yeah, like in other words, if this had been the same witness, for example, but under direct examination, and it was the objection was coming from Mr. Ashton, like again, we heard that whole proffer, right? You guys heard that. How many questions was he asked about his ability to identify stains, right? When clearly he's an expert at that. You guys saw all that, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, that you can't testify out of the expertise. And yet now, because it's under Cross, and Cross now is the state, now it's fair game, and there's nothing, it's crazy.
I think I can answer that question. Sure. Flies can detect, blowflies specifically, can detect parts per billion of the volatile chemicals that they're attracted to. For example, a female fly can smell a food source several miles away.
Wow.
So were there
that is impressive. Go fly.
Anything other than a complete displacement of those chemical cues, they would still be attracted.
So changing the chemistry of the odor, your testimony doesn't change the attractiveness of the flies?
Based on what I just said, it shouldn't.
But you acknowledge that there's never been any study not to base that on?
Not to my knowledge.
So for all you know, the chloroform in the odor.
Again, asking a hypothetical question in the realm of fantasy and then eliciting an opinion, and then you're like, well, but what are you basing that on? Sir? There's never been a formal study. No, this is a made-up fantasy realm scenario that you concocted. What the fuck?
In parts per million, mind you, might well have deterred the early colonizers.
I would find that highly unlikely.
But why, if it's never been studied?
Because I think what you're asking for, or what you're hypothesizing, is a total displacement of chloroform to decompositional gases, the sulfurous compounds that are emitted by the bacteria. What you're proposing is a 100% replacement.
That's not what I'm proposing.
Prosecutor interrupting the witness.
Go ahead and finish, then I'll clarify for you.
Okay. What it seems to me that you're suggesting is a 100% displacement of chemicals in the air, chemical molecules in the air, and I find that extremely unlikely.
No, what I'm suggesting you, sir, is simply that the chemical content of the odor has changed, and you don't have any idea what effect that change in the chemical content of the odor would have on the early colonizers. You just don't know, do you?
I think I just answered that, but could you rephrase that question for me, please?
I'm not sure. I don't think I can.
Look how confused he is. He's like, are you that incapable? Yes, Dr. Huntington, he's that incapable. I'm sorry to tell you.
If I can have the court reporter read it back if you like, but I don't think I can say anything different than I did.
Please.
Question.
So he doesn't know what he asked. That's why.
No, what I'm suggesting to you, sir, is that the chemical content in the odor has changed. And you don't have any idea what effect that change in the chemical contents of the odor would have on the early colonizers. You just don't know, do you?
Okay. I think what you're getting at, or what the way I'm hearing the question, is a misconstruction of how those flies are attracted. The flies don't smell the odor the same way you and I do.
Excellent.
The flies pick up on individual molecules of those sulfurous compounds that are emitted. And because of that, changing the content of the air, the chemicals that are floating around in the volatile gases in the airspace, you would have to replace every single one of those volatile sulfurous compounds that the flies are attracted to, one for one, essentially, to prevent their attractiveness. Does that get to what you're asking?
I think it does, but you will acknowledge that there are no studies on this.
I will acknowledge there are no studies on this specific
This
interaction.
is so, yo.
Well, is there on others? Chloroform with other insects?
With chloroform specifically,
What is going on?
I don't know.
The paper towels that were found in the...
No one, I mean, what are we in? Victorian England? Like, chloroform, y'all. When I hear chloroform, literally, I think of like, again, like Victorian, like 1800s in like England. Like, no one's thought about it since up until this trial. Like, what? Like, I'm sorry. It's like, I can't even think of an example of something else that would be so obscure to ask. Like, no one's done any study about this specific thing with this. Like what is happening?
The garbage.
Yes.
What was on those paper towels, Dr. Huntington?
Oh,
do you know?
Goodness gracious.
I don't.
You've never read a report about what was on those paper towels?
I do have a report that, if you like, I can refer to.
What was up? Just tell us what was on the paper towels.
The report states, and if you don't mind, I'd like to refer to it specifically so I don't mess up the word.
Go right ahead.
All right, thank you.
I'm going to look for a photo while you're doing that.
Yes, sir.
What does it say?
I'm quoting from this. Fatty acids, such as the ones detected, palmitric, I'm going to mess these up, excuse me.
Witness identify what report he's referring to and who's the author of that report.
This is Dr. Voss's report, correct, sir?
Yes, it is.
I figured.
This
So
is on
basically, this is Dr. Voss. Dr. Voss.
page 7. Looks like the 4th paragraph. And I apologize to Dr. Vass for my mispronunciations here.
Don't ever apologize to that silly head.
Fatty acids such as the ones detected, palmitic, stearic,
Oh, that's pretty good.
myristic, and olytic, indicates a fat decomposition product like adipocere or grave wax present on the paper towels.
Did you ever examine these paper towels yourself?
I did not.
Do you have any reason to dispute that is in
I
fact
will
correct?
say that even though Dr. Voss was a disaster, even from his own report, you'll notice that he said, like it, not that it was it. So
I assume that's correct.
And tell the jury what that is that he just described.
Adipocere is a fat substance. It's essentially hydrogenated body
the
fat.
way that he is being asked to testify outside of his realm of expertise as far as what he's an expert, qualified expert witness as on cross is mind-blowing to me. He's had to weigh in on chemicals and like cleaning stuff, and now he's having to weigh in on the stuff that is really more in the realm of biochemistry. It's insane, really.
That is a product of some decomposition where the body fat is subjected generally to cool temperatures and low oxygen content.
Would the flies be attracted to that? The flies we've been talking about, the Megacelia scalaris.
That's pretty good.
That's right.
Yes, they would be.
Oh, gross. I'm trying not to throw up right now with that. How proud he is of himself. Let's take a look at that. I know you guys love seeing this when somebody is especially, what's the right word? Self-congratulatory?
Would the flies be attracted to that? The flies we've been talking about, the Megacelia scalaris.
That's pretty good.
That's right.
Yes, they would be.
Gross.
But in this case, you think that they were attracted to a little bit of tobacco, pardon the expression, spit in a bottle that was sealed.
Pardon
as
the
opposed to the
expression?
adipocere in the napkins. Is that your opinion?
Huh?
I don't know that I would characterize several cans of tobacco spit as a little bit.
If we could have State's Exhibit 133 shown to the witness.
Answering the question.
No, sir.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Ashton,
I apologize.
please let the witness finish answering.
Yay.
Finish, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, I don't know that I would characterize that as a little bit. The presence of the flies on the paper towels themselves is not something you would expect to find if the paper towels themselves is contaminated with, in this case, adipocere, because they would not tend to pupate on or that near their food source.
Oh.
Could we have us take to about 133, please? May I publish to the jury and the witness?
You may.
This is the photograph that Mr. Baez showed you in a blown up version. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. Mr. Perez, if you could zoom in right there, please. Now, this is the container that you refer to in your discussions with Mr. Baez that contains the tobacco spit, for lack of a better word, correct?
Which container are you specifically?
This.
I'm going to make a prediction. Let's see. Where do you guys think he's going with this? Let's do this together. Where do you think he's going with this question about that container? Did you guys see there was a bottle? Here.
This one right.
We'll see it again before you ask the question.
Here that you pointed out, there's a small amount of brown substance in the bottom of it, right there.
Okay. That is one of several.
Okay. So I don't want to hear because we're going to see if we can guess the question, right? Clean and sanitize exhibit. What question do you think he's going to ask? So if you guys missed it, it looks like a bottle of some sort, right? It's got a cap like a soda bottle and there's like spit in there. And so we're going to do a little thing. What question do you think he's going to ask about this? And here's what I think. I guess I usually use that after the crystal ball has found to be correct, but we're going to go with it being correct ahead of time, hopefully, because I think what he's going to ask, because remember this expert said that he thought that the flies were attracted to that, right? Or the bugs or whatever. I think what he's going to ask is how did they smell it or something along those lines because the cap is on. And boy, oh boy, is that just, from what we've learned already, that is this pointless question. Like, are you dumb? Are you not listening, Mr. Ashton? I know, isn't it so fun? It's one of my favorite ones. Let's do it one more time for fun, and I'll take the banner down so we can get the full effect. It's probably my absolute favorite little animation I've made. It's just so magical. It's just so magical and full of whimsy. And yeah.
That contained the remnants of tobacco spit.
Let's go back to the larger photograph, please. Point them out to me. The rest of them.
Is this a touch screen? Or?
It is, yes. And if you'd like us to zoom in on a particular area, we can do that.
Okay.
There's the train.
Oh, gosh, this is a little weird.
Yeah, it's tough.
I'm not doing this very well.
Every witness has said that about this telestrator.
Zoom in on that area?
So on the cans.
Yes. Zoom in on the cans. Let me get your annotation out of the way.
Yeah, you can get.
Go ahead.
Okay. When you look at the close-up photos of the tops of those cans, several of them, somewhere 3, 4, maybe 5 of them, at least, were used as spittoons.
How can you know that from a photograph?
You can see the remnants of. Let me back up. Everyone that I've ever met that has chewed tobacco and spit into a can that leaves them laying around, it looks exactly like those, in that there are bits of dried tobacco on the lid, and as well as the staining.
Do you have those photographs with you that you could show us that you're basing this on?
I have them on a computer. Yes.
Well, actually, we have the actual items here.
My God, are they going to pull out the spittoons? Oh my God, this is court is on another level. Talk about props, guys, in courtroom theater. Are they going to pull these out? Holy mackerel.
Let's go through
it. My God. They're pulling out the trash to look at it. He's hoping to prove, I guess, that I think he's only hoping to prove that the cans weren't used as spittoons so that he can get back to the plastic bottle, only to ask the question of how did the flies smell it with the lid on, which is a pointless question to begin with because we all know they can smell it because they can smell from over a mile away. Wow. Oh, he's going to struggle with the scissors. Okay, it's going to be a while. Look at this. Although it's fun watching him struggle. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying.
Open up, see if this is what we're talking about.
Accurate.
Feel like a can.
Looks like a can to me.
Is that what we're talking about?
That does not look like one of them that I'm talking about.
You showed him the wrong one. Excellent.
That's what I'm talking about.
So this brownish substance on top of the tongue.
Yes, sir.
You know what's wild? Oh, wow. You know what's wild? Who knows if this was ever tested? This is bringing up a whole other issue. Again, this is all how, remember, this expert is an expert in forensic etymology. When I thought we'd already gone well beyond his scope, I didn't even know that this was coming, because now we're on to the substance on the top of the soda can. And this has never been talked about. This has not come up yet in this trial. This is brand new territory. I have no idea if this was tested. This is insane. So if no one's tested that, like, what? I've never. What is happening?
Mr. Baez, turn your microphone on. Mr. Ashton, do not publish things until you ask permission.
I'm sorry, I did it every time.
I know.
May I first see the item?
Yes, you may.
This is crazy. This is crazy. What is happening? We're just like having him. Oh my God. I mean, I saw the brown substance.
So this is what you say attracted to the bugs.
That can, in the condition that it would have been in originally, if someone had thrown away a can of chew or chew spit, would have easily attracted scuttleflies.
But there's nothing in this can. You want to look? Is there anything in that can? Is there any residue of anything
Pointless, because we know that everything was dried off. We know everything was dried off.
in that can?
Stop it.
I think I would need a flashlight, or you need to cut the can open.
So now we need to get a flashlight. We are so far afield. Look at this. This dude is laughing. By the way, this dude, whoever he is there every day. Oh,
For me to make that statement, but
Well, is there any
Wow.
thing in the record saying there's anything in this can? Don't the records all say all cans are empty?
I'm not sure that I have those specific records. One could certainly assume that a bag of garbage with cans of tobacco chew in the back of a vehicle for over a week in Florida summer, that would evaporate over time. And
Accurate. And you know what? This is fair game, because Mr. Ashton is asking him to just like completely testify about God only knows what. We're just going to go over every type of subject. Doesn't have to have anything to do with bugs. I mean, this is wild, right? So this is fair. Yeah. If we're just going off of whatever, like, yeah, common sense, it would evaporate. Well said.
result in an empty can, though.
Yep.
Well, there's still going to be something there. No. I would draw the question vaguely. You will agree that the records reflecting collected them said they were all empty. The only thing that had anything in it was the one little. He's an expert. He can testify about what's in the cans. Based on photographs and records.
Stop it.
Could you repeat it? I'm sorry.
Sure. Do you recall seeing this as an inventory of what's in the garbage bag?
Oh, yes, I do.
And they indicate that all the cans are empty, don't they?
Yes, they do.
That's fine. Who cares?
And there's no entomological remnants in any of those cans. Isn't that correct?
In the cans, none were recovered. That is correct.
Or on the cans?
There are some photographs that show entomological remnants on the cans.
Which ones?
Again, I would need to look at the either photographs, or I would have to refer to them.
Now, you would agree that there's no...
Notice that he didn't present him with that, right? God. He's like, I can answer your question, but you have to show me the picture so I could, because there's like 50 bazillion cans, right? I need to be able to show you which cans. And then he just like doesn't present him with the pictures because he knows he could do it.
Ask the witness, since he's being asked about these questions, this topic, that he be allowed to examine the photos to show and fully give his answer.
Yep.
I believe that can be done in redirect, Your Honor.
That's
the
question has been asked.
No.
And when the witness has expressed a desire to be able to show these photographs to further explain.
Objection overruled. You can do that on redirect.
What is happening? What is happening? Wow.
Now, with all that being said,
Oh my God.
you would agree with me, would you not, that tobacco spit doesn't smell like human decomposition ever, wouldn't you?
I don't know that I could put that qualifier of ever on there, because as a body fluid that is exposed to the decomposition processes of bacteria, there would certainly be a smell associated with it during its decomposition cycle. But I don't know that I...
You're saying that saliva, decomposing saliva, can smell just like a full decomposing body? Is that what you're saying?
That is not what I said, sir.
So the question is, you do agree, do you not,
Wow.
that that substance is not going to smell like a dead person?
I would not assume it to smell like a dead person.
And in this bag,
This is all full of all kinds of logical fallacies, because no one's ever, this witness and no one else for that matter has suggested that the saliva or that the spittoon or any of that smell is the reason for the smell. No one has suggested that. So these questions are like based on the premise that someone has. Is this all just
you would agree, would you not, in this garbage bag, there was no food?
No.
Wouldn't you agree?
Wasn't there a dried up piece of bologna?
As I define food as things you can eat, I would agree with that statement, yes. There is nothing in there I would like to eat.
Well, let's just be specific. There is nothing in here that anyone could eat, even if fresh. There's no food in this trash bag. Isn't that correct?
I thought there was a dried...
There is a photograph of the, it's right here on the screen, the salami container there.
There it is.
There is a photograph that shows something inside of there, and I cannot tell from the photograph if it is a remnant scrap of food or something else. So outside of that, I don't see pieces of food.
So the only thing that may come close to being food is something that you may see in this salami package here. That you're talking about, right?
That is the salami package I'm talking about, yes.
11. And I'd like to pull it out. Let's take a look at it.
Oh my
I'm
God.
going to take a recess.
Dying. I am dying, y'all. Hold on, you guys. Now he wants to go rumbling through the trash again, or rummaging through the trash again. You guys.
So the only thing that may come close to being food is something that you may see in this salami package here. That you're talking about, right?
That is the salami package I'm talking about, yes.
11. And I'd like to pull it out. Let's take a look at it.
We're going to take a recess. Jury's been going since 1:30.
Oh my God.
We'll be in recess to 3:30.
Oh my God. Judge Belvin's had enough. I'm losing it. He's just, wow. It's like, what are we even doing? Like, what are we even doing? This has just gone off the rails.
State recognized president of jury.
Oh my God.
Yes, sir.
Defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
Oh my God.
Okay, members of the jury, was there a package back in the jury room? What did you have? From the dessert lady?
Oh, they had the dessert lady. Oh, what a special treat for the jury.
Just curious.
Oh.
All right.
Well, I will say at least he has gloves on.
All right, Mr. Ashton may continue.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
You may.
God. Here we go.
Item
Rummaging
11
through the
from
dirty
State's
belongings.
Exhibit 136.
Let's just have all the trash. Oh my God.
Salami can, salami container. You can see the little item inside there?
God. Things you never think would be happening.
Yes, I can.
Appears to be a piece of paper, doesn't it?
It does appear to be a piece of paper.
Can I publish?
Oh my God. Oh my God. I mean, the thing is this though, like you can tell from looking at it, it's full of salami, nasty grease. So I don't even know that they would make a fucking difference, whether it was a piece of salami or a piece of paper or empty. It's nasty and greasy. And I don't even remember what the point was of this question anyway, but
You may publish.
Oh, let's see that. Look at, wait. Like, take a look, guys. All right, let's all enjoy, and I mean that sarcastically, look at all the nasty grease. Can you guys see my mouse? Look at nasty, greasy nastiness. That would be a field day for the bugs because they have very different tastes than I have. Gross. But so my point again, whether there was a piece, like that's enough. That is like when I think of food, right? Like, again, I think that's why the expert said like food as in something you could eat. Like when I think of like trash, okay, here's how I would differentiate. All right, people. Like when you think about like in an office and they've got a waste paper basket, is that what they call it? Where it's like mesh, guys know what I mean? And it's like a mesh basket. Like it's for paper. It's like, that's all that's going to go in there is like paper items, maybe a safety pin, stuff like that, right? So a good way to think about this is like, so in my mind, if something is like a food item, it's something you would not put in that type of thing. You would put it in a container that has a trash bag. You'd put it in something maybe that has a lid, hopefully. But you see what I mean? Like a waste paper basket, like you would have in an office, for example. Or like a recycling for like paper, right? Paper recycling bin, stuff like that, right? Versus where would you put all the other things, right? In my mind, this counts as a food item because look at it. Like clearly it's got food remnants. It would smell like food. It had food in it. Like for me, if there's a container that had food in it, that puts that container in the category of food. It's going to smell like food. It could attract bugs. Like that's just from my own personal experience. Whereas like just pieces of paper aren't in that category.
So Dr. Huntington, now that we've examined that, you would agree that there's no food in that trash bag?
There does not appear to be any food in the trash.
See, I wouldn't even agree with that.
Now, you
my definition, but
mentioned in direct examination about cleaning up a decomp scene or decomp artifacts, correct?
Yes.
Now, you could take a paper towel and clean up decomp fluid in small amount that might be on a surface, correct? Could soak it up with paper towels, correct?
I don't think it would be effective, but you could certainly try.
Sure. And you could even vacuum out any bugs that were left behind in the car with a vacuum cleaner at any gas station, correct?
That is possible, yes.
The only thing you cannot get rid of is the smell. Isn't that correct?
I think the cannot get rid of, I think is a overexpression. And certainly given for example, given the research I conducted with the pigs in the car trunk to get rid of all of the insect evidence, as you suggested, it would involve removing the carpet liner and vacuuming underneath it from all the nooks and crannies of the trunk itself. And again, as I said, I think the smell is possible to remove, but difficult.
That's pretty tough. What were the accumulated degree days on your pig experiment?
I would have to reference my data, and I don't believe I have it with me.
Well, but I mean, in comparing the decomposition event you showed us with the pig to anything that might apply to this case, it's essential to know the stage of decomposition, correct?
Yes.
So, but you can't tell us what the accumulated degree days were for your pig experiment?
They would be considerably less, depending on how long you are proposing.
What was the temperature, average daily temperature for the 10 days that the pig was in the trunk?
Approximately 60 degrees Fahrenheit.
Well, is that because you wrote it down and you already did the calculation, or is that just your estimate?
That is based on calculations, but I'm going from memory here because, again, I don't have those data in front of me.
So 10 days at 60 degrees would compare to how many days at 90 degrees?
Well, it would be 600 accumulated degree days, assuming a base of 0.
Sure.
For 10 days at 60.
I love how he says sure, like as if he understands that. Like
it's 600 divided by 90 would give you the approximate number of days,
which would be about 6 and change.
Math.
That sounds about right.
Not 2.
Not 2.
So you would agree that the state of decomposition of your experiment does not, in fact, coincide with 2 days of decomposition of a 2.5-year-old child wrapped in a blanket and in 2 laundry bags, or 2 garbage bags and a laundry bag. You would agree that your experiment does not match that scenario, wouldn't you agree?
If you include the increase in temperature due to solar radiation in the vehicle, that would or could substantially increase the number of accumulated degree days per calendar day or per hour. And again, it would depend on, if you're giving me a scenario of 2 days, then no, it would be more in the experimental case.
And if the trunk was hotter than an average of 90 degrees, decomposition would go even faster, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So it could have actually been in the trunk for only 1 day, if in fact the temperature was considerably higher.
No, I don't think you could get that substantial amount of decomposition that would, if you're proposing that the amount of decomposition excludes the early colonizers, I don't think you could get that in 1 day.
No, I'm just suggesting that if the temperature is higher, the amount of time to get the same level of decomposition is less, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
No further questions.
Redirect.
The thing is it's all pointless because there was not a dead body in that trunk.
Dr. Huntington, you don't disagree with Dr. Haskell's findings as it relates to Suburban Drive, do you?
No, his report on the site of recovery is it's very much agreeable.
Okay, and so what transpired with your deposition and all of that? That's because
I forgot to swoop. Let me swoop. Garrus, swoop.
because you both agree that the body decomposed somewhere else other than the location where the
there already
body was found.
Objection leading.
Fuck.
Sustain.
Can you explain why
No.
the two of you don't disagree?
Well, I think the evidence in this case recovered from the site of recovery really does speak for itself. The body was there for some period of time. It's very difficult to say exactly how long it was there. Months is a good answer, which is what Dr. Haskell gave. The evidence at the scene suggests that the body was moved after death, some period, from some location. So that is very agreeable.
And also after some stage of decomposition has already passed, correct?
And that makes perfect sense looking at the evidence, yes.
Now, when you testified under cross-examination, you mentioned there were early colonizers. There were blowflies in the bag of the where Kaylee's remains were found, the canvas bag, correct?
Yes, I believe they were in the canvas laundry bag, yes.
Okay. Can you look at Dr. Haskell's report and see how many were there or how much insect of early colonizers was present?
Just a moment. Tallying them up, there were 75 puparia recovered from the bag.
75?
Yes.
Okay. And that, even by your standards, is not a whole lot, is it?
Objection leading.
Is that considered a lot, sir? I rephrased it. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. That is very few when you consider that a single female fly can lay upwards of 300 eggs.
Would you then expect to find, since you have 75 in the bag, wouldn't you expect to find 75 in the trunk of the car or close to that amount?
If you assume that the body came from the trunk of the car during that period of colonization, I would expect to find many more than 75.
Okay. And since a fly has 6 legs,
yes,
you would have to find 75 times 6 legs.
Well, it would be more than that because well, let me rephrase that. The 75 refers to the puparia, the casings of the flies that were recovered from the bag. The legs come from the adults. So it would be many more than one if fly parts or dead flies were in the trunk, yes.
Okay. So as far as you and Dr. Haskell are concerned, you agree that the body was moved, but you disagree as to where
the body was prior.
Yes, Dr. Haskell makes the association with.
Comment on another witness's testimony.
This witness has been, during cross, Mr. Ashton asked significant questions as to this person and actually had him read from his report.
As to the scene, that is correct.
I need to know what the answer is going to be before I can rule.
Oh, boy. Another proffer?
Objection number rule, you may continue.
You two, okay.
Could you repeat the question?
You two do disagree as to where the body was prior to it being moved, correct?
Yes.
And that's because of the findings that you discussed under direct examination, correct?
Leading.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Why do you think that, sir?
Dr. Haskell's report makes an association with the car trunk, or his first report, suggesting that the body was contained in a vehicle's trunk, in this case, the vehicle in question, prior to deposition at the site. And in my own findings, based on the evidence from the car's trunk, I find no reason to think that there ever was a body in there. And in fact, not only do I not find anything that says there was the evidence doesn't make sense.
Excellent.
Any way you look at it.
Yep.
To say that there was a body in the trunk.
Yep.
Okay. Now, you were given all these hypotheticals about chloroform and about it detracting the early colonizers. Do you think that chloroform might have detracted those 75 puparia that were in the bag if it were in the car?
That's why I suggested that if you're saying that the chloroform would prevent colonization, it either does or it doesn't. And if the assumption is that the chloroform with a body in the trunk would prevent fly colonization, you wouldn't see those particular flies.
So the actual evidence that you have in the bag tells you that that's not true.
Objection leading. Sustain.
Does the evidence in the bag help you in reaching that conclusion?
If we work under those assumptions that the prosecution has laid out, then it actually argues against it.
Okay. Now, you were asked about Dr. Vass, and you were asked about
wait, hang on.
Air samples.
What's happening to Mr. Ashton? Is he having a stroke? Hold on.
If we work under those assumptions that the prosecution has laid out, then it actually argues against it.
What's happening? Watch
Now,
guys.
you were asked about Dr. Vass. And,
oh my God.
You were asked about
oh my God.
Air samples. Have you ever heard of any case where air samples were used in a forensic setting?
Objection. Relevant expertise.
The question he was asked, that's the specific question by the prosecutor, as to consider air samples.
Oh my God.
I would like to expand upon his knowledge.
I don't need speaking objection.
Yes, sir.
Objection sustained. Rephrase your question.
Sure. Are air samples recognized within the forensic scientific community?
Objection. Basis of knowledge, relevance, scope.
Stop it.
Sustain on
No.
basis of knowledge. You have to establish a
What?
foundation for the witness.
This is what I'm talking about. How is this fair?
Yes, sir. You're a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, are you not, sir?
Yes, I am.
Oh my
And
God.
Do you keep up to date on the latest journals and material as it relates to decomposition?
Yes, I do, particularly because I teach about this topic.
Could we approach? I need to explain.
He's just going to say bolstering. I'm so over it with Mr. Ashton.
Dr. Huntington, you were asked by during cross-examination about adipocere and the findings of Dr. Vass. Is that how you interpreted the report that you were referring to? Can you actually get that report out?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's like objection. You have to lay
When I read
information for
the report,
expertise.
when I read the phrase from the report earlier.
And then it's like, as he's trying to explain that, then it's like, oh, objection bolstering.
It does not say the paper towels had adipocere on them. It says
That's what I said.
fatty acids, such as the ones detected, and I'm not going to list them,
That's what I
indicate a
said.
fat decomposition product like adipocere
Yes.
present on the paper towels.
That's what I said.
And to me,
Yep.
that is certainly not a definite answer. It's a product like a fat decomposition product like adipocere. It's not adipocere. or to me, that doesn't mean adipocere.
If a conclusion is made, they say adipocere. They don't say it's like adipocere, do they?
For fuck's sake,
Sustained.
Mr. Ashton.
So that's your interpretation of that report, correct?
Yes.
And these fatty acids could also be found in other items, can they not?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And including meat products and other things, and meat products and other things that would contain those fatty acids.
Certainly, yes.
Now, tell us about adipocere. How long does it take to develop, and under what conditions?
Beyond his area of expertise as an entomologist.
Sustain unless you establish a foundation.
Sure. During the process of decomposition, that is something that you studied, do you not?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is adipocere is that part of the process of decomposition?
Bias is so
Yes, it is a byproduct of decomposition.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how long it takes for adipocere to develop and under what conditions?
Objection. Beyond his area of expertise. He's an entomologist.
Overrule, I permit him to answer the question.
Can I board ire on the issue, Judge?
You may.
Oh my God.
Where do you get your information from about adipocere?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Where do you get your information from about adipocere?
Specific information regarding?
Well, the opinion you're about to give us, what is the basis of your knowledge to give those opinions about adipocere?
My experience watching both animal decomposition as well as cases I've been involved in with human remains and the associated adipocere.
Have you ever tested a substance to determine whether it's adipocere or not?
I'm going to object to that. That's not within the scope of the question I'm asking you.
The presence or absence of the adipocere in the human cases is in pathology reports. Pathology reports routinely say this body had this amount of adipocere, as well as anthropological reports. And in my research, working with animal remains is based on that experience, as well as that taphonomic area of study. It is a well-established.
But that wasn't what I asked you. Remember what I asked you? Have you ever tested a substance to determine if it's adipocere?
And my answer was, you don't need to test it if somebody tells you it is adipocere. So no, I have not personally.
Okay. So your knowledge of adipocere is what people tell you. That they tell you it is, so you accept that it is, correct? That's what you're telling us?
In the sense that is how you learn everything in life, yes.
Right. So I'm just trying to determine whether you've done any actual study or whether you've just read what other people have written about it. And if that's all it is, that's fine.
No, my actual study of the production of adipocere in decomposition studies, as well as the presence or absence of it on human remains cases, I did not personally test the substance known to be adipocere to say that it is adipocere.
And other than adipocere,
I'm going to object and ask that the witness be allowed to complete his answer.
I'm sorry, I thought he was done.
Oh my God.
I've lost my train of thought. I don't know where I was
What a
going with that.
mess.
Would you like the court to read it back to you? I didn't think I was. I'm sorry. Would you like to read it back to you to get you back on?
Yes, please, if you don't mind.
Okay. The attorneys approach the bench, all attorneys along with the court.
Yep.
Dr. Huntington, you were asked during cross-examination about adipocere and the findings of Dr. Vass.
What's crazy? What's crazy is how patient Mr. Baez and this witness are staying, despite all of this fuckery with Mr. Ashton and all of the disruptions and just his attitude and his temper, and they're staying so calm. It's really impressive.
The state may continue with their verdict.
Thank you.
Okay.
The question was whether you have personal experience in testing and determining a substance as adipocere or simply having read about it. That was the question.
Okay. No, it is not just reading about it. I have, again, extensive experience working with forensic pathologists, with forensic anthropologists who point out this is adipocere, this is not, if that answers your question.
So you would agree that it is within the realm of the forensic anthropologist to determine whether something is adipocere or not? Would you agree?
I think it is in many experts' realm, because if we go with that answer, then Dr. Vass is not an anthropologist, by my understanding.
I would move to strike that answer as being unresponsive, as to jury to disregard.
Jury's hereby instructed to disregard.
Y'all.
No further questions.
Wait. We're watching that again. You guys, Mr. Baez laughing because this was such a point of contention with I'm losing it. What a wonderful way to end this whatever we're on. the voir dire. I don't even remember what's happening anymore. This witness rocks. Seriously, he has hit all the points, the trash and the garbage, Dr. Vass not being an anthropologist because that was a whole thing. And the way that Mr. Ashton is so offended when it's his fault he brought in a shitty witness. Oh my God. Hold on. This is my favorite thing ever.
In many experts' realm, because if we go with that answer, then Dr. Bass is not an anthropologist by my understanding.
I would move to strike that answer as being unresponsive. Ask the jury to disregard it.
I is hereby instructed to disregard.
Epic.
No further questions.
Epic.
I would maintain my objection.
Objection will be overruled.
Epic.
Dr. Huntington, can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury
Wow.
how long it takes adipocere to develop and under what conditions?
What's funny is Dr. Voss is
Adipocere,
not anything.
The conditions are going to be
There's
variable.
no category.
Certainly, it is not something you expect to see on any given decomposed body. Most generally, the conditions required for adipocere formation include areas of reduced oxygen content, and more often than not, they're going to be cool and damp. So a common example would be a buried body, bodies that are disinterred.
I mean, here's the thing. I didn't know he could get any more points from me, but the way he just totally sick burned like on Dr. Voss in the best way of all, because Dr. Voss, the way he's like trying to make himself be so cool, but because he's like, I don't even fit into a category. Like literally he was like, you can't even put me in a category. I'm like, all of the things, blah, blah. And it's like, so good. But this has just come up time and time again. And the way he just said that, oh my God, that is one of my favorite things probably of this entire trial. Yeah. And the way Mr. Baez was laughing, oh my God, it was so good. So good.
I guess I should say, a properly buried body, like from a funeral home that is disinterred months or years later, will very frequently have adipocere associated with it because that is a cool, restricted oxygen content area.
And how long does it take for adipocere to develop on the body?
That also depends on, again, environmental factors, primarily temperature.
Okay. And what affects it? What would speed that up? Cooler temperatures or hotter temperatures?
That's difficult to say because it would depend on the amount of, for example, insect activity or other carnivore scavenger activity.
And does adipocere show up in the late stages of decomposition or in the early stages?
It is primarily a late stage decomposition artifact.
Okay. And does it take weeks and months to develop or days?
That again, it depends on environmental conditions.
Okay. But you would certainly have the opinion that it takes, it's in the latter stages of decomposition.
Sustain.
Would you say it's, in what stage would you say it shows up in?
As I said, it's the later stages of decomposition.
Okay. Now, the garbage that Mr. Ashton had asked you to see, we've gone over various photographs of that garbage, correct?
Yes.
And you saw the garbage when it was received by the sheriff's department, correct? Remember the first photograph?
The damp photographs, yes.
And you saw the photograph, you saw it afterwards. If an expert on entomology is to be consulted on a case, is it a proper practice to alter evidence before you inspect it?
Objection ceases. So of cross.
I don't.
Sustain.
The garbage you looked at today, this is something that was collected 3 years ago, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it is also garbage that was put in a dry room, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
And that evidence was altered than when it was originally collected, was it not?
Objection calls for an opinion outside his area of expertise.
Overruled.
It is not in the same condition that it was when it was collected. That is correct.
Okay. So to come here 3 years later and show you a can of something that was in a trunk of a car for 3 weeks, was then put in a dry room, and was then sit in a box in an evidence locker for 3 years, would you expect, in your professional opinion, to be able to render a valid opinion on a box of garbage 3 years later after all of that has been done to it?
Objection. Compound question and vague as to what type of opinion? Opinion on entomology? Opinion on
entomology.
Sustain.
On entomology.
Ask the question now.
Okay. I would expect the physical evidence now to be different than when it was collected. Yes.
Okay. And if I may, showing the witness, Your Honor. Defense Exhibit C. Neither you nor Dr. Haskell got to inspect the garbage as it was
Exceeds the scope of cross.
Overruled. Neither you nor Dr. Haskell got to see this garbage in this state, did you, sir?
That is correct.
And you, even after reviewing all of what Dr. Haskell reviewed, he did not have this opportunity either, correct?
That is my understanding, yes, based on his reports.
Now, what could you derive from this garbage that could have ended the entire debate as to whether a dead body was in the trunk of the car?
Objection exceeds the scope of cross.
The garbage was, I'm sorry, Judge, for speaking.
I said overruled. Okay. You can answer the question.
From the get-go, if
So
I were
Mr.
the
Ashton opened the door
entomologist
on this
involved from law enforcement, the first thing I would have done was to request a DNA profile of the maggot gut contents that were recovered from this.
Exceeds the scope of cross and also a violation of the report requirement. Move to strike.
Judge, I would
disregard.
Judge, I would
sustain.
Yes, sir. Are there other types of things that could have been done to answer this question that we are all trying to answer 3 years later?
Objection. Exceeds the scope.
Look at him. Look at Mr. Ashton. I'm dying. The way I think he's trying to, hold on, let's watch this. The way that the cameraman, watch this, guys. The way that the cameraman knows that because Mr. Baez is speaking words, and the cameraman already knows because Mr. Baez is speaking words, Mr. Ashton's going to object. Watch. This is freaking hilarious.
Of things that could have been done to answer this question that we are all trying to answer 3 years later.
Objection. Exceeds the scope.
Sorry.
That he never gets rattled.
Now,
Crazy.
the maggots also eat remnants of food, do they not?
Yes, they will.
Okay. And maggots also feed on bacteria that's left from remnants of food, do they not?
Yes.
Mr. Ashton had asked you about a bag being a garbage bag being an obstacle for maggots and insect activity to access it. Do you recall that line of question?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'd like to show the witness State's Exhibit 75. I'm sorry, State's Evidence
Also,
75. May I publish, Your Honor?
Since I was just talking about the camera person, mad props to the camera person for that moment where Mr. Ashton was having he was sitting down and having a schizophrenic moment. I don't even know what that was. So it wasn't even like he was going to object, but the camera person noticed that he was sitting there talking to himself and making these crazy faces and gestures like he was had lost his mind, and totally zoomed in on his face. And thank you so much for catching that, camera person. Well done, sir, to you. Or madam, if it's a lady.
Yes. Published to the witness or published to the witness?
Published to both the witness and the jury. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I now want to show you State's Evidence 127. May I publish that as well, Judge?
You may.
Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Ew. See that it's all gross.
Now, I'd like to show you State's Evidence 128. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to attempt to zoom in on the knot of the garbage bag. Can you tell us if it is
Here we go.
knotted?
The photograph speaks for itself. Jury can interpret it for
Shut
themselves.
up, Mr. Ashton. You grilled him on this.
He can describe what he sees.
Come on.
The drawstrings of the trash bag are knotted.
Okay. Yet maggots and insects found its way into this trash bag, did it not?
Yep, they did.
Yes, they did, based on their presence in the trash
Remember,
bag.
Mr. Ashton?
So a trash bag isn't much of a deterrent for maggots and insects, are they, sir?
Of course not.
Especially not when you tie them with the drawstrings.
Makes
That
sense.
actually leaves quite a big hole in the bag.
Now, you,
Oh my
Mr.
God.
Ashton had asked you about the stain that you had
Oh God. No. Okay, wait, no, it's okay. Sorry. I thought it was going to be the
Had
pig.
asked you about the stain in your study, correct?
Never mind.
Yes.
Fine.
Okay, and in fact, he went into a whole line of
Okay.
questioning and asked you if you had done it for this case, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony was that it was not.
That's correct. The study was done for reasons other than this case.
Is that why you didn't include pigs with plastic bags and other items like a blanket and a canvas bag?
If I were doing that study specifically for this case, I would have tried or attempted to use the same vehicle as in question. I would have wrapped or otherwise handled the pig carcasses in the same manner as the body was assumed to be in this case. It would have been conducted very differently.
Okay, you would have tried to duplicate more of the scenarios as it relates to this case.
Oh, as best as I could. In fact, I don't think I would have done it in Nebraska. There's no reason. Rather, if I were attempting to replicate this case, I would have done it during the summertime in Florida.
I'd like to then show the witness and the jury, Your Honor, State's Evidence 80.
You may.
Now, Mr. Ashton asked you if, he specifically asked you in relation to your study as to how it relates to this case. Do you recall that line of questioning, sir?
Yes, I believe he did ask me that.
Based on what you've learned, not only from this study, but from your personal experience dealing with stains on carpets from decompositional fluid, can you look at this State's Evidence 80 and render an opinion as to whether you believe this stain, or if you can see a stain, came from human decomposition?
Objection. Discovery.
Approach.
This was what they were fighting over earlier.
Objection overruled.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure.
Oh, awesome.
Actually, I'd rather have it read back if that's okay.
Based on what you've learned, not only from this study, but from your personal experience dealing with stains on carpets or decompositional fluid, can you look at this State's Evidence 80 and render an opinion as to whether you believe this stain, or if you can see a stain, came from human decomposition?
Looking at the photograph, it does not look like a decomposition fluid stain that I have seen.
Okay. And that would include the numerous homicide scenes in which you showed up and seen decompositional fluid on carpet stains, correct?
Yes. Homicides, suicides, natural causes, yes.
And
Limited to that and that alone, sir.
yes, sir. And is this photo a good example of what human decomposition, or let me rephrase it. Is this photo a good example of what decompositional fluid would look like on a piece of carpet?
Yes, that's why I included it.
Okay. And is this photo, specifically State's Evidence 80, a good example of what what decompositional fluid looks like?
Wow. Powerful.
No, I don't consider it to be.
Powerful. Well done, Mr. Baez. Yeah. I couldn't even see a stain.
Now, sir, you were asked quite a bit about smell and the smell of the car during cross-examination. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Okay. Given the smell of decomposition, assuming that a body would be in a trunk of a car for a period of a day to days to several days, if, and this is a hypothetical, if someone ran out of gas a day or two after the body was removed, would someone be able to smell that smell of human decomposition that never goes away?
Calls for speculation beyond this witness's area of expertise.
Sustained based upon the hypothetical.
Okay. Would 4 people be able to ride in a car after a body has been in there for several days and not smell the smell of a human decomposing body that had been in there for several days?
Objection. Argumentative beyond his area of expertise.
I think the witness
Sustained.
Argumentative? With his own witness?
You, sir.
What?
If I can have just a moment, Judge, I may.
You may.
What? What was that about? Weirdness.
Sir, you have never rendered the opinion that chewing tobacco smells the same as a decomposing body.
That's what I said.
No.
I was like, this is stupid.
And you have never rendered the opinion that that dry trash is the same as the same smell as a decomposing body. Have you?
No.
And any insinuation of such, would you consider that misleading in any way?
Commentary on counsel.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Recross?
Here he comes. Here he comes. Look. Oh my God. Look at the face. Look at the face. There's the face. There's the recross face. Holy mackerel. Oh boy. Okay. Let's see what he's got to ask now.
Dr. Huntington, what was the condition of the garbage when it was in the trunk?
Based on the photographs and evidence?
No, when it was in the trunk, not when it was retrieved from the dumpster, but when it was in the trunk. What was its condition?
I have no knowledge of that, sir.
So you don't know if it was in the trunk, whether it was wet or dry, do you?
I do not.
But assuming for the sake of this hypothetical that nothing was added to the bag between the time it was in the trunk and the time it was obtained by law enforcement, we do know that there was no food in the bag, correct?
Testified that he doesn't know.
Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
So when something gets wet, non-food items don't all of a sudden become food, do they?
Unless you're talking about dehydrated food, I don't believe they do.
I thought he was talking
So
about
whether it's wet or
magic,
dry,
like magic,
it's still not food,
like a wizard.
correct?
Not as I understand the definition of food.
Now, you've given us some opinions recently about adipocera and the appearance of a stain of decomposition. Are you a forensic anthropologist?
I am not.
In fact, you got your PhD in 2008. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
The same year that this happened, that's when you got your PhD, correct?
Yes, same year.
And you got your master's degree in 2005, 3 years before that, correct?
Yes.
Did you study adipocera or decomposition stains for your bachelor's degree?
I witnessed the presence of adipocera
What's
during my
odd
bachelor's
to
degree.
me,
I did not specifically study it.
Again,
No,
is that Mr. Ashton is the one who went into this questioning initially. So when I first started was saying, like, what are you doing? This was his questioning. Oh my God. If you don't believe that he has the expertise to be asked to answering the questions, then why are you asking them?
Sir.
So this experience that you bring to bear in answering the questions about adipocera and the appearance of a decomposition stain comes from your work of the last 3 years since your PhD, or was it before that?
No, sir. It was well before that.
Okay. So since your master's in 2005?
It began before that, sir.
Well, when did it begin?
I began working for the Hancock County Coroner's Office as a assistant when I was in high school. I believe I started when I was 16, working for a mortuary service, and I've witnessed hundreds, if not thousands, of bodies in those conditions.
And your testimony, have you ever been qualified as an expert anywhere in the United States to render an opinion about the identity of a stain? Dr. Huntington.
I don't know that such a qualification exists, and no.
So this would be the first time anybody's ever asked you to look at a photograph and determine whether it is a stain of human decomposition. Is that not correct?
To this argumentative manner of questioning, sir.
Overruled.
Isn't that correct, sir?
I'm sorry, could you ask that again?
Yes. And this is the first time ever in a court of law that you were asked to identify from a photograph whether a stain was human decomposition. Isn't that correct, sir?
When Mr. Baez asked me the question, he asked about a decomposition fluid stain. I don't believe he qualified it with human decomposition, but either way, the answer is yes, this is the first time.
Ooh, good answer from
Now,
him.
you did a report in this case. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
And did you understand that you were to place in that report every opinion you had related to this case?
Beyond the scope.
It's impeachment, Judge, under, I believe Johnson is the case.
Well, Johnson doesn't stand for that.
Well, maybe I'm thinking of the wrong name, but.
No, Johnson's.
Oh my God.
Overruled at this point.
were you aware that you were to put every opinion that you were going to present in this case in your report?
Yes.
And that report does not contain any opinion about identifying a stain by its appearance, does it?
It's for a legal conclusion.
Overruled.
It's not in here, is it?
It is not in there.
Can't believe that was asked because they talked about that at length.
Now, you acknowledge, well, you said on redirect that photograph was not intended to be a recreation of the events in this case, correct?
That's correct. It's strictly research.
But when you presented this to the jury, you didn't tell them that this was not a representation of what would have happened in this case, did you?
No, but I also did not tell them it was a representation.
No further questions.
Only on those issues that were covered at that time and those issues alone.
Yeah.
We'll just do a little swoop, 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 swoopy, swoop, swoop.
Sir, you are the youngest board certified entomologist
There
in
you
the country,
go.
are you not?
Well done. No.
These are questions that,
Stop.
based on.
Stop it.
I
Mr.
am
Ashton.
the youngest board certified forensic entomologist. That is correct.
That's it.
And
well
you
done.
have been,
Well
even
done.
after getting your PhD, you have been certified through the, I'm forgetting the name of the board, American Board of Entomology.
The American Board of Forensic Entomology.
Forensic Entomology, yes.
I was certified before my PhD.
Okay. And you, in addition to that, you have worked many death investigations, have you not?
Yes, I have.
Okay. How many, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to how much experience you have, both in the field
Mr. Ashton walked
well,
right into this.
just on the field, actual cases?
I've consulted on approximately 75 death investigations with regards to forensic entomology.
And they've never had a problem with your age or when you got your PhD, have they?
Shut up, Mr. Ashton.
Now, finally, sir, you were asked about your report and whether you had included the identification of the stain. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any idea that you were going to be asked questions about pigs in a blanket or anything of the kind?
No, I did not expect that one to come up.
Okay. So you had no anticipation that you would be asked this line of questioning by a prosecutor. So therefore, is that a reason why you may not have put that in your report? Why didn't you put it in your report then?
I didn't think it was going to be brought up with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you feel, based on your knowledge and experience and education, that you feel comfortable with the opinions that you rendered here today?
Objection, bolstering.
Stop it.
That question sustained, but it's sustained.
Okay. Do you feel, based on the stain, the opinion you gave on the stain, even though you didn't put it in your report, do you still render that opinion to this jury?
Objection, self-serving, bolstering.
This is this question he was asked, Judge.
Stupid.
The fact that you're right.
Fair.
When you work as a forensic entomologist, do you not many times deal with photographs when identifying certain items of evidence?
Yes. In fact, many cases come strictly as photographs because no samples were recovered.
Okay. And that is a very common way that forensic entomologists work, is it not?
Yes. Not only for identification of the insect evidence that may be there, but also stages of decomposition of the body, things of that nature.
And the comparison that you made with decompositional fluid versus this trunk, did that vary in any way than what you normally render opinions as a forensic entomologist?
I would think that any forensic entomologist could look at that and come to the same conclusion that I did. I would expect them to.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm not even.
I'm sorry.
He doesn't deserve
I
it.
thought you told me a moment ago that you've never been asked to look at a stain and identify it before.
I'm sorry. I'm Mr. Ashton.
Was that a
Looking
question?
at a stain and determining whether it's decomposition or not. I thought you said you'd never been asked to do that before.
I've never been asked in a court of law, sir.
But when you just said to Mr. Baez, this is something that entomologists do all the time, which is it?
Oh my God. Stop
Outside
it.
of a court of law, it is something that is done all the time. Yes, sir.
Now, this opinion of yours about the identification of this stain, you discussed that opinion with Mr. Baez back in 2008, didn't you?
didn't you?
Yes, I believe I said I did.
So why didn't you put it in your report?
Product.
Overruled.
So
That's the
what?
reasons why you can put it in the report.
So if you discussed it with counsel, why didn't you put it in your report?
It didn't go into the report because my report specifically focused on the insects recovered from the trunk. And because those insects were not of a medical, legal, or forensic nature, there was no reason to make any further assumptions regarding a body in the trunk.
Weren't you
Great
instructed
answer.
that every opinion that you
That
were
was a
going to
great
issue in this
answer.
case was to be included in a report?
Y'all, did you guys hear that? That was a great answer. So he was saying was because of the fact that it showed there was no body in the trunk, it didn't have the medical, legal. We'll hear it again. That was a great answer. And now he's getting more mad. Mr. Ashton, of course.
Didn't go into the report because my report specifically focused on the insects recovered from the trunk. And because those insects were not of a medical, legal, or forensic nature,
He is very biased.
there was no reason to make any further assumptions regarding a body in the trunk.
Weren't you instructed that every opinion that you were going to issue in this case was to be included in a report?
Yes, sir.
Those boards that you discussed, they don't have any certifying body for stain identification, do they?
No, I'm not aware of one.
No further questions.
May the witness be excused.
Why is that helpful to
Thank
you?
Dr.
That was
May be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
okay. Holy mackerel. Okay, so that's wow. What the hell was that last question? Like so that was Mr. Ashton's dumb question. Anyway, where he's like, "Aren't you supposed to be a stain specialist?" Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, wow, that was the fight to the death over the bug evidence. So yeah, so there you go, guys. But I do have to run. I've got to teach a couple of, a handful of lessons. And then I do have another live stream scheduled for tonight at 10, back on Brian Koberger. We're going to finish up with the state's objections to the motions to suppress. And also we are going to review some interesting things regarding Brett Payne and his different statements. I came across something really interesting that I realized from somebody who left a comment on the video that that I think is really relevant and potentially could be really one of the huge bases for these motions to suppress in the first place, and also the motion for the Franks hearing. So we will cover all of that, and I'm sure even more tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern time. And I believe tomorrow, what do I have for tomorrow? I think tomorrow we're doing Alex Murdoch's appeal. I don't remember, but I've got things scheduled kind of all in a row lined up and for the next couple of days. So, but anyway, y'all are awesome. Thanks for being here as always. Candace says, the doctor probably needed a drink after that. Yup, accurate. And also this was a wild ride. It certainly was. It brought all the spice, didn't it? There was a lot. It's going to be fun making the recap for this one. Like, wow, right? It was a wild ride indeed. So nothing like watching a trial, I will say. But y'all are awesome. Thanks for being here, and I'll see y'all next time.